whatever, tomorrow. There was just an update to my streaming software that said I could now change the bitrate to different platforms, which we multi-stream. So I was gonna change it between YouTube and Twitch, and then I forgot. Maybe we can do it even though the stream is going. I guess I'll take a look. We have a moment before, you know, everyone shows up and we got to start doing things. Override settings blacked out. Okay, we may not be able to do this right now because I already started the stream. Oops. Next time. I'll sort it out next time. It shouldn't be a huge deal anyways. I'll write myself a note to remember to do that. Okay, today we're doing replay analyses, guys. You know, the usual Wednesday stuff. I did want to play Silk Song, but I thought, you know, we should do Dota streams. We probably should, you know. I'm gonna be playing Silk Song during TI anyways while watching the games, so you know, I gotta do my Dota time. It's properly my job after all. So let me write a note to all right, note written. Stick it on the monitor. I will ignore this for a while and eventually remember to do it. Excellent. Hi, Jupiter. Come over here. Okay, I think we have just about everything ready. I'll try to remember to do my timestamps. All that stuff. Our multi-stream chat is up. Little bunny tears, what's up? Spidey Supreme, how you doing? Oh yeah, we can, anyone who's here who wants a match reviewed, feel free to just drop them in the match IDs. You guys are here first. We'll start with you guys. Predictions and all that. Let's rethink through real quick. I'm gonna believe in China. They either... Anytime a Chinese team does really well in the group stage, they either clean sweep the tournament or get absolutely stomped out in 2 series. For the sake of the Dota scene, I think it would be really good if China won. So I'm gonna believe in China making it through. Though I think they will drop to the lower bracket. No real reason. Who knows? This is all mumbo jumbo. Paravision, I think Astini's pretty familiar with Heroic. And even though they're tricky to draft against, I believe in Astini. I think he's gonna do it. And I think when heroic drafts fall apart, that's when they look a little weaker. But I think they can do it, which is a hype. Falcons lost to Tidebound earlier, but I think they're a really smart team that learns from those kind of losses, and I think they'll come out stronger for it. Maybe I should be stars aligning here. Bat chest for Nigma. But I think BB's playing a little better than them. Yeah, Horizon should knock this out real quick. Get your potentially free hats. I would say Tundra. If Tundra was full squad, I think they could beat XG, but I don't know. Having a stand-in's always tough. He's been doing well, but I think XG should be able to do it. That said, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually managed to, I don't know. Tundra always somehow does it, man. How do they always do it? I think Chinese teams knocking each other out would just be... That just feels fitting, you know? That feels like, of course the region's got to knock itself out. But they'll make it far. Maybe. Maybe. That's what I'm going to go with for predictions. And then for fantasy, I messed up. I had a good one here. I forget what it was. Oh, I can check. We had GPM, and then I think I got towers. And towers, I think, are bad. So I was trying to swap it around. In the end, the red banners are not that great for my mid laner. But the other stuff is decent. My bonuses aren't that great. I don't expect to score super high in fantasy. With that said, I think we ended up pretty high. So who knows? Maybe it'll still work out. Hey guys, I did miss doing some Dota streams, I'll be honest. As much as it is, it's fun to do the variety stuff, and we'll definitely be back to it at some point, but it's always fun to come back to Dota, chit-chat with everybody. Yeah, this is multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so if you prefer one platform, feel free to move over to it. I have no strong preferences. Do whatever's most convenient for you. Yeah, best support streamer. I've been thinking, honestly, I've been kind of doing YouTube videos and streams, both. And I think they've both been, like, sometimes mediocre for that. I think coming up soon, I will do a chunk of streaming. I'll do some videos, but it'll be less emphasis on the videos. We'll do more streams. And I think that's just kind of where I am right now in life. I don't know. Where the YouTube videos just don't have the same passion and motivation behind them as when I started content creation. And I feel like they're not that great for it. So, gonna mix it up. Little Bunny Tears, you're the first one to put in a match ID, so we're gonna start with yours. I have anonymous mode on in case we cut anything from replays and stuff for videos. Could you let me know who you are playing and if you have any particular questions? Hey Char, what's up? How you doing, man? Will we see you on TI official streams in some way? So I did the group cast. So if you want to check out the VODs of official TI streams, I am there. Going forward, though, I am no longer casting. Not like all future TIs. Please, God, hire me for future TIs. But the rest of the main event will be happening. Everyone that's working it is at TI itself, and I'm not going to be part of that. I was remote casting. Can I send a lobby from a tournament? If you are part of an amateur league that tickets the tournaments, yes, it is doable. If it was just a private lobby you created with friends, or this is a very small scale tournament that just created it privately and didn't have it ticketed, then it's technically doable. You would have to download a file. You'd have to send the file to me. I would have to download the file, and then I would do it. I don't want to do that on stream. It's just like extra work and extra hassle, and opens up kind of a iffy thing where I'm downloading things from random people. Not that I doubt you, but, at some point it would be a bad precedent, I feel. So I don't do it for stream if it's not ticketed. Though if sometimes I do coachings with people who are interested in improving their, like, they're on amateur teams and stuff. Sometimes we have done it that way. Little Bunny Tears, who are you here? Hold on. Maybe we can check. Maybe their name lines up. Their name does not line up. Nightwind, I was on the C stream, which is like Dota TI 3, something like that. I forget the exact like underscores and where it goes. You can also see, if you go to the Liquipedia page for TI and you check out the schedule of games, you can hover over the games and it usually tells you like who the casters were as well. Ursa? Okay, let's do it. Okay, we're going to start with Little Bunny Tears because they were here first. I think it's fitting that you're playing Ursa. Bopping little bunnies. Yeah, my cat, that's Jupiter. I gave them a treat. My fiance is out today. And she is his favorite person. So he is... He's wandering around a little bit, sad meowing. He will probably come settle by my... He'll settle for me in a little bit once he gets tired of that. Let me, before I forget, let me do the timestamps. We got Ursa 1. This is a Guardian game. Guardian. And you're party queued with the Crystal Maiden. All right, maybe we can give a bit of advice to you and your friend at the same time. Here we go. Show the cat. If he walks over here, I'll grab him. And if they sit in any of the areas we have the cat cam set up, I'll show it off. As position 3, how do you get back in the game after a lane stomp? I often find myself useless in the game when I have to retreat from my lane. So it depends a little bit on the hero you play. If you're looking to consistently climb MMR as an offlaner, I would recommend heroes that can fall back to here, farm this stuff, stack it yourself, farm it, and also farm back here. A couple offlaners that are popular right now, like Axe and Primal Beast is making a bit of a comeback. You can come cut the creep wave, drag them to a camp, trample, spin, all that, you know, cut the next wave, bring it top. You can do things like that. If you've lost the lane, those are some tools you can have available to you. There's more to it than that, but yeah, there's only so much we can cover all at once. Thank you guys. I'm glad you like the TI casting. We had some, I wish we had one of those, like, one of the series that went like 1 hour long games for each one, but oh well, what could you do? Purple Immortal, I don't even know what I would pick. I mean, I guess I only play the support, so I guess I would have to pick one of them. I guess I play Shaman the most, and then Spirit Breaker. Okay, let's give actual feedback here. Let's focus up. Let's give some feedback. All right, so we're playing Ursa Crystal Maiden. That's a pretty strong lane for kill potential once you guys get a couple levels. Might be a little tough into Bat Rider. And we'll see who else ends up top, though it looks like maybe it's Earthshaker position 4. So you might just be focused on getting your own farm to start. I'm not going to worry too much about these early fights, but do be careful. You skipped early tangos, which is fine. It's a legitimate build to do. But if you are doing that, you want to be careful of taking any damage, because as you can see, like, we're entering the lane low, and usually if you buy tangos, you'd eat one, so you'd be full lane, but until the courier gets here, we are going to be a little low on health, so be careful about where you go. Also, since you're party queued with your buddy, and you started with the Quelling Blade, which you don't always have to do, oh, you guys did it already, I didn't even need to say anything. I must have missed you guys doing that, so great work there. I was going to say, yeah, there are some spots you can Quelling Blade for your teammate to make it a little easier for you. Oops, wrong button. Okay, we always want to be careful. Looks like it ended up being Weaver or Shaker. I think your friend may have body blocked. Oh, no, maybe. Okay, it met outside, and then the aggro happened. When this happens, you see actually right now the tower isn't doing anything. You need to also aggro these creeps and walk them out if you feel it is safe to do so. Otherwise, you guys are going to lose equilibrium right away, and it may be hard to fix because we don't know what camps are going to spawn yet. You guys did this trick, but it's possible for Weaver to walk in and body block it. It's possible he may block the camp late, and you just don't get around to doing it, and then suddenly the lane's pushed up, and now you can't do anything till 2 minutes. So we always want to be really careful about the first wave. It would be, in my opinion, versus these heroes, not that dangerous to drag it forward a little bit. That would keep you near to the range creep and keep these creeps alive. So now we see we have ended up shoving in the whole lane in. Not that we shoved it in, but that they did creep aggro to get the lane to push out. And you had a window there to also match it and fix it. And then you wouldn't be in this rough spot. Your friend should be in the lane a little longer. And by a little longer, I mean they're being very defensive. This sentry is actually a good idea versus Weaver, but should be moved up to either in here would be the best, but the most likely to be killed. In here is still pretty good, a little less common. Somewhere back here, if you know you can maintain equilibrium, is also very good, very survivable. Same deal with over here, but less useful because it's pretty far up, and we're actually hoping to lane back here. This is very defensive. It will see right here, but more laning will be happening like here, where you won't see the Weaver. There's been a couple range creeps that your friend can help with the Qs. You see they like don't want to miss the pull, so they're waiting here, but it is part of playing support to learn how to like be in the lane and then learn the times you have to walk away. So just to demonstrate that. All right, so right now, Crystal Maiden missed the 17 pull. Maybe change the mine? I don't know. They were here. I don't know what happened. Maybe you guys decide not to, but that means the lane stays here. So now you can be playing the lane right now. We don't have to hit the camp till 47. And then, you know, attack, attack, attack. Okay, walk away. You'd actually have to do it like a second or two sooner. I paused too late because we were speeding forward. How much of today's coaching will be just buy Helm of the Dominator? Buy Helm of the Dominator, guys. Good work. I mean, you don't have to. This is... I think it's cool, personally, and although it can be nerfed, I actually would like for it to stay to some degree. I think it's cool to have Pokemon battles in the game. But if you don't want to go out of your way to learn how to play with Helm of the Dominator, it's probably only going to last till the next patch. Okay, you're buying boots. This is for aggressive potential to run people down. I'm trying to think how much I want to talk about. We should talk about it. It's not strictly your play, which is why I was debating if we should go more into it. But I don't know. Maybe you party Q a lot, and it's worth discussing. But so far, no flame, but your Crystal Maiden has not really helped you much in lane, and so it will be to our benefit for you to share this with your friend, perhaps, to help them help you and help themselves. Item build, fine. You could change the circle for Iron Branches. I don't care that much right now. Crystal Maiden wants to be further up, just poking away at these heroes with auto attacks, and they took Frostbite. With a hero like Ursa, who doesn't have a good way at securing creeps, at least to start, I would recommend Crystal Nova. You can potentially get early kills with Frostbite, but Ursa's really not that scary, level 1 nowadays. You really want to wait till like minimum level 2, depending on support, which Crystal Maiden would be good. QW level 2, you could do it. Otherwise, level 3, and you potentially go 1-1-1 is also a time for Ursa to get kills. You also need the boots, like you ended up building. Some Ursas will get like Orb of Venom components, or sorry, Orb of Corruption components. Though that's less common now, especially with like Helm Dom Fiesta going on. But anyways, to that end, we want to be getting level 2 first. So Crystal Maiden would be here. Crystal Nova, this range creep, and these two heroes at the same time while also attacking. So we'd be priming them. We would get them low through Harass so that when we hit level 2, we can go for a play. See, this is like extremely defensive positioning, but Crystal Maiden is full health with full mana, so there's no reason to be that defensive. This is actually mostly a 1-on-2 lane right now. Like if we think about what Crystal Maiden has done in this lane, it's only like Sentry this camp, and that is it. There's actually been no other contribution for the first minute of the laning. Again, no, not flaming, but recognizing the reality of what is going on is important for self-improvement. So Crystal Maiden can be about like here. You don't want to go too far. I'm going to guess Crystal Maiden has played too far before and then been punished heavily by like fissure blocks and Weaver Shakuchiing through and bugs and then killing you. And now you're like scarred and scared. So that's where you're going to be really careful, of course, but you can be further up, especially level 1 where the heroes aren't that strong yet. You just got to keep your distance, like, so somewhere around here. Let's play normal speed, right? If I was Crystal Maiden, I'm somewhere around here. Actually, now I'm trying to do the pull, so I am walking over like this Crystal Maiden is. But otherwise, in the meantime, you can like stand around here, poke, 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 you know, back up a little bit. I'm ready to use Crystal Nova on this creep if Ursa can't get it. So let's say this pull is happening. This is a full pull, which will kind of work out, but I think you actually have to kill these creeps together. Or at least Crystal Maiden must kill these creeps. For example, because she didn't really do that, you see that this creep wave is pushing up. This creep wave is supposed to be fighting this creep wave right now. If we go to free camera, this creep wave and this creep wave are the next ones. And if no one touches them, they're going to meet right here. So these creeps have to fight these creeps. And if they don't, and these creeps live while these die to the tower, then these creeps are going to fight these creeps. And looking at the amount of creeps, I'm going to guess they'll meet like right around here. And then your next 4 creeps will come in, and it'll be like 7 versus 4 creeps, and that's not going to go very well. So after doing this pull, either a half pull from Crystal Maiden would have worked, because 2 creeps would have walked forward and fought here while the 2 creeps die here. That would work. Full pull also would have worked based on the amount of creeps there, but Crystal Maiden would have to attack this small camp to make sure they die right around now, actually, so that they would head out a little bit sooner. And actually, let me show you when they would need to die. So Crystal Maiden, oops, a little further back. Crystal Maiden could have done the half pull, but since they didn't, Crystal Maiden needs to be attacking these creeps, and we watch the lane as it happens, and when the 3 dire creeps die, this small camp has to die. And that would be, as this is the last one. So when this one dies, this camp has to be dead. And we see they are very much not dead. But if Crystal Maiden sat here and attacked, they might be dead. How do you get replays reviews? It's just random. Once we're done with this one, you guys submit match IDs, put your questions, who you're playing, stuff like that, and I'll just pick things. I try to do it randomly, no bias, stuff like that. And if you want one guaranteed, I'll do it for $5. But otherwise, it is free. And it just goes for kind of how long we feel that we want to give advice for, depending on the game. Or depending what people ask specifically. There weren't really specific questions for this one, so once we give a certain amount of feedback, you know, we'll just move forward. There's no like exact questions we need to answer here. So even up till now, I still feel like I don't think I've seen Crystal Maiden throw an attack on a hero. There might have been one. I was gonna say here's one, but actually Crystal Maiden is not attacking right now. So Crystal Maiden player needs to attack a little bit more in the lane. The spell usage, look, like the spells are so strong, you guys still might get a kill. With an Ursa, if you're trying to play aggressive, you should go QW for kills. If you're playing really defensive, QE is good for just securing the range creep as often as you can and then backing off. WE is like, I need to trade with one hero, but I can't actually kill that hero. I just need to trade a lot, which is a very strange situation and not very, I would say almost never the case. Or I'm gonna jungle a lot, which is also probably a very bad case to be in. So I would recommend QW if you're playing with an aggressive strong carry like Ursa, QE if you're just being very defensive. And like, you guys are on separate pages. Like, you're going for the kill while Crystal Maiden's backing off. So you guys have to communicate on that a little better. But here I actually would say you should back off and Crystal Maiden can go for kills if she wants. You should just kill this bug and then come deal with this creep wave. This creep wave and this bug are worth just about the same amount of money you would get for this Earthshaker kill. You guys got first blood, so the Weaver kill is worth more, but actually when he kills you, we can see 228 gold plus the assist bit. So this creep wave right here, banner creep, 2 range creeps, that's actually worth probably about 200 plus. The bug is about like 30. I think there was a second bug here. So you can actually get both bugs if you want. That would have been a lot safer, no risk of dying. You just safely farm under the tower, buy a salve, let things come to you. Or if you have enough tango, sit very carefully under the tower and heal up. You should be very careful about... Fissure is the killer for you guys. Fissure blocking you off will get you. Crystal Maiden has no way to deal with that. She's got to be real careful. You have Earth Shock, unless you don't have Earth Shock. So you actually ran ahead of your Crystal Maiden and then Earth Shock to secure a melee creep. This can be okay to do if you know it's safe to do. Usually closer to your tower, usually because, you know, Fissure's down, or because you guys can fight if they do commit on you. You guys actually can't. A higher ranked offlane would likely recognize what you just did and then immediately fissure block you this way, throw out the bugs, and then fight you. And you would either die a second time with no TP, or just lose a massive chunk of your health and then be unable to approach the lane anymore. So you have to be really careful about this kind of thing. You're not gonna get punished for it. This is just like the difference of ranks, right? You will make mistakes and they won't see those mistakes. And then eventually you go up in MMR and then they'll see the mistakes you're making that you didn't realize were mistakes before because no one ever punished you for it. And then, you know, then it's gonna be a rough time. And it's also where people then feel like the system's rigged because, like, oh, I win some games, I lose some games, like, it's out of my control. But it's just like, you don't get punished for your mistakes in some games, and then you go up to players who do punish you, and then that's why you start losing, based off the same habits that won you games before. It's just like whether they know it's a mistake or not. But yeah, you guys, the two of you, your lane equilibrium control is pretty rough together. And it's making it very hard for you guys as a team. So a little bit of work on that. Actually, I would say a little bit of work, but it should actually be like all your work. Since the laning stage is the start of every single game, I know we're just watching one game, so maybe you guys were just really out of it this time. But if a lot of your games go like this, then this should be the focus of improving, if that's what you guys care about, which if you're getting a replay here, you know, I assume. The better your laning stage goes, the better the rest of the game is likely to go. And right now we keep shoving out the lane, and then I don't think you guys properly know how to maintain it. I'm glad you like the voice lines. I didn't know... I've never done voice lines, so I kind of panicked on them. I knew I wanted the 12k behavior score one, but I just panic made a bunch of other ones. And there was like a feedback period where it's like, oh, if you submit them by now, you'll get feedback. So I was like, okay, you know, I'll put what I have, and then we'll see what they say, and then maybe I'll like fix it. And then I sent it in, and then they're just like, okay, approved. And I was like, oh shit, okay, I guess that's it. I guess I could have changed them if I really wanted, but I was like, well, I guess it's fine. I don't really have better ideas anyways. I didn't know what order they would go in and all that stuff. I didn't get to pick of like what's voice line 1, what's voice line 2. But I'm glad the 12k behavior score is the cheaper one, because I think that's the better one, and I think more people, you know, would be willing to get that than the courier one. So you see how they're free to do this because they're so healthy and you're low? This is what you and Crystal Maiden partly need to work on. Because the wave keeps shoving in, they are free to attack, and you are tanking it while she is doing these pulls. There's an old pulling series that you guys could watch, but also, if you go through any of the replay streams, I swear about 50% of the time we talk about creep equilibrium in most things, because this is something so many people struggle with. And I'm actually gonna try to reduce the amount we talk about because of how often we talk about it in every replay stream. There are some more recent videos about this, about like, hey, this camp's gonna go here, that you have to do this. There's several videos on the channel if you just like scroll down. It may not be super obvious based on title thumbnail, but I think it kind of is. I guess you just have to watch all the videos. I guess you'll just have to. But that's kind of what's happening to you guys right now, is that Crystal Maiden is out of the lane too much, and your guys' equilibrium is constantly out of control. So you're taking a bunch of harass, and they're free to dive you guys like this. But if you fix any element of this, Crystal Maiden harasses more, you are better about maintaining creep equilibrium, all of it, then you'll be able to turn this where they're too low to dive you, and in fact, you will be the ones diving them if you so choose. But yeah, it's leading to stuff like this. Is there a cutoff when you no longer get the 50%? Ooh, as far as I know, as long as the line is purchasable, we get a cut of it. However, I don't think you'll be able to purchase it once TI ends. There's probably a little bit of a window after that, but I imagine shortly after that, it'll be done and you won't be able to buy these voice lines anymore. Just like I don't think you can buy any of the previous TI's voice lines anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna speed forward a bit. Did you guys decide what picture was used for the talent bundle? I did not think they would let me do the googly eyes, guys. Yeah, I did that one. I submitted it. That was a little bit on the whim too, but very much in my... That's the kind of thing I would do because it's goofy funny, and then I was like, well, why can't I do that for Dota? Or like, you know, put it in, and if they accept it, they accept it. Because if you look at the past pictures, specifically the English talent, we've got some unhinged pictures in the past. You know, Slacks especially leads the way on this. My fiance, she doesn't really follow Dota, but, you know, I got to be in the game, so she's like, oh, I want to see. You know, she looks at the English... She looks at the... So she came over when I was, like, looking through the different ones. So I already looked through English, and I was, like, looking through the other regions and their voice lines, and she's like, wow, like, the Chinese talent are so dressed up. They take the full professional photos. You know, the Russian talent's usually a little bit more relaxed, but they also have some very nice photos. And then you go to the English talent, and I'm like, oh, you know, with googly eyes, and then Slacks is, like, beaten up, I think. She's like, what is going on? Like, the English talent always has such goofy pictures. Yeah, Tsunamis is really funny, you know? Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Okay, so I think that's where we'll stop for this one because... Oops, wrong one. Yeah, this is just not where we want to be. If you guys play Crystal Maiden Ursa a lot, here's what I recommend. And this is going to have to be all theoretical because it didn't really happen, but you'll just have to hear me out on this. Don't block the full creep wave, level 1. I'm going to give you... Here's your 2-minute game plan, okay? If you guys follow this game plan, you will very likely get kills and go forward from here. Starting items, make sure Crystal Maiden has 2 mangoes. She is going to go the QW build. You're going to play Ursa or any strong carry. And if you're playing a strong carry, then the build may change. You're probably going to go Fury Swipes plus Earthshock. Maybe Overpower at level 2, depending on what's happening. But Earthshock will probably be better for kills. If you play a different aggressive carry, I'll trust you to adapt the build on your own. I probably wouldn't skip tangos if you guys are going to play for the kill, because you need to be healthy enough. But if you want to do this and buy tangos, like, I don't mind. Crystal Maiden can share some with you. You need 2 mangoes because Crystal Maiden is going to go QW, and she's going to need enough mana to use all her spells. First creep wave. Don't fight too much at the bounties unless your team is ready. Come to lane safely. If you want to block the first wave, only block the back 3 creeps. Do not touch the creep in the front. That way the one creep will meet here at worst, or at best, I guess. At worst, it'll move up and they blocked, but the one creep will die because it got focused, and then it'll be 4 versus 3 creeps, and then it'll push towards you guys very slowly. We don't care too much about this. You can preemptively unblock like this. That's fine with me. You can aggressively block. I don't really care. It's not the point of this right now. We need to maintain equilibrium for 3 waves. 3 waves is how long it takes for you two to both hit level 2 if you're splitting XP, and that's when we'll go for a kill. If they don't deny us too much, which this is Guardian, there shouldn't be that many denies. It should actually be something you guys work on. You mostly focused on last hits and maintaining equilibrium. If someone walks up too far, you can whack them. Crystal Maiden right now should do the harassing without drawing creep aggro. A lot of videos on this on the channel. Essentially, attack command a hero outside of the creep aggro range, and then walk in. You have a short window to attack, back out, repeat. You can also attack from the side where you're away from the creeps. So Crystal Maiden should do a couple attacks. I recommend starting with Q so that you can see this range creep. You don't have Earthshock, and you don't maybe want to walk up here. She should Crystal Nova and hit 2 heroes. So she'll get Harass in, she'll get this range creep, and then she'll poke. If she's scared, you know, after using Q from like behind this tree, she'll back up a little bit. But we should be, these guys are full health, we should be whittling them down. If I was playing, no, I'm not trying to flex here, you know, like, oh, if I was over here, like, I'd be crushing, you know, but like, I would probably have about 5 attacks in as the Crystal Maiden, which means I have done 250 damage outside of physical damage reduction, which if we look at his health, this guy is like down here, or for Weaver is like down here. Not trying to flex, but I am trying to show the difference of like how you climb through the different ranks. Is like the number of attacks you do is very important. So right here, Crystal Maiden could also be attacking as they run away from this full health creep wave. The lane shoved, which is not the best, but it's also not the worst. You guys can just commit to shoving in the wave now. So Crystal Maiden is blocking this camp. That is fine. Though also, if the lane shoves as hard, you can let the camp spawn and then actually pull it in yourself at... you can attempt to grab this creep wave, let this spawn, and immediately pull it this wave if they let you, but usually it doesn't work. Otherwise, it's like the next creep wave at 126. And that way, Crystal Maiden plays with you here the whole time, rather than having to walk over here to do a pull and you guys are split. She's not going to hit level 2 the same time as you. That's why we don't want to push the lane too soon, because we don't want to have to do a pull to hit level 2. We want to stay in the lane here. If it pushes, that's why I might actually let this spawn. But you can block it and then still just do the same stuff because she's actually in XP range right now. So then you see as she walked this way, it's way too early to do a small pull. She's checking if this camp is here, but I actually don't care if this camp is here. If the camp is there, I will use it at the time, or I will walk over at that time and I'll say, oh, it's not here, and then I'll come back here. We are checking, we're walking here twice. We're walking here to see that it's here. We're gonna walk back, and then we're gonna go, okay, now I know it's there, so I'm gonna walk back again to then do the pull. Rather, after blocking, we just go back to playing the lane. We walk once, hit it at 117 if it's there to do the pull. If it's not there, we walk back. Either way, I only walk to that camp once, not twice. And I stay in the lane the rest of the time. Here, you guys can either choose to wait for this pull, or you can shove the lane in. Shove it in, attack non-stop on the creeps and the heroes. The wave will die, it'll reset here. And then you guys hit level 2, and then you guys fight. And when you fight, you naturally get close to one of these guys, start attacking them, then she frostbites. When frostbite ends, then she uses Crystal Nova. When Crystal Nova ends, if you guys really think you can get a kill and the target is here, during Crystal Nova, she should move as far forward as possible and frostbite them again when it's up, eating a mango as necessary, and then Crystal Nova again. This, between Crystal Maiden's own spells, is like 400 magic damage, plus your auto attacks. It'll kill almost anybody. Also a blood grenade. I totally forgot to mention that, but you guys should purchase blood grenades. That's your level 2, get to level 2, kill someone game plan. It should happen right around now. This is when you guys would both hit level 2. You see how they both hit level 2? Because they've both been in the lane. You're level 2, but she's not level 2 because she keeps walking over here. So now we can't kill people. So that's why you want her to stay in the lane as much as possible. If you're going for this kind of like level 2 kill, which I would recommend you do in Guardian, is going to be like the most straightforward way to get kills and to have a good lane. Okay, guys, drop your match IDs. I'll run through and try to pick something. Yeah, I can show my TI predictions while you guys are submitting the games. Here's the fantasy. Pick whoever you like. The same guy, God, I gotta remember his name. The same guy made another Reddit post, not the one who has done the previous years, the guy who picked up the mantle this year. I would just follow what he said and go for your best if you haven't done it already, which you probably have at this point. But these are the players I'm going with. And then here are my predictions. This is not really like a science, so feel free to disagree with me, but there you go. I like the Helm Dom meta, actually. I think it's really fun. They could nerf it a little bit. I hope they either reduce the mana and HP regen the creeps get, reduce the cooldown, or like increase the cooldown, so it's a longer cooldown, reduce the gold and XP you get from dominating the creep. I don't think you should do all of these, for the record. It's like pick one or two. If you do all of them, the item dies immediately again. But I think it's cool that more heroes besides the zoo heroes go back to building Helm Dom to make plays with the creeps if you want to. I don't think we should lose it. I actually think it's really fun. Weaver 3 Skittering, very fitting name. Weaver 3 is not the best right now. It's something you can do in pubs just because you will essentially scale like a carry. You can start by doing a little bit more utility, though a lot of Weaver pub 3s don't, right? They just play core from the offlane. I'm not as big of a fan of that because I do think it's a little bit griefy, but I won't deny that it does work in pub games that just drag on and you kind of need another core. It does work to some degree, but I also think just being a good initiator and learning how to play well that way is also very much a way to carry a game on your own, and I would say that's better play. So I'm not a huge believer in Weaver offlane right now, but yeah, I know it is a thing to some degree. Little bunny tears, no problem. I'm happy to give feedback. I hope it didn't come off too harsh. It's been a little bit since we did the replays. I don't know if I'm being like, you know, or too direct now. Yeah, mana cost increased on the Helm Dom could also work. Give it like a, I would say 25 to 50 mana cost would be good. 25 is pretty... like for someone properly using Helm Dom, 25 is not that big of a deal. But if you're trying to non-stop use Helm Dom, then the 25 will add up. So I think that is a way to still let anyone who wants to use the item properly use it without fully killing the item, and also dissuade people from just like non-stop using it. What is UIU currency? Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't even see you guys did the all right, hold on, sorry. I know I had that cast replays. I don't know how to get the YouTube notifications to like make a noise and stuff. It's set up for Twitch. This is multi-streaming is relatively new, and so it's not super easy. The bigger streams and official stuff maybe know how to do it all. I don't. So the Twitch notifications all work, but the YouTube super chats sometimes don't make a noise. I do see them once I look over, but sometimes I just forget. So okay, let's do the people who super chatted. Thank you so much for the support. Let me give you some feedback at the games. Fairer, thank you so much for the. I'm glad you like the voice lines. A 30-second longer cooldown would also be okay to some degree in my book. 30 might be a little long. I think 15 to make it a 1-minute cooldown is actually... that's probably plenty. Okay, let me start with this one. We'll just go down the list. Looks like an unranked game. Maybe also okay, Guardian Archon-ish. I'm gonna assume Razor 3. I'll just type that in. Razor 3. We'll put Guardian again. Who's that? Thank you. What?
Use your Prime subs.
What shot? Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, if you have the Prime subs, if you have Amazon Prime, you actually get one subscription for free a month. If you'd like to use it here, thank you. But you know, you don't have to. I understand. All right, Razor 3 Guardian game. Let's take a look at this one. No, wait. I'm sorry, I can't do this one. I just timestamped it. Oops. This game is too old. I won't be able to download it. If you have a different one, happy to look at that. Let me take a look at the... I can... it looks like you guys did win your lane. Although maybe not like... Looks like Juggernaut's not that far behind. So you guys are like maybe even. And then I see a fall off. I can give you some generic feedback just based on what Razor and Pugna should do, but if you have a different game that is more recent that I can download, we can go into that. Hopefully you are here. Otherwise, I will write down the name and remember it so that in the future, I'll remember I owe you a replay. But if you are here, let me know what you want to do, Tyler. But as for generic advice, oh, you are here looking for another game. Okay, cool. It needs to be something within the last week if possible. Let me know. I can always I'm sure there's a way to refund super chats. I can look into that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but we could always do that. Or two, I'll just save it. I'll write down the name and we can always do it when you do have a game. The free coaching is random. Essentially, just submit match IDs as we go. If you want, like some people have, if you guys, for $5, I'll do one guaranteed. Otherwise, it's just like a random raffle system. Which, if you don't get picked, we do a good handful. So hopefully we do get to like a good amount of people, and we do it most Wednesdays. Next Wednesday, I actually won't be able to do it, by the way, just a heads up. But a lot of the feedback actually ends up being the same. I'll be real. Even if it's not your own game, you can probably learn a lot just from hearing other people's feedback, because having done a lot of coachings and replays, many times I give very similar feedback. That's not me trying to like cop out of doing hard work and thinking. It's just genuinely like the mistakes most people make is actually quite similar. Bet Boom or Nigma? I want to say Bet Boom is more likely to win, because when they are playing well, they tend to be more consistent. Nigma, within a game itself, will go from the best team you've ever seen to like the most disorganized shit you've ever seen in your life. That is said with love. You know, I like everyone on that team. In a parasocial, I've never actually really interacted with them way, right? I like everyone on Nigma. I want to see them do well, but even as a caster and I'm watching the game, like, this is awesome, this is awesome. Why are they doing this right now? Why are they doing this? So, if they can maintain the good parts of their gameplay, they can definitely beat Bet Boom, right? They have the capability of doing it. But whether they will maintain that for 2 out of 3 games is, I don't know. That's what I worry about. And I think the way Bet Boom plays when they are good, they don't give you a lot of room for that. Like if Nigma messes up once, I do think Bet Boom will just like run it down. They play fast, and they're pretty precise. So you kind of get the one shot versus them. Ooh, okay, let's see if this game works. You know, I don't know if it's been a while since we were doing these replay streams. I was feeling fine. As soon as we started the actual stream and started talking, suddenly I feel like, I don't know. I'm going to have to heat up some tea early. Suddenly I feel like I'm talking like when I'm sick. I don't know. This game I think is also too late. This is about, what day is it? About 10 days out too far. So probably also need something sooner. But it looks like you guys do play a lot of Pugna Razor since you've got another game of it. I'll give you some generic feedback first. And if you do find one from the last week, we can do it. Or if you need to wait for the future one, where you do have a more recent game, we can do that. But I will say for Pugna Razor, you are looking to poke nonstop in the lane. You're both ranged heroes. You don't have any initiation. So you mostly, like, Pugna is just going to nonstop harass. Oh, you guys aren't playing together, actually. Maybe you lane swap. Maybe you are. I don't know. But if you are laning together, let's assume, because you guys are party queued, Pugna nonstop harass. He doesn't have to use Nether Blast to secure range creeps because you have your Q. But if he needs to for whatever reason, he can do that. But you mostly look to harass them, keep them really low, and actually forcing a kill may be difficult because neither of you have stuns. It kind of has to come to them walking too far, and then you link them and run them down. And if you can't do that, you can't force a kill. But as a double ranged lane with 2 nukes, you should be able to keep them low. And then when they're too afraid to approach the lane, just get a bunch of denies. Don't feel like you have to convert it into a kill. Get them low. If you can kill them because they're slow heroes that can't escape, great. If they can get away, let them get away and just get CS, build the lead, and then push up to lanes and blast towers. So take your off lane. If you see a good opportunity to rotate to other lanes, you can do that, but it should be like a 30-second to 1-minute adventure at most, and then you should go back to the off lane jungle. You want to occupy the enemy safe lane, put wards, at least 1, maybe 2, depending how much you guys want to do this. Put them in their jungle so you can play aggressively, safely. Razor, not good at taking towers early. Pugna, very good at it. So you are the lane bully that says like, hey, you guys don't want to come to my lane or I'm going to link you and I'm going to kill you. So they don't go, but then they actually get infinite time because you can't take the tower. Then you have Pugna just blast the tower and he speeds it up for you. And in the meantime, you guys just jungle, push in lane, blast, jungle, lane, blast, like repeat that cycle. Someone's going to have to come up to deal with you guys, or you're taking a tier 2 very early. And if nothing happens, even if you can't take the tier 2, you are stealing farm from their jungle. And in the meantime, you keep an eye on your minimap. If they make plays in the other lanes, that's when you can potentially show up, do something, and then immediately, well, if you win the fight, you can kind of like push that lane a little bit, take the tower, but you don't want to just ignore the top half of the map because that's where you will go from, hey, we beat the enemy carry, he's super poor, you check back in 5-10 minutes later, he's been free farming the whole time, and then you go, well, that's weird. How did the Sven pass me in net worth? That's very strange. It's because you left him alone for like 5 or 10 minutes. And that's the really common mistake from off-lane duos. They win their lane, they take their tower, and then the most common is to go to the safe lane, and then they end up sitting there for like 5 minutes trying to take that tower, and they just give space to the enemy carry. Nightwind has a general support question. After the laning phase ends and the lane went in our favor, I'll wait for the feed. Okay, sorry, I didn't see that. Let me write down your name so I don't forget. Speaking of, by the way, Snowflake by the Lake. I haven't seen you show up in a little bit, but I actually do owe Snowflake by the Lake one replay as well. If they happen to be here or drop by in the future. You guys' names are written down and immortalized. Okay. Phil Cox, by the way, thank you for the Prime sub. Sorry, I have a bad habit of zoning out my own notifications, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. You guys supporting the stream is what allows me to do this kind of stuff. Okay, we will save Tyler's for the future. Hopefully the generic feedback gives you something to to work towards anyways, but then we'll look at a game in your future. And then Chungo Bopper also donated for a guaranteed replay. So let me pull that one up. Is this one? Yeah, okay, that one's good. And this is... You have been stomping... Wait. Before I start talking about it, I should probably just do the timestamp. Okay, timestamped. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Soft support. Okay. Yo, Spidey Supreme. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, Marci 4, and you were saying you've been stomping with Marci 4, but I struggled in games where I can't get kills in the lane. Okay. You are with the Pango. Yeah, Pango is not the most aggressive offlaner at the start. At level 6 is pretty strong, but usually you're kind of get through the first few lanes with the Pango offlane. Though maybe you guys actually have some good synergy between like Lucky Shot and your bodyguard, but that would take a while to get to. If you don't have kill potential, Marci is a roaming type support. She can get kills in the lane and just play the lane a bunch, just like a Tusk can. But if she needs to roam, she naturally has rebound and dispose, so you actually can gank other lanes very easily. And double stacking your own jungle, if possible, on position 4 is always good. Marci will have a very hard time double stacking, so you're just going to go for a single stack, but that is also good. That also contributes net worth to the team. Looking at it... it looks like it's going to be a mid lane Tusk. That's a little bit harder to gank because the snowball can technically dodge. Shards can make it annoying. But Lina is actually a very good mid hero to gank for because she contributes. She tends to harass enemies to get them low, but struggles to finish the kill on her own unless they mess up. So you finish that by jumping a low health hero, letting her do the rest of the damage. Or you stack for her as you go. You secure her runes is going to be really good. So Lina is a good hero to roam on if you are any of these like Tusk, Marci type position 4s. Your safe lane is also killer. Wraith King plus Venomancer is super strong in terms of slows and power. So if you get Pango in a good spot, you could Twin Gate, gank that lane. You could TP gank, Twin Gate back, any number of things. So let's, with that said, pop into the game and see which one's actually available to you. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Let me answer that question earlier, which was after the laning phase ends and the lane went in our favor, the lane partner leaves and the enemy support leaves, should I generally stay and deny farm from the offlane carry when able to and protect the tower, or am I griefing by not doing other support stuff? So very much depends on your hero. I would say, I assume you're a support because you're saying general support question. So it's actually a little funny that your lane partner's leaving. That might be them making a mistake. But typically the core should stay in the lane if it's possible, and the support would leave to go do things otherwise. If you do have a core that leaves, even after winning the lane, they're like, I'm going to go jungle now. If you are someone who can hold the tower well, you can do it. These are heroes who have good wave clear, Jakiro, Keeper the Light, things like that. Venomancer, excellent at this. If you have a good item timing, like Blink Dagger will make you very strong, level 6 will make you very strong, that's another good reason to stay in the lane, get what farm you can. Otherwise, especially if the enemy is actually winning and they can easily kill you, it's probably better for you to also leave the lane and go do something somewhere else. But that's it's very vague and game dependent. Carry PA, bad lane, bad team, bad everything. Wait. Okay, we're still gonna do this replay. That sounds, I know, okay. Sidetrack. The classic Wednesday stream, guys. We are ADHD mind. We're all over the place. I've been thinking of streaming more because I haven't been as motivated for YouTube videos. But I've been thinking about what YouTube videos I would want to continue doing and maintain to some degree. Either weekly or like bi-weekly, something like that. I think the Whose Fault Is It Anyway series is the one that generally has a lot of positive feedback. but I am the most iffy on ever like constantly doing it. And I was like, that should be one of the videos I regularly do. So I need a new submission for that. If you are open to some light to heavy roasting, that sounds good. If you, you know, bad lane, bad team, bad everything, that sounds like in the right vein. If you're up for it, I would do it, but I'm not going to force anyone into it because it is, you know, like a in jest, but also kind of real, you know, sassy replay type thing for video. But if anyone is up for that and want to, you know, play the villain for the content, let me know and or post it. It may not happen on this stream, but I would save it for a future one. But let's start with this Marci game. Weird Dota players, we roast each other on principle. Go ahead, my guy. Okay, let me save your match ID. We may not get to it on this stream, but that will be the #1 game I look at for a whose fault is it anyways upcoming thing. Okay, so Marci.
30 seconds to go.
First, let's talk about Orb of Venom. This is a good item when you know you can get kills and you know you want to play aggressive. This will allow you to run people down, is what I would say, except in my mind, I was thinking of old Orb of Venom with the slow. New Orb of Venom is not good for Marci. Completely forgot about that. If you want to get Orb of Frost for the slow, I would say you can do that if you know you can play aggressive. This means you are going to stay in your lane a lot. If you are not going to do this, you should get move speed, usually boots or windlace. Those will allow you to roam and potentially play quite aggressive by moving in and out of fights a lot in your lane, but it also lets you avoid the lane by creep dragging or, okay, we tried to play aggressive, it doesn't work, I'm gonna go stack and I'm gonna go mid and I'm gonna gank the other lanes. So if you are playing your lane and you know there's a lot of fighting, Orb of Frost can work. You might also get other fighting items like Magic Stick. If you know you can gank, but it's in other lanes, do move speed. Orb of Venom won't really let you do either of those. It will give you a little bit more damage, but I think Orb of Venom is in a weird place. I don't think Marci needs it.
And away we go.
I forgot about that. Thank you for pointing it out. Yeah, it's so weird, right? Orb of Venom was it had the same identity for so long. I don't blame you for forgetting. Yeah, Orb of Frost will be the way to go now, if you think you can do it. Which brings me back to my point, though. Pango is not considered the strongest laner, so he's a hero I may not... I might not get this Orb of Frost, right? Let's pretend this was an Orb of Frost. That was your idea. If you really think, like, oh man, that's such a weak safe lane, you could do it, and I'd be okay with that. But if you think there's any room for deviation, I'd be careful of it. Especially because Slark will have Pounce pretty early, and suddenly the slow won't mean anything. Cookie, if she ends up down here, could also get you away from the slow long enough. It could have been Disruptor 5, and then you could have been glimpsed away, kinetic fielded off. So the slow has a lot of issues in this particular game, even if it was a stronger offlaner. And so that's what I would be careful of. Compare this Snapfire to the Crystal Maiden we saw earlier. You see how Snapfire is closer to the lane and poking a bit? It's not going to be perfect because this is also like a Guardian game, and as you see, very much not perfect. Really good dispos from the Marci there. As long as you're careful of going in too far, the general idea was right, is that Snapfire was attacking well, 400% more or something, because I don't think Snapfire I don't think the Crystal Maiden earlier was really doing much attacking. And so it does make a big difference. Look at these guys, low health. Even though they did dispose the Snapfire and get a good trade, they are being constantly poked back. The fact that he has Swashbuckle makes Bodyguard level 2 kind of interesting, but I would typically recommend QW. I would do an early point of Bodyguard if you are playing a very passive lane, but that should be rare for Marci in a pub game. You should generally look for kills, which is QW. And this is also what you need to be able to gank other lanes, like mid. You need to be able to rebound in and then dispose. That's the kill combo. Bodyguard is not so necessary. I think some of the reason you're doing it is because you got low, but some of that was some bad trades. So that's more just like fix your own positioning, and then you won't have to get Bodyguard at level 2. But you also have special delivery, so worst case scenario, you could always buy a salve and have it come out instantly. Yeah, something like that. You know, like if we wanted to kill the Slark there, we need the rebound. I like to be praised unconditionally. Probably don't have a good time in your pub team games, I imagine. That's generally a good dispose where you threw him into a creep wave, and then it would just be a little stronger if you could also stun him like right after. For your options, by the way, if you feel the lane is rough for one reason or the other. 343, looking at the creep wave. This is a pretty decent place for Pango to stay alone alive. Granted, he doesn't have his spells, so that makes me a little iffy to leave right now, but let's pretend he did. 3 creeps versus 2, and they're splitting like this, so these 2 melee creeps will kill this range creep, while this melee creep works on killing this range creep, but I don't think he's going to do it. This will push. Like, if you take these 2 heroes out of this lane, this creep wave will push forward. So if you needed to back off right now, let's say you were really low, you need time to tango up, even if you don't have tangos, just the passive regen, or, you know, I just don't think I can play aggressive, right? Like, for one reason or the other, the option's not there. This is a really good time as position 4 to walk over here, stack this camp, and then move towards this water rune to secure this. This is why if you do get move speed to start on position 4s where you're not expecting to get kills in the lane with someone like Pango, and you're expecting to do more stacking, rune control, and potentially roaming to other lanes, why you would get, you know, pretending this is the Orb of Frost, remove the Orb of Frost, and then get Windlace or Boots instead. I think... I'm pretty sure we played a Marci game on stream last week. I forgot to use Pick Me Up a lot to start, but I believe I started with Boots partially by accident because it was my first time playing Marci in a while, and I was hyped about special delivery, so I was like, I'm gonna run out with Boots, sell them here, and then special delivery items, and then I got distracted, and I just walked by the shop without selling the Boots, so we started with Boots. I think that was a recent Marci game, but I can't remember if I actually played well around having Boots. I think I did, but I don't know. But I'm just throwing that out as a potential example if you don't want just like theoreticals of playing a 4 with move speed rather than lane fighting items. One more. Nice. All right, anytime you get a kill, pause, think about moving around, looking around. So you mentioned struggling to get kills in lane. We did manage to get this one, partly because they split up and you guys made the play there, which was good. But if you do think, okay, we got lucky with that, it's still hard to get kills, this is where you would start thinking about moving around. So Pango will be fine, right? You just got to kill. He's no threat on his own. And Pango by himself kills these 2 creeps. They will push forward under tower. The next creep wave is somewhere around here right now. So if you guys kill these creeps, it'll meet under tower. That means the next creep wave coming in will also end up under tower. And then that creep wave will push out. So about 45 seconds and you're laning somewhere here. Which means even if you leave right now, Pango will have to be a little careful while the creeps are under the tower, but it will eventually come out and he'll be okay. So if we were to leave for an extended amount of time, now is a good time to do it as a position 4. Technically position 5 as well if you saw this kind of situation build up for one reason or the other. But anyways, position 4. So if you had to go home because you happen to be really low, this was a good time to do it. If you have enough resources to gank other lanes, you can do it, which you're a little low on mana, but we have the Lotus and the Wand charges. So I will walk over. Let's say I'm going to this lane. So right now, I pretend like I'm backing. I cut this way. I twin gate. I move over. And if I see an opportunity, then I'll use the Wand and Lotus. If nothing comes up, then I'll maybe just twin gate back. If you want to go mid, that's also okay. The stacking time is not right, but you could potentially head over. It's too early for the 6-minute stuff, so we'd be sitting around kind of awkwardly. So if I'm doing this, it's because I think I can kill him now, like a surprise early factor at like 5:30. They're expecting the rotations at 6 minutes. This is a Guardian. They're probably not expecting any rotations. But, at a higher level game, they're expecting it at 6 minutes. You're here at 5:30 because you happen to get a kill and you're free to do it now. And you also ward along the way. And then you pretend to maybe come back here or you do a stack into a second gank. They never see it coming. Just some different options. So you guys actually denied a little better than I thought you were, which means the lane actually ended up outside the tower. If you guys actually hadn't denied, this would have stayed under tower longer. And then we'd see the scenario I was talking about. Even with that, though, it's around now where if we look at the lane, Pango is probably okay. He does not have a lot of mana, so you might have to give him this the Healing Lotus so that he could pop it to use spells. But if you give it to him and then leave the lane, he just has to wait for this creep wave to push up, and it will push up the way things are kind of at with this tower. And you could walk to the 6-minute rune right now. Ah, funny one. Thank you. I appreciate that so much, actually. I really only expected like people who knew my channel for a while to be like, oh, that's cool, I'll get the voice line. So the fact that you're new to the channel, but you still like the voice lines enough to get them, that means a lot to me. Thank you. Ooh, got him. One more? Ah, almost. For Marci, don't, any killing support, any support who wants kills in the early game, I believe you had a blood grenade to start. You used it. There's probably, there's 3 in stock. Don't be afraid to buy more. Worst case, you just get more health for these early fights. Best case, you run into situations like this, where if you were able to throw the blood grenade and slow the snapfire, you would have closed the distance to then grab her with your big old hands and chug her back and then get one more kill for your Lina who bothered to rotate over. So that would be really nice for you.
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower?
Blocking the camp with the observer, this isn't really necessary. If you think about it, why am I doing this, right? We are approaching 7 minutes, so how much does creep equilibrium matter at this point? At the start of the game, creep equilibrium's in a bad spot, our matchup's not good, I got a level 1, level 2 Pango, what is he going to do? He's got nothing. We're getting 7 minutes in. Pango's about to hit level 5. So he's reaching the point where he could do a little bit of jungling on his own. It's not, Pango's not the best jungler. It's not going to be great, but he could do some degree, right? It's very different from a level 2 Pango with no items. He's almost at power treads, a null talisman. He's got some tangos, right? It's much more doable at this point. So if equilibrium gets wacky, it doesn't matter as much, especially using an observer to do so, which they'll get gold for killing this. And XP. I would put this here. If you want vision in this area, up here is a lot better. Or bring it with you as you walk towards mid with the Lina to gank the Tusk, and then put it somewhere along your way. Where, up to you. For Tusk, Tusk is a really bad jungler. If you were against any mid hero who does standard jungling, I would put it on this cliff or in this area, because this is one of the most common areas. Examples of this are snipers, pucks, storms, heroes that aren't having a good time in the lane, but have AoE farm abilities, like the puck and the storm, or lane winners who don't gank, like the sniper. TA mid, if you see that in your pub games, they win the lane and they don't really want to gank, so they come back to jungle. Those heroes, put one here. If you see them, you see them. If you don't see them and they're not in the lane, they're probably not ganking, so then they're probably in this triangle. That's like the trifecta of spots for farming mids who are playing a farming style to start. It's these 3 spots. We always see mid because creeps keep coming here, and if they're farming, they're going to be hitting creeps. Your mid laner also tends to have a mid ward, so that's covered. So you just need to cover one of these 2 spots, and 80% of the time, you will be able to guess where the enemy mid is in those situations. So those are really good. Tusk is a ganking mid. He may not know it. He may play like a farmer. We'll find out. But he is a hero that must get kills to function as a mid hero. So he is going to roam a lot. So you don't need one back here versus Tusk as much. You need to see him move through the river or through this jungle. So observers, like back here, this is a sneaky spot. If you happen to have a Quelling Blade, you can cut this tree and put it there. These will see Tusk moving down this lane. And if you don't see him in the mid and you don't see him in this river, then you can roughly assume that he's moving towards the top. Because a Tusk trying to jungle Ancients or a hard camp stack is like, what is that Tusk doing? He's not going to have a good time. Even if he's maxed like Ice Shards and Snowball as a mid hero, it's just not going to be very good. Oh yeah, Shadow Fiend's another good example of a like lane winner that then doesn't really gank. Yeah, good call. Oh, thank goodness you double checked this. Though again, how much does this even matter? Do we really need this camp 8 minutes in? Kinda, but also no.
Radiant's top tower.
I don't hate the sentry though. This one I don't like.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Yeah, I am glad you moved over here. If you could identify this a little sooner, that would be even better, since it's 8:08 by the time she grabs it. So if Tusk had a better sense of timing, he would have it and he'd be gone. If you have a better sense of timing, then you'll be here to like pick it up first. At around 6 minutes, support players, especially those of you that think you're going to be moving around, which usually there's at least one opportunity minimum to do so. So it's actually kind of a good habit to build no matter what. I really recommend an observer, a sentry, and a smoke. And make sure you have enough resources to do stuff. So like if you need clarities, do that. So you see, this is the point where, let's pretend Tusk hadn't just walked in here and spotted the hasted Lina. You walk over here, you secure the rune. Oh, it's a good rune, let's do something with it, right? If they see you coming over, you're kind of wasting everybody's time. So this is where you have the highest chance of success. A good power rune, you and the mid hero doing things. That's where you want to augment it with a Smoke of Deceit. And potentially, oh, let's make sure they don't know we're coming. You know, I was here 750. I'm a little early. I'm going to de-ward. I'm going to check. So now I know they don't know what rune we got, if we even got one. They don't know we're smoking. And now we like beeline it down here, surprise the Slark, get a kill, something like that. These are the early plays you can make with rotating heroes that are very powerful to set the pace of the game in your favor. You don't want to reach this point, see Lena grab the haste and go, I should buy a smoke. Marci, I suppose, is actually the one hero who could do it because of special delivery. So I guess for Marci, you can. But every other hero is going to be too late. By the time the smoke comes out, you've been gone so long, they're going to know something's up. Or your mid hero is going to get distracted. They're going to go do something. So you just want these like sitting in the backpack, ready to be used when the opportunity arrives. Power runes are a great opportunity for that, but other times will arise, and I don't really know when. You know, it might be I happen to be free. We mentioned earlier, maybe I gank at 5:30 for whatever reason. It just happened to work out. So I do it. Maybe we can gank again. You know, smoke, go somewhere. I don't know when that's going to happen, so I just want it to be in the inventory. But it's probably not going to happen in the first 5 minutes. The first 5 minutes tends to be mostly laning for just about every rank. But it's around the 6 minutes onwards that rotations could happen more, and I would recommend smokes and observers and sentries and stuff just in the backpack, ready to go. We're gonna have to get more water in a second here. Planet Up, thank you for the super chat donation. I appreciate it. Next map change will be a drought map, Dry River. That would be actually kind of funny. Rip Slardar. Yeah, I think he'd be the biggest loser of that. I guess you could just do a cosmetic map, though that would probably be distracting. It would be like pay to lose to think an area is not water and then Slardar is actually getting a buff. But it would be kind of cool to have a very desert-themed map with no water. I guess you could think of it like Oasis water, maybe.
Killing spree.
Oh no! We got it. This is a pretty late Wisdom Shrine. I think I got distracted talking about it earlier. We were talking about other rotation potentials. But 7 minutes, you should pretty much go for one of the Wisdom Shrines. Let me rephrase that. At 7 minutes, you must do something. Wisdom Shrines are number one. If you know it's way too late, like you just lost a fight here, and you see two heroes move over, no one's gonna make it in time, you're too low, you're just gonna give a kill, don't go, right? Obviously that's not gonna work out. And yeah, I'm probably not gonna make it here in time either. So do something, right? You need to get value for your team in that time. If it's not the Wisdom Shrine, you better be ganking, you better be stacking, you gotta do something unless you're in such a bad spot. All the things you can do is like, I just have to get 3 creeps right now. Like, the game is so bad, that's actually the best I can do. Then fine. But if you can't secure the Wisdom Shrine at 7 minutes, you better be doing something else to punish the fact that they are taking the Wisdom Shrine, so they're a little bit out of position. So you can, for example, I lost track of time. Suddenly I realize I scan this and I go, oh shit, the enemy support is already taking my Wisdom Shrine at 7 minutes. It's a 2v1. Go, like right now. Send it on the carry. It's not ideal. You should have been here, but this is our backup. Like, okay, if it's a 1-on-2, then I have to make use of this. If I let her steal the shrine and come back into a 2-on-2, I'm just super behind. So this guy's got to die right now, or at least lose like 50% of his health. Do I sub or use bits for coaching? Sorry, new to Twitch. First of all, welcome to Twitch. None of those are required if you don't want. It is a free raffle system if you just want to, join the streams, submit match IDs. It's kind of like just random what I happen to pick. Though sometimes it follows up. Like if we've been talking about the lane, sometimes I pick the lane. Another laning question.
If it's all been laning and I'm like, okay, we need something else, you know, then I sometimes do that, but otherwise it's random. So you don't have to do any of that. If you want to, especially to like guarantee a replay analysis, on Twitch, below the stream itself, there is a banner for donations. You can donate there. You can YouTube. There's like a money $ money somewhere next to the chat thing that you can do. Those are the ways to get the guaranteed one. But again, totally optional, not at all required. Not to incentivize people from, you know, buying my own product essentially, but a lot of the advice you will get from the other stuff is still very applicable to your own games, you know, like rotating supports. If you like Bounty, Tusk, everything we've been talking about this Marci game is still useful to you. So that's kind of my hope with the replay stream, so that no one feels required to pay, that you still get useful advice. But anyone that does want to, for their own specific advice, along with supporting the channel, which is always very much appreciated, then it is an option. Are you only doing low MMR pub replays a day? Oh, it's just by chance. It wasn't intentional, but we have picked out Guardian games all in a row. No, we're open to any rank. I don't mind at all. It can even be like turbo games. I don't give a shit. I'm here for the people. If the people who are here are Guardian, then we're here for the Guardian people. We got ancient people, immortal, whatever, you know, we'll do it all. Before we do it all, though, I do need to get more water, so I will be right back. You guys can give some feedback to Marci for me. I'll just let it play. You guys can be the judges. I'll be right back.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Killing spree. Dominating.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's mid tower gets worse. Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Dire's bottom tower is getting the best top tower for the Radiant.
Money to burn.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Boiling water for tea.
Nothing about Dire's fortunes right now. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower.
The old Marci build was like Marci support was to get Basher and BKB and kill things, which is still a viable build. But actually, a more utility-focused Marci support, where you use pick-me-up to save people, and then you just buff them, or buy whatever your team needs. Like, if you thought it was a good Spirit Vessel game, I'd be kind of open to it, though I don't really love it on Marci in general. I actually don't think you need it this game. And also, if someone needed to build it, it would be Venomancer. So you could change that. But for example, instead of the Basher BKB, 4-staff, Glimmer type items, Solar Crest on Marci. Solar Crest this game looks pretty decent with like Lina Wraith King. Those could be options, for example. This game is actually not that bad to just go BKB like Basher though. These supports would hate it. Like if you rushed at Disruptor with BKB Basher, taking him out of the fight is actually very impactful for you, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Tusk is another example, though this happens to be a mid-Tusk. But these types of heroes that you could just jump, threaten on your own, and prevent them from doing useful things is quite good. Vlad drums. I am kind of open to it. Maybe the drums especially. First item Vlad's is usually not worth it because it's mostly percentage bonuses that aren't that strong right away. Though it can definitely work in the right games, and this one's okay. Ah, it's so close. Damn, nice try, nice try. If you had a couple more damage items, that might have actually worked out. It might still work out, because apparently this guy just doesn't have... Where's your shit, my guy? I don't know, I guess it was all on cooldown. I was, not paying attention, rambling about stuff.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Alright, let's see, let's have people start submitting new games.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
And we'll see a little bit more about what we can do. I see that this guy's going for Greaves, so you do want to play in a certain area with Venomancer, ideally aggressively. Like you guys would push up to a tier 2, for example, and just camp it. You guys actually never took the tier 1, so we'd start there. You guys have committed a lot of observers top, and it paid off. You guys got the tier 2. I missed exactly what happened. But you could continue playing together. So, for example, you and Venomancer plus some cores could play in this area pretty safely around Vision. If you're ready to fight around this and you know they're coming in, you can do this. But Disruptor, even Tusk, although he's a mid this game, they're good heroes at checking high ground, and if they're moving in here and you're too afraid to defend it, he's coming in here to check, and this is going to be one of the first areas he checks as a support. Looks like in this game he may not have sentries ready to do so. Oh, he already had some from before, so he's going to get it now. But that's why you got to be... you always got to be worried about that kind of thing. That was not the way I expected it to happen, but did essentially get it in the end. Yo, pick her up. I think you got distracted there for a little bit. You got to run in and go pick her up out of there. You might be thinking about using it aggressively mostly, but essentially it's a... The reason Pick Me Up is so good is that it's got the option to be used as a 4-staff that doesn't need your allies to face a given direction, you know? So they can be running in and you grab them like way in the back at a longer cast range once you get the levels and the items for it. Definitely takes a while to get used to, right? I was just saying earlier in this replay, you know, I started playing Marci again and I was forgetting to do it at the start. But it is the way you will see the pros play Marci if they're not going for like the BKB basher, just kill people type build. What do you think about Helm Dom on Marci 4? If you are having a good game and you're going to play greedy, you can do it. but part of the reason it works on core Marci is that they go Fleeting Fury into the Helm Dom.
Towers getting beat down. Dire structures.
I think you could maybe still do it even with Pick Me Up.
Dire's top tower's gone. Radiant's bottom tower ain't pretty sad right now.
But the thing is it's just kind of funny because it's like you're getting it so you can jump in on your own in the early game without teammates. But now you have a Helm Dom rather than a damage item, so you may not even kill them on your own. And I'd rather you run around with a teammate like this, right? Where, damn, denied by Croakers. I'd rather you run in for with a teammate like this, in which case you don't need the Helm Dom creep. I wouldn't really recommend it for the sake of good play. Like if we're talking about actual high-level Marci support builds, I wouldn't believe in the position forward Helm Dom outside of like some super greedy play. But I do think it could work in pub games where there is a lot of wiggle room for that type of stuff. Not sure about Pick Me Up versus Fleeting Fury though. Totally unrelated, Chungo Bopper. You know what I was thinking? It made me think of you. Because we picked the name Chungo Bopper off of the old Dark Souls build with the giant, weapons. Not playing another Dark Souls game quite yet, but one game on my list is Baldur's Gate to play. And I don't know what's in that game exactly build-wise, but I was thinking, should I make a character that, Chungo Bopper style? Just give him a giant weapon, just whack people. Full on health and strength or whatever. I don't know what the build will be. Just whack people. I was thinking about the other day, and I was thinking about the old Chungo Bopper name. Okay, let me take a look at the games you guys submitted. Let's see what we got.
Double kill.
We have some interesting ones. Where do we start? Chungo Bopper, glad to hear it. Happy it's useful. What Pick Me Up does work with is that Disruptor is in the game. When you use Pick Me Up on an ally, or yourself, I suppose, in the given situations, the initial cast where you have to jump to the target, that is blocked by kinetic field. But the second part where you're flying through the air, that goes over kinetic field even without BKB. So potentially, as this game goes late, well, you can do it early game if it just works out. If you're in the kinetic field with your teammate, if you need to get into the kinetic field for whatever reason. But if you're outside and the guy's inside, it's not going to work. But later, BKB into the Aghanim's blink of Disruptor is a very powerful tool that, for example, he might try to jump the Pango, blink, Ags, ult, kinetic field. Now Pango can't do anything about it. Marci support from the outside could BKB, pick me up the Pango, pull him out of the kinetic field. That would actually be really impactful in the given circumstances. So that's an interesting one to know of. I don't know. Did it work versus the Slark? I don't think it should have worked versus the Slarks thing. Let me test that before we jump into a new replay.
Careful.
Oops.
Places, everyone.
Don't get
Nope. Can't pick them up. Okay, let's grab. There were a couple of interesting games that you guys put forward, so we'll hopefully just get to all of them if we go fast. Well, I say all of them. We always get more people in. It's kind of hard to keep up with everything, but let's start with this one, because I don't think we usually get games like this, which are tournament, amateur level. I assume amateur level. I don't know. Maybe you're like a high level tournament. But we have this Magnus. Can we see what rank you guys? Yeah, ancient. This isn't like some like DPC level tournament. We can take a look at this one, focusing on the individual feedback like you asked. I think I just saw you were about ancient rank. But I think these are fun because hopefully they're fun and downloadable, because many times we talk about just theoretical stuff because there's only so much you can do to control teammates, but in an actual team environment, you can go into more detail with some stuff. But unfortunately, it looks like maybe we can't download this one. Usually you can for these kind of ticketed little leagues, but I don't know. This one didn't work. Sorry about that. I don't know. Can I... Let me pull it up one more time. Might be a little too old. That is potentially true, but usually if they're ticketed, they last... I don't know if it's infinite, but longer. For example, you can go back to old tournaments that have happened. You're like, oh, I want to check out this Falcons game from like 4 months ago when they played this team. You can usually download those. They're saved longer than the random games, which only last 1 week. It does, for whatever reason. Okay, for whatever reason, it didn't work the first time, but the second time, it worked out. So we will be able to take a look at this one. Ancient. I assume you're off lane because it's Magnus. I actually don't know. Maybe you're in a different role, and we're going to find out in a moment here. Let me check before we do the timestamp. The time period is 1 week to download replays. If you have it download, it stays forever. And then you can look at it longer than a week. But to actually download it for the first time, it needs to be within a week. Beyond that, the only way to do it is like if you have it downloaded but I don't, you can send the downloaded file to a friend, or if, for example, you sign up for coaching with me and you want to do something like that, it's doable. Don't usually do it for these type of streams just because it's a lot. Props to the Dire team for having the banner done correctly. Here's the sign of amateur Dota, guys. When Dota has you submit the PNG for the banners, it looks like a square dimensions, but it's actually supposed to be for both sides of the banner. And so this split in half is a classic. So shout out to the team knowing to do it right here. Little baby alligator.
Teams up.
All right. Magnus. And then let me scroll up again. Let me make sure I don't think you had specific questions too much. Individual feedback about some map decisions mid-game would be best. Okay, great. Magnus is a great hero for that type of stuff. So we're off to a good start with these first bloods. Excuse me. I was gonna try to pull this up and take a look. I was like, oh, I have to sneeze. I'm gonna find this first. Then I had to sneeze a lot sooner than I thought.
And here we go.
I was trying to find a place to take a look at.
Got a feeling this is gonna be good.
You get the blink first. Okay. What I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna jump to a little after 10 minutes so we don't have to wait too long. But I want to see that you're not getting too involved as you work towards a blink. But then once you get the blink, that we're properly balancing, you know, farming and playmaking and using it type stuff. Oh, thank you for getting the voice line. I appreciate it. I hope you get some good use out of it. I'm really curious where it's going to end up. This is not meant to be an ego thing, but maybe it is. I don't expect to be, you know, the voice line being spammed by the pros and pubs, you know? I don't expect that. But I am curious on just the numbers of the voice line purchases, not only because I am financially incentivized, but also I just find it interesting, like how many people are buying voice lines and such. So I suppose down the line, when I get paid for however many people buy the voice lines, I guess I'll have a rough idea of how many people buy them, which I just think is interesting. But maybe there is an ego element to know like how many people bought the voice line. But I'm gonna say it's not, because I'll be really sad when it gets low, you know? So that's why we don't worry about it. Okay, we don't have Blink, but I mean, you have a lot of heroes here, so if you wanted to try for an RP type play, even without the Blink, I think it's okay. We can actually go back a little bit more. Let's analyze this a little deeper. I was fluffing up my own ego talking about voice lines. Let's see what's going on here. So you have teammates coming in, Abaddon and Undying, and looks like we have a catapult, so maybe we could do some pressure. I see some heroes coming in. So if you guys just backed out now, it's probably not too bad, because they've rotated heroes in here where you guys walked here. So you guys could actually leave and make a play somewhere else. We all these you guys tombstone to get out of here. I already killed the tombstone, so it might be a little late to counter initiate now. And also, as you see, you guys have very bad damage right now, because this guy, we are a little bit off of some big power spikes. So for you, it's the Blink Dagger. For Necrophos, it's Radiance. Necrophos did well, but with 3,000 gold in the bank, Necro is below the Dark Willow in terms of item power. So really has to depend on the spell casting. Abaddon, not a very high damage support. Undying, not a very high damage support. And then the Troll is, of course, not here because he's farming up his farming item over here. I'm not going to... I know Helm Doms are the meta. For anyone who missed me saying it earlier, if you want to do it right now, go for it. If you don't want to, it's probably going to get nerfed to death right after this patch, this TI. So, like, you know, do you really need to spend the time learning it? Up to you. Though it's not that hard to learn. you just use it, and you micro the creep a little. Maybe that fight could have worked out. It didn't. You guys actually didn't die, so really it's not even that big of a deal. See how you're kind of like posturing on this guy? I wouldn't do it. You already used RP, 700 gold away from the Blink, and this guy is, you know, about 2,000 away from the Radiance. That's where you guys are gonna power spike. So for the next 2 minutes, I would say you guys are actually kind of chilling. One, because we need RP again, but two, in 2 minutes, you should be able to get the Blink. If this guy picks up any kills, he'll have the Radiance. If not, you'll need to wait a little longer for the Radiance. Troll, still farming up. Don't expect him to get that involved even as he finishes Maelstrom. But they're the earlier game team that needs to do more right now. I'm sure it wasn't flaming, but I think it's really funny to see you get killed by Necroscythe and then immediately click over to your Necro. That is not the best, though, to have that ability stolen. We are hero chasers all the way. At least you guys recognize it. If you guys want to be hero chasers, here's the thing. We're not pros. You know, you don't need to play perfectly. If you guys like to get into fights, I say go for it. But you're going to need to pick heroes who kind of lend themselves to that, you know? Which, you are the only initiator on your team. Magnus is a good one to have for that, but a lot of it is dependent on the blink. And then RP is the only, like, actual stun. Skewer works, but eventually it's kind of manageable. And, you know, Horn Toss kind of, but, you know, also requires an Aghanims. So you're the only one who can actually start fights. And Necro is notoriously slow, not just his movement speed, but until you get a Radiance, which is the most common build, you're just very slow. You're actually not hero chasers. So I would pick different heroes. Heroes who have more natural initiation and can fight earlier. Like, you just need level 6. Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Pucks type heroes, right? Then your team can just, like, run at things. And that would be a fine draft and play style to go for as a casual team. This draft is potentially fine. I'm not going to deep dive too hard into it because I know there's a lot of limitations with casual teams of, like, this guy's hero pool isn't that big, you know, like, how much do we really need to study drafting? Having a basic game plan is good. Your draft as a whole is, like, fine, so I'm not going to worry about it too much unless you want feedback on that, and then we can spend a lot of time talking about it. But the draft you guys do have does need you to wait a little bit. Like, you make small plays, but you're really waiting for the blink, and you're waiting for the Radiance. So whatever draft you guys end up with, it is important to recognize what do we need before we start ramping things up. Their team, right, they just need level 6s and they stand behind the Dragon Knight, which is what they're doing, right? They have Bedlam, they have Telekinesis to steal things, they have Stampede. They have a lot of tools with just abilities. You guys are the ones that need the items to do things. So we're grouping up again, but you are now 200 gold away from the blink. Necro still doesn't have his Radiance. I think you guys are feeling pressured to do something. And to some degree, like, we should do things, especially as they, like, scatter on the map. But if you guys actually get into a big fight right now, it's not that good for you because of how close we are to items, but not actually having those items. They could actually recognize that and continue to defend. It looks like they scattered, so you guys are making use of that, which is fine. Though if you guys are playing this way, I would probably still not bring Troll. Or Troll can come, but then, like, Necrophos doesn't come. Someone should be farming. It shouldn't be all 5 of you pushing a single objective, because that type of play says this is what we want to do. But what you guys actually want to do is farm up to a certain point and make plays as they are possible. So you can still find fights, you can still push towers, right? It's not like we can't do that, but that shouldn't be a, like, group up as 5 type thing to go do. You don't have to go Radiance Rush on Necro. I mean, that's true. Also very true. If you have a good lane, it is a good build. I think it's solid. I'm not going to say, like, it's a terrible thing to do. But you need to win your lane, and then you need to farm efficiently to get it. You pop up, use your ult, and then immediately go back to farming.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa,
That's the part that most pub players struggle with, is the proper balance of a very greedy build that will pay off when it's done. They, like, default to the greedy build no matter how well they did, and they like don't farm that well anyways. So it's super slow. Okay, I do like that the smoke came out with the blink. So we're gonna use that, but we've only got 3 of us here. If we're looking for more, you probably want the Necrophos with his ultimate to also show up. I know that sounds funny because I was been saying like let him get to the Radiance, but it's kind of where you weigh out, does my power spike carry him, you know? And in this case, it's like I'm gonna blink RP skewer someone, or maybe just blink skewer, we'll see. Put them in a bad spot, and it'll be easy to kill them at that point, right? We're not getting into a full 5-on-5, so he needs the Radiance. This is a play to get like a 1-on-3, and he just needs to press Q and then press his ultimate because he has it available, and you know that's all he's got to do. Go back to farming. So he could show up for this. I know that's a little counterintuitive to everything I just said, but good terrorize from Dark Willow. I'd say it's worth using RP on a mid Lina if you catch her like that, but also kind of why you needed someone like Necrophos to be there. You need the actual damage to kill them, which you and Abaddon don't really contribute much damage, and Troll has the Maelstrom, but that takes time. And also why, actually maybe the bigger critique, because your actual question was the mid-game playmaking, which is where we're at now. Notice when you skewer back the Lina, they actually still responded pretty quickly, because the mid lane is actually very difficult to know for sure how many heroes are there. 1, nighttime. 2, low ground to high ground, so you can't see up that far. And then there's a bunch of different tree lines that hide the different hero positions. So you never really know what you're getting into, and it's usually a choke point. Skewer and blink kind of bypass some of that, where you could take different angles, but at the end of the day, a lot of it is still very upfront. If you made that same skewer play in a different part of the map, like anywhere in this jungle, it's very likely to get a kill without the enemy team being able to make any kind of response play. You still have RP, so let's, rather than look back on that, let's look forward to new opportunities. We could still wait for the Radiance. Like at this point now, it's 100s, like, okay, we'll wait. So wait for Radiance and then go together. You are moving towards Troll, but you two should be farming different areas, so this doesn't make any sense. You should move away from the Troll and move this way if you think it's safe to do so. We don't see anything right now, so I'm actually pretty scared. So you would probably just blink this way and run around to this tower, because eventually we're going to make a play off of this guy finishing Radiance, which means I need to be near these guys. So I'm going to spend this time while I'm scared being safe, moving this way to get towards them and maybe farm mid as it's there. And Troll should finish this safely and then immediately run away. It's scary with all of them missing, so if you all took defensive positions right now, that would also be okay. If any of your lanes were pushed out, it'd be a little better. But yeah, it looks like they ended up making a play here. We're gonna die. Okay, 3 heroes top. The rest of your team should push out the other lanes. Mid should like walk this bottom side, shove it, and then move this way. They're gonna push top. Your team can fight around this when you respawn. So if you guys want to do that, you should shove out lanes and then TP back. Some supports like Abaddon can maybe just walk in ahead of time. If you guys don't want to fight, everyone should shove everything else out, and Troll should move this way. Troll moving in here says, like, we're going to fight this, and also I don't think they set up wards off of killing Magnus, which is kind of a bold claim. Okay, we're going to fight. We need everyone. After they killed you, I've been watching this map. Still, no one has shown here, and no one has shown here. So not only do I think the 3 heroes are top, I actually think all 5 heroes are top. Otherwise, someone should have been dealing with mid by now. So before you jump this Lina, I want all 5 heroes to be here, so that includes Necrophos, or I want to wait and see if anyone responds mid, I'll instantly go. Okay, but we show, so now they have all the information to work with. They may not have known if you TP'd here or not. They may have been overlooking it, But as soon as both of you show for no reason, now they know. So you as the initiator, you should not show. Technically, you're the core. So between you and Undying, it's like, oh, who should get this farm? We could say, oh, well, core hero should get it. That's kind of true. But in terms of what is the enemy scared of, it's being jumped and killed. And the only one who can do that is you due to this draft. So in that situation, if you show farming this mid lane, all of them here know to now be careful of you, and everyone else on the map, which currently I don't know where they are, but anyone else who might have been up and been scared, like, oh, well, what if Magnus TP'd here and they smoked and they were waiting to get me here? Like, I'm a little scared. I'm gonna like stay in this tree line, you know? I'm gonna miss CS because I don't know where this Magnus is. I'm gonna throw spells and run away, right? There's a fear that the initiator is gonna get them. So as soon as you show up here, the odds of you finding a successful play here go poorly, but everyone else is then also freed up to quickly shove out every lane. So you really need to be the one to hide. If you have someone else who can do it, like you have a Clockwork support, if you have a Spirit Breaker, like someone else who can initiate, it's more okay for you to show up like this because you're not the sole threat. But when you are the only guy, you need to be extra, extra, extra careful with whether you show yourself or not in any of these given situations. All right, so they moved up as a team. I'm gonna describe something, and then we're gonna jump to their vision to see if it's happening or not, because this is actually pretty common. So you guys TP up here. We want to fight, and then for the reason I described, we didn't get the fight. So you might have actually found a fight if you had stayed hidden. But they back off, and we feel like, okay, let's move in. But here's the thing. First, if we think back a minute, they came in here and killed me. So they might have already had vision to see me, to know to come up here and kill me. Or they came as a group, they killed me, and as part of killing me, they set up vision to find the target in the smoke and killed me. Or because I died, they placed vision afterwards. I especially think that is likely to be the case because they sieged this tower for a while. And if you're gonna bother doing that, it's usually better to set up vision. Have they thought all this through? I don't know. But all of this would be very reasonable to go through these steps. All right, they didn't fight us, and they seem to have backed off, so let's move up. But notice what we are doing. You are here, Abaddon is here, Troll is here, Undying is here, and Necrophos is over here. Now, he does have his teleport, but that's only to this tower. Looking at their heroes, if Centaur stomped you into a Laguna in Bedlam, how long do you have to live? Like any of your heroes, not just you specifically, right? It's only like 2 seconds. You have about 2 seconds before you're dead. And they're going to chain stun you, right? Off like Centaur Stomp, Lina LSA, Rubik Lift, right? Terrorize, stuff like that. They have the possibility to kill you guys. I switched their perspective a little too soon. I forgot. They have the possibility to kill you very quickly. Do they know we're scattered? Maybe not. But if I had to guess the degree of which I have to be careful, I would say it's very high right now because of what I said earlier. I think there should be vision up here, and that vision would then see us scattering like this. And this may not seem far, like, oh, 4 of us are top, but this is actually quite scattered for the type of fight that may break out. Now, of course, Dragonite has shown bottom, so to some level, maybe they have done the full retreat, but they may also have the remaining 4 heroes still up here playing off of vision to see what you guys do, which now we go back to their perspective. They didn't. They didn't set up any vision up here. They just came up here, killed you, siege, and they didn't do anything. I would say that's a wasted opportunity from the Radiant team. But it turns out this is why you guys are able to move out safely, which I mentioned earlier, and is a kind of a lesson I like to repeat a little bit. Sometimes we do bad things and we don't get punished for it, so we don't realize they're mistakes, and then we just keep those habits. And then eventually we play better opponents and we're like, oh, we don't know why we're losing. But you're now being punished for these type of mistakes. So that's, to me, that's an example that's happening right here. Like, your team is making a mistake by moving out, scattering, and if they had vision, they would know to do something about this. But they don't, so you guys are also going to be okay, like, scattering out like this, even though this is actually quite a risky thing to do. Yeah, we could talk more about the draft, like the support synergy and all that, but I actually do enjoy doing it, and I don't mind doing it, but yeah, this is kind of risky, by the way. I think she reacted to you when you were in Viz. I'm actually amazed you stuck around so long and they didn't get you. I enjoy doing it, but a lot of people don't actually play like full 5-on-5 captain mode stuff, so there's not a huge demand for it, though the demand that is there is like a very fervent, you know, base of like, yeah, we love captain's mode, you know, I love playing amateur leagues, let's do it. But that percentage of Dota players is kind of small, so I usually don't spend too much time on it. Even though I do think it's fun. Milo, thank you. I'm glad you found it useful. Good luck at work. You should be a little careful of this, by the way. Ah! Case in point. Perfect. All right. This is about like where it's safe to farm. So let's look at the map. So up to here is kind of okay, right? Like maybe I think top is safe. So Troll's pushing this out. I don't want to show, so I'm going to do some jungling. I stacked and now I'm going to farm it. So that's all good. Now, we actually lack some deep vision, so there is some fear going on right now. But, okay, Lina is here. This should be a little scary. The fact that Lina feels comfortable pushing up here, even though she just saw Troll. So she either is taking a risk, which is very possible for the rank, or she has information knowing that it's safe to be up here, even though I saw Troll Warlord. Some of that is that, okay, some of the supports are actually showing in the mid lane, so I don't, as Lina's, like, I don't think the full team is up here. Or, off of the play earlier, maybe they still have vision up here, so they know that, like, oh, it's these two up here, I know I can do this, and I've got people backing me up. Again, we found out they actually have no vision here. I know you guys checked, but it's very possible to miss it. So this scares me a little bit, especially because we can't make the play. Troll left, and just the two of us would have a hard time killing Lina for as good of a start as she's having. So I would have to wait a while for a teammate to show up to get another person here. So I gotta be careful. So we don't make the play, that's fine. We back off, but then we start farming this stack. If you want to farm this stack, you gotta do it so fast. You gotta blast AoE spells, kill it, blink out of here. You gotta go so quickly because Lina just finished shoving this wave. So there's two things Lina's gonna do. Lina is either going to back off or she's going to move forward. And it depends how safe she feels and how many heroes are here. I have no idea though. From your perspective, I have no idea which one she is going to do because I don't see enemy heroes and I don't know how confident she feels to move forward or not. So for two small camps, I'm gonna risk my life that either she goes back and I get these two small camps, or she sees me and potentially teammates with her kill me. And when I phrase it that way, it's not a very good trade-off to stay here. Unless you think you can fight. But if you didn't jump her the first time, we don't think we can fight, so we don't think we can do it. So you should just retreat here. You should just get out, because otherwise stuff like this happens, which is that you show in the creep wave, but the heroes who may have still been waiting around here, like, oh, what should we do? We don't say, oh shit, Magnus right here. Boom, get him. And not to like beat a dead horse, but one more time from their perspective. So Lina actually, she did take the risk. She just came up here first to shove the lane, and she had no teammates near her. Super risky, because now that I'm looking at their vision, all they see, like if we go back a few seconds, I went back too far. So she botsed up here, only seeing the Undying here, and the Troll recently pushed off. So super risky from Lina. That's her own mistake that could go punished in the future. But because you guys didn't have any form of deep vision to know that she was here by herself, you guys couldn't make this play top. But part of the reason she took this risk is that her team is smoking here. The issue is that if you guys had jumped her, you would have killed her before the team gets here. But now, right, it is working out where the team starts to show up and she shoved in the lane to get information. And this is the information that we're shoving lanes to try to get, is that someone deals with a creep wave and now we know they are there and they don't know we are here. Full-time streamer, YouTuber, caster. But honestly, my standard of living would be a lot lower if I wasn't carried by my fiance who has a proper job. I did have a proper job. I worked as a process engineer. But then I felt this is more like, this is the dream, you know? I recognize I'm very privileged in this spot. A lot of people want to do this kind of thing. And for also who I am, it mattered a lot to try like a creative endeavor, like personality wise. So at some point I decided to give it a go, and currently kind of making it work, though again, carried by my fiance to some degree. Though now the channel plus the casting is enough that like if I was by myself and I just like lowered my standard of living, it'd be doable. It wouldn't be great, but it'd be technically doable. Probably wouldn't have cats though. Stuff like that, you know, like I wouldn't be able to do that stuff, the extra expensives. This kind of stuff's kind of risky. Hold on, let's go back. This is actually huge for your team. This is a big opportunity, so I want to talk about this. I was busy talking about myself. Okay, so you guys all come down here for this play. I like this. Lena has showcased, you guys don't fully know this yet, but Lena has showcased she's been making overly aggressive split pushes, and you actually should look to punish it. Every player has different habits, so the sooner you can identify it, you're like, this Lena's always doing this kind of shit. Like, learn to punish it, and she'll either be a good player and adapt, or more likely, she can't break the habit and she'll keep doing it. So you get her for stuff like this. So this is overall a great play. RP, skewer back. This time, she is on her own, so even as she just runs away, she doesn't really know. The danger to you guys is that you didn't actually know that. You know, going back to this again, she... So this happened, they start to back off, and then she shows up bottom. So this is you guys calling, like, I think she came here on her own and everyone else is walking away, which is true. But there is a chance they go through the twin gate and join Lena bottom. There is a chance they are, like, teleporting down here themselves to now go play bottom. There is a risk of that. I would still do what you guys did. Like, I actually do think she is on her own, but just for the record, there is a risk. So if it backfired, it's not like totally out of the blue. Especially depending how long this takes. Like, the sooner you guys jump this, if they are retreating through the twin gate, they're probably about here right now, based on how fast their heroes move and then having to channel twin gate. So if you jump like right now, you're still good to go. The longer you wait, the more risk there is that someone went through the twin gate and there's actually people here. So the fact that you guys jump her right now is actually perfect. This works out. We killed the mid, staggered the deaths. We killed Centaur. They were about to be full strength again in 12 seconds. Now we killed Lena. So staggered opportunities here. What is the best thing we can do? You guys kill this creep wave. Now you go through the twin gate. We have to be a little careful that they're not just like set up waiting for us to come through one at a time. But Troll is also coming up here. You can send in like your Abaddon as a sacrifice because he's got borrowed time. He's a support. It's his job, you know. So send him through first. You could also scan. This is now the #1 objective. You guys should go for the Tormentor. This is usually a waste of time to talk about in pub games, even though it's really good because it just doesn't happen. You guys are playing as a team. This should absolutely be part of your game plan. So kill her, go through. That's what I want to see. If a support wants to deep ward because you guys have enough heroes to do Tormentor without them, that would also be good. As part of what I've been saying, which is like, I don't really know Lena's alone. I don't really know like what's happening. That's the deep ward. And this is one of those opportunities where it's fairly safe to deep ward bottom if you had to take a calculated risk. So if supports wanted to do that right now, like one of them, while the others went for Tormentor, that'd be fine. If you guys need everyone to do Tormentor, then that is the better play. Everyone go Tormentor. which we are not currently doing. Also, Troll now needs to be careful because Troll stayed top. You guys, Lena TP'd here, and then you guys killed her. From their perspective, you guys were also all up here. So the fact that 3 of you showed here means 3 of you teleported. So there is no way to help Troll unless you guys also went through the Twin Gate. However, if they're set up here, they know you didn't go through the Twin Gate. So the fact that Troll is now farming in front of someone is actually so dangerous because there is a chance that Lena was the only one who left. You guys killed her unbothered. So it actually suggests to me that she was on her own. The other heroes might still be up here, and they know that 3 heroes are down here with no way to help Troll. They should just kill Troll right now. So this is actually really dangerous from Troll Warlord to push up this far, unless you guys are already coming through the Twin Gate, which you're not. So he should only push the lane. He shouldn't even do this creep wave. He shouldn't even farm this camp, actually. He should be farming these camps, being really safe right now as you guys gank Lena to see what is happening and to know whether people are going to show up here. Oh, hello. Thank you. To show whether people are going to show up here or if they're still potentially waiting top. So Troll should be back here, and then as he still gets no information, go here. To move into the lane while still no information, and Dark Willow is even up here, is actually so dangerous. And it's actually very lucky for him that no one else was up here. But this is the kind of mistake that, oh, my carry died. Why did he die on his own, right? Like, it's this kind of stuff, whether it gets punished or not. I did about like 3 minutes. I boiled water, by the way. Can you reboil it and pour some tea?
Chrysanthemum?
Any tea's fine. Thank you. Once the voice line money is in, we're gonna be swimming in cat money. Oh, hell yeah. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. I don't expect it to be that much. Granted, TI paid the most of like any cast, so I mean, that's already plenty. I don't expect the voice lines to make me a millionaire, but it's a nice bonus to have. I think the bigger thing, at least for the very first TI I've ever worked, the bigger thing is like I'm in the game, which is conceptually super cool. If I keep working TI, maybe it like stops being so special, but the very first time, that's the true value more than whatever amount of money it makes. I say, if I actually became a millionaire off of it, screw the emotional value, who cares? True, I boiled the water and then I forgot to make my tea because we started doing this. It has been like an hour or two. It's probably a little warmer than room temperature still. Okay, let's see like one more. Let's jump ahead. Let's find like one more late game play to talk through, and then we'll move on. Kazarak I and good evening. I like that. Thank you so much for the Prime subs. I appreciate it a ton. Thank you very much. Again, going back to you guys are you make this possible. Thank you. Have I done any land casting? I got to do Raleigh. We did some Raleigh casting. Didn't work the final day, which is totally fine. Didn't expect to. We did the group stage, which is remote, and then the first 2 days of the LAN event. Really awesome experience. Hoping to do more. But that was in April this year, right? I think so. And that was really cool. Kettle going through a test run. All right. Okay. BKB Ags. We are playing as the initiator. I like that. I think your itemization is good, recognizing you're the only initiator for your team. Don't really quite know the situation we're in since we just jumped ahead, so we'll just take it at face value. I'm not going to worry too much about how you guys got here. It is still a very close game, so it's very much about playing off of vision, which right now I'm pretty scared for you because I don't see much going on. This area, by the way, you want to play like the pros? This area is very good for farming, but it's often a death sentence because you don't see the high ground, low ground. So if you guys do play as a team and 5-on-5 stuff, learning to place wards in this area, this is so unpunished in pub games because of how hard it is to, coordinate anything. But if you start playing as a team, you will find people farming this area all the time, thinking it's safe to do because, you know, I do it all the time in my pub games, no big deal. But if you put any kind of ward up here, you'll pick it all the time. You'll be like, hey, he's here, Troll's here, Neckar's here. Like, everyone will take their time farming up here, and you can get so many kills. Even if you don't have the observer, just take the time to, like, walk. So pubs, you'll shove the lane in like this, you'll reveal yourself. One guy can do that. Someone else, go along the edge, walk this way, and scout this stuff ahead of time. And Magnus ain't gonna know. He can't see up the cliff, you know? So be really careful about doing this and actually look to punish it yourself in these types of games. Process engineer, not the processor part. I am not. Computers are magic to me, man. People explain the ones and the zeros and the, like, you know, connect the dots, which actually playing Factorio helped me to, like, conceptualize it better. Like, I understand how it works, but man, it's still magic to me. I worked in food science, a little bit more straightforward than computer chips and all that. I essentially took food from the lab scale, like you would make it in the lab. This tastes nice. Can we make 5 million of them in, like, the factory that we have? That's what I worked on, which I enjoyed. I like food a lot. If you've been on the stream, you'll hear us talk about food a lot. I do like food, so that was a cool job. When I was younger, super depressed, couldn't imagine a career that I would be happy with, which is why I got into gaming and everything and wanted to do this instead. But actually, working in food ended up a lot cooler than I thought. And if I continued doing a normal career, I think I would have been relatively happy with that. But I wanted to pursue this, even if it never worked out, you know? I would have regretted not trying. All right here, you guys are taking a huge risk. Let me go back. Going as a team like this is good. I just want to fine tune this for you guys. Okay, so came through for Tormentor. This is good. Definitely work on, as a 5-man squad, here's the easiest things to start with. These are the things that'll make the most impact that just don't happen in pub games. Play the lanes relatively like normal. 6 to 8 minutes, try as a team to contest at least 1 power rune or a wisdom shrine. If you want to try to do all of them, great. If you miss this power rune, let's try for the wisdom shrine. Let's not do wisdom shrines, let's just go for power runes. I don't care. Start with that, it's gonna be really good for you. Then, again, go back to playing like normal, try to make plays, you know, be a little team stuff, but if it's more like your pubs, it's okay. Tormentor time, do Tormentor, do Roche, first opportunity you get, as soon as you guys are able to. Do Tormentor again when it's up, do Roche as soon as you have the opportunity. If you guys just work that in, though, that basic principle, you're a step up above any other, like, amateur group playing as a 5. Oh, anyways, so Tormentor is good to do, reevaluate. Higher ranked teams will recognize you did Tormentor and act on this, either coming over to fight it, that's what you see the pros do a lot. It's 35 minutes, so I know these Tormentors have been a little off time, so they're probably not contesting it. But they may be doing something else off of this. So you guys are relatively healthy thanks to the heroes you have, so you actually can fight even after doing Tormentor. We group up, we smoke behind Troll. I really like this idea. So let's stay behind Troll. Notice you guys just walk straight through the lane. I want you to be behind Troll. So step 1 is accomplished. We're behind Troll. What if we get flanked like this? They're gonna get Troll, and they're immediately gonna see you guys from high ground to low ground, especially if you were a little closer up. They're gonna know where you are. Excuse me. So step 2 of baiting Troll is that you guys position behind trees. Your blink range is enough that if you're behind this tree, you can help Troll. Troll is walking in to hit this creep in melee, but he should be hitting it from back here at ranged. And actually, if I'm nitpicking, it should also be from the lower angle to avoid this top side, if we're scared of the top side. If you guys want to play top side, then he should be on the top side, avoiding the lower side. Like, you guys have to pick your poison. You guys are currently picking both poisons. You're like, oh, Flask A is poisoned, Flask B will save us. Oh, like, chug both in. right? Like you're in the middle, gonna get ganked from either side, wherever they come from. So you have to pick one or the other. You guys came from Tormentor, so picking the bottom side's a little bit more natural, but I don't really care. Next step. Killed this creep wave. Let's pretend it was done a little bit more safely. Look how Troll is walking straight in. He's leading the way for the creeps. That's great leaders, great kings. This is a game of Dota. Creeps are expendable. You know, like, you don't need to lead the people. So let the creeps go first to die for the cause, to give you information. They're going to see Troll and be able to act on this. And you're not going to know because you see creeps and the creeps are always here. Thank you. So this doesn't let you do anything new. So Troll should wait a little further to see what the creeps run into. We're talking ourselves ragged. We're like 2 hours in. That's why I asked my fiance to make me tea again. And then you guys are like point blank running in. But what we should actually do, we'll go back again one more time. All right. It didn't get punished for this. In about 15 seconds, you're going to have a lot of information to work with. This creep wave with 2 catapults.
You're the reason I opened a Twitch account. Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you, Chungo Boffer. I hope that Twitch account serves you well. Okay, catapult wave, full creeps, and you guys have shown to be down here. At least Troll is down here. From the enemy's perspective, if a Troll Warlord, 35 minutes into the game, hits the tower for 20 seconds, the tower is gone. In fact, more than the tower is gone, the barracks are also going to be gone. Your whole base will be gone if you leave Troll Ward alone down here. It's also, you guys opened this up. I guess you guys did it earlier. We skipped over it. So it's not just that the tower is at threat. This barracks and then these barracks are very much at risk right now. So someone has to show up bottom. And in fact, multiple people have to show up bottom right now. The only reason they wouldn't show up bottom, 3 reasons. 1, all right, screw our base. Let's get their base. If they are pushing your base, they may opt to trade. I would say in this case, it's not a very good trade because you guys have tier 3s up. But even like if they had been here, it wouldn't be a good trade. But I also know they're not here because tier 2s are up and then these creeps are here and clearly our creeps are here. So there's actually no way they're going to be pushing our base. So that one's out of the picture. 2, Roshan. Trade the bottom barracks, get Roshan, fight for the next one. And if we win a fight, our lineup is strong at taking buildings too. So we can then run down, take the buildings. This is in the late game flowchart video where it doesn't matter where you fight so long as you get a good fight. So in this case, they're trading the barracks to get the power spike of the Roche to win the fight in the base. And then they will use that to then take the base in return. So that's the second reason. Third reason is they actually are coming to defend, but rather than defend from this angle, they're flanking in, most likely from the top because it's very hard to flank in from the bottom, but technically doable, but very hard. Those are the 3 reasons you will not see the full team here. And that's what we are trying to suss out right now. So we killed that creep wave. I will know when this creep wave gets right here if one of those 3 things is happening. Because if not, if these creeps are hitting barracks, super suspicious. That means one of those 3 things is going on right now. Roche, they're actually pushing another lane, or they're ganking us right now because they're clearly not defending. If some heroes defend, it gives me a little bit better idea that, okay, maybe they're flanking with some heroes and the others will run in from the front. Can they do Roche with the missing heroes? Maybe yes, maybe no, right? It'll give you some information to act on. But when we get that information and we decide to act, we need to be ready to act. We need to be together. So you guys need to stay together. What you guys do ends up scattering, right? Right around now, we start moving around. Jupiter is upset by this. Why are they scattering? Why are they doing this? Indeed, Jupiter, why are they doing this? Necro is going to show mid. You guys watch through here. I don't know if they have any deep wards. Some of you are smoked, some of you aren't. So they may have seen that some of you are going through here. Notice at this exact moment,
Dragon Knight shows. He's the carry. So Roshan is probably out of the picture, and so is a base race, because he's their best tower taker. So those two are out. They're very likely defending. Oh shit, Centaur's up here. So Centaur's way out of position for a proper defense. If you guys had stayed here, smoked up, you could jump Dragon Knight right now. And it takes him 3 seconds at least to teleport in, especially if other people TP'd in and he TP's to the wrong spot. He might TP to the fountain and then have to walk in. Now we have 5 seconds to work. So if you guys had stayed here as a group, you could potentially jump Dragon Knight instantly, especially if you had any other deep ward set up. Now maybe Centaur doesn't show. I don't feel confident doing this. That's okay. We still gotta be a little careful, because the other heroes could have been here, right? Dragon Knight could be here while the other 4 are ready to flank, and they're coming around and they run into Undying, and Necrophos is like over here and Abaddon's over here. Maybe they have a deep ward on this side that you guys didn't catch, and they see this happening. They're gonna know they can make a play. They could also have been sitting here and then see, okay, Necrophos is here. Maybe they, again, deep ward sees Abaddon, something like that. They can now make a play, and it takes you guys time to get close together. So I have to be a little bit careful of scattering like this. Now that I see they're scattered, I can kind of keep going, except that you guys are pushing into another area that is quite... What is going on, Jupiter? What are you upset about? All right, he's moving on. He just came to meow a little bit. I can't believe they're scattering. Okay, I'm moving on. We safely moved through here. See Dragon Knight's here. This is a bit risky because I actually don't know if Dragon Knight walked here. He might be able to teleport to this outpost or to this tower. So there is a time that takes. If you catch someone, you can hopefully burst them and then move on. But Troll is behind you. This guy's way over here. And Necro TP'd over here. So you guys, even as this play happens, the theoretical advantage of like, oh, Dragon Knight TP's in and it takes him 5 seconds. Oh, it takes longer for Necrophos to walk over here and join the fight, right? So we don't actually have the numbers advantage, and we actually need to be careful of looking too far. I'm actually pretty happy that you guys managed to set down some deep wards. I could nitpick this a little bit, but you guys set deep ward down in the smoke. We didn't find anyone, but that's okay. We can use these deep wards for a future play where we find someone. We happened to run into Lina, force a little bit. I think that was Stampede being used. So at least we got something. We de-ward. It was a bit risky coming up here. It does kind of pay off. Eyes on the minimap. Look for someone entering this cliff area. Someone needs to deal with top. If someone TP's top, they are going to know someone TP'd. They can force the counter invade into their own space to kill you guys. They are also safe to push other lanes potentially. So maybe I don't want to TP top. Depends what you guys want to do. A much safer version is to just cut the creep wave here and stay together as a team. Your tower and your creeps will eventually deal with this, depending how much health the tower has. If this tower dies, this next one will deal with it. So do you want to sacrifice that? A little bit up to you. But you don't actually have to go back, especially if these catapults are in here. If you just cut the creep wave, you guys can stay together without risking this like splitting on the map type stuff. Jump. Skewer ahead. The rest of my team is still back here. Again, maybe we didn't find a ward and they see this. You're going to show here. They're going to show here. This guy's showing right here. I just triangulated 3 different positions. Even without deep wards in this lane, you showed in a creep wave and this guy showed here. So again, I know you guys just TP'd and scattered, and I don't know where some of these heroes are. If they're like also looking for their own smoke to jump someone. So we're being very, very risky here, all shown in different places. This guy's still staying up front to cut the next creep wave, even though he's like back here. So they, once again, are not acting on any of this information, and they're still very cautious. But I still think it's good to talk through these opportunities, because these are the kind of stuff we want to look for. You see how Lina is just like playing in this ward? This is where you maybe don't even bother committing to this push. And you would like further out of the tower, smoke and beeline it over to kill the Lina. Because she's one of the biggest threats to prevent the high ground. Even if you take this tower as you push up to here, I'm still kind of scared to do it. Killing a hero is actually the bigger thing, which in this case would actually open up 2 barracks to be taken, compared to taking the tier 2, losing this opportunity to kill Lina. I get a tier 2, but I still need to find another fight to do this, and maybe in that time they de-ward this cliff, and I don't know. This is why you want your deep wards
to be very difficult to find. I liked the one in the lane more, even though it's actually, funny enough, the one that got killed first. This is actually usually the ones that get found really quickly. You guys are just going to force the high ground, which you kind of have heroes to do, but it is scary, and I think you guys feel that. What you really need to be doing is actually sprinting at the Lina right now. One hero defended. Dark Willow defended, so I know they're not all behind Lina. So worst case, it's a 5 versus 4, and that's a good fight. And there's no way for Dark Willow to get out here besides just walking. So someone's got to go cut bottom, because this creep wave is moving in too much on the bottom lane now. Okay, so let's see how this fight breaks out. You had a pretty good skewer out, and it does look like it's kind of panned out. But notice it was a 5-on-5 fight. And there's always some inherent risk to that, especially because when you jumped this, not in your perspective, you jumped this as Necrophos was over here. So we actually aren't all together on this. Fortunately, it was just an amazing horn toss that caught both in the horn toss and the RP. So you actually had just had like an amazing initiation. But if you didn't get that level of initiation, it would have been risky, especially because I can't help but notice you didn't even BKB for it versus a Rubik. So if you're going to go for that type of play, you absolutely should pop the BKB, because there is a chance as you jump in, you just get lifted. Like right here onto the high ground, I don't know where Rubik is. If Rubik is here and then just Blink lifts you right now, this whole play ends and you die in front of their base. So if they were in good defensive positions and they are pretty, this play doesn't work out. Unless you BKB, then this play works. And that's why it's absolutely worth using the BKB if you're going for a big play like this. My BKB is purely cosmetic. As long as we're aware. All right, from here, I think you guys are good. So let's move on. My green tea is now drinkable. So after Tormentor, our goal should just be to play the map, or is it okay to group up? Roche is dead, by the way. That particular Tormentor, or in general, when I was giving you the rough advice? That particular Tormentor, hopefully we talked through, so maybe that answered that. In general, like let's say you play the 20-minute Tormentor, you have an advantage there in theory because you just got the Aghanim Shard on a support, should be a boost in net worth, so the next fight should go your way. In the same way, it's like, I finished Blink, let's fight. I finished Force Staff and Solar Crest, something, you know, like, let's fight. I just picked up, you know, Tombstone Save. That's another tool for us, something like that. In theory, it should let you fight. But you don't have to force a fight. You just have a little bit of an advantage for the next little bit. So you kind of like make plays, play the map. You don't have to like immediately start 5-man grouping. But you're more incentivized to look for something. I know that's kind of vague, but... Is today only Dota coaching? The focus will be Dota replays. I was talking myself ragged, but fortunately this tea is saving me, so I'm kind of good to go again for a bit. But maybe towards the end, if I'm tired of talking, we'll play some Silk Song a little bit more. I was playing off stream. No spoilers, please. And I also will try not to spoil anything for anyone also looking to play, but I did make some progress in it. I am doing a lot of like extra things right now. We could do some of that on stream. I'm hoping to beat the game completely, like all the extra stuff during TI. That's my goal. I don't expect to do that today, but there's a lot of like annoying things you got to do. Not annoying. It's fun. But some of it's a grind, you know? There are parts of it. If you played the first one, you can probably think of some like various quests and stuff that come to mind. This game has things like that, which I won't spoil too much for anyone waiting to do it themselves. But there are things that take many attempts. Maybe I'm just bad. Oh no, we lost this game because I jumped in, didn't BKB. Ah, rip. So I guess, yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Your initiation at the end was awesome. Don't be afraid to BKB. If that would be, that's my like final parting advice, which by the way, for the rest of you guys, feel free to like start submitting games again. Feel free to re-put it in, even if you did it earlier, so I won't have to scroll up too far and I might pick you again, or another chance at it. Yeah, don't be afraid to just BKB. You are the only initiator this game, so it's even more so required. BKB, Ags, Blink, all this stuff. This is really good when you're playing the initiating style Magnus, which you are. Lincolns, I don't mind, but I don't think you would need the Lincolns if you just pop the BKB every time you go in. So actually, the more common item to see here would be Refresher. And that way you BKB, Blink, RP, Horn Toss, whatever, Skewer, Refresh, BKB, RP, all that. Like, you have 2 rounds of it. I think this Lincoln's is mostly of dealing with some, I would say telekinesis is your main issue, which, to be fair, Rubik is one of the best, like, responses to Magnus, but usually the BKB covers you in that regard. So don't be afraid, like, when you're playing that way, if you're a damage dealer, you need to care more for when you pop BKB. But if you're the initiator, just pop it as you go in, because in theory, you are choosing to go in at the time where if this works, we win. So like, what other better reason could I have to save the BKB for? It's like, it's this. So just throw it out. If you miss the initiation, no worries. It happens in Pro Dota all the time. Because they have people who are like manta dodging RP and shit, you know? In this game, maybe we just slip up. But that's okay. Like, every rank has a little bit of leeway. For the pros, they try, they miss, they back off, and they chill, and they wait. And you can do the same thing. So just throw it out. In the like mid to late game, when you first buy BKB, be a little more careful with it. Hello, I'm new here. Oh, welcome. Thank you for joining in. No, you don't have to pay. It is totally optional. It's a free raffle. If you do want to pay to guarantee your own replay, that's what the like $5 thing is for on the screen. But it's completely optional. If no one does that, I just pick someone random who has submitted a game. It's chaos mode because I pick purely off my decision. I don't pick favorites though. I usually try to pick things that sound interesting. So if you give a little bit more description of your game on like what you're looking for, I will not lie, that kind of bumps your chances up a little bit because it gives me an idea of what we're looking for and how useful it will be for not just you, but also other people watching of like, oh, this is a common mistake. We can cover this. But that's not to say if you keep it like brief, I'm never going to pick you. I'm going to sit a bit. Hephaestus is not in my chair. You got to take advantage of this. I got an ad during the oops. I wasn't paying attention to the ads. Oh, I see it's going. I'll redo the explanation in a little bit. Sorry about the ads. I understand they're a pain. The YouTube audience right now is like, well, what ads? Oh, hello, Hef. You want to sit here? Don't touch the tea. It's hot. Oh, I said don't touch it. Careful. Careful. Ooh, Festus is here. We might be able to do a cat cam. Okay, you gonna stay there, Hef? I don't think I actually have this webcam plugged in. Hold on. I gotta... Let me get the cat cam set up. Keep submitting your games, which I see the ads are done. Just put in your games. Let me know who you're playing. And if you have any questions about the game, that usually helps me to understand what I'm getting into and how useful it will be for myself, yourself, and the people watching. It's not strictly required, but it does help. Yeah, that's it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, stay. Oh, I forgot to do the timestamp for that last one. Oops. Well, I'll save that. I'll redo it later. Okay, where's the cat cam? Cat cam, cat cam. Don't press buttons, Hef. How come this isn't working? Oh, there we go. Don't bite me. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I see a lot of good questions. Let's start with this real quick because you have a quick question to focus on, and it actually also connects to a topic I was talking about earlier in the Marci game. So let me jump to this real quick. This will be a fast one, and we'll move on to another. Oop. Not the cat cam. That one's got to stay up, of course. Let's take a look at this, which let me do the timestamp before I start talking about it too much. And then this one. Okay. I know there's probably a lot of support players here, but this should still be useful for you because you guys should also understand this. So Storm Spirit here is asking, as you hit level 6, when should you be ganking or not? Which is always a tough question. And I admit I am not a mid player, so you might get slightly different responses from mids, but I think for this rank, I should still be able to give you some good advice here. And the benefit to support players that you also want to understand this, right? You want to know when the Storm Spirit is coming to kill you because you're showing something. Holy shit. I didn't realize how long of a game this. I was like 53 kills. Oh my god, this is an insane one. Okay, well, we are only looking at the start. This would take us the rest of the day to cover the whole game. So I'm glad you said this. We're just looking at the level 6. As a support, you want to know how do you enable this storm, play with him, or how do you slow him down? You know, if he's on the enemy team, like what do? You want that same thought process. So I see you are struggling to start. Ember is a good matchup into Storm. There is a little bit of a skill-based element there, but it is slighted in his favor. Pun not intended, but I should have. That's a good one. I'm going to use that on a future cast. Let me back up just a little bit. Okay, so you are... I'm not going to worry about the lane too much. I want to see why you rotated up here, actually. So, when I jumped in here and I saw you were losing like this, first, you need level 6. That's kind of the benchmark for Storm. Ball Lightning just... What's going on? Ball Lightning just gives you so much to work with. I thought he was coming to bite me. He doesn't usually, but he just suddenly got up. I was worried. Well, he's barely been in the cat cam. Where are you going? So... If you are losing, we need to get 6 right away, either through jungling or Maybe they leave the lane, we get XP there. In the rare chance that a gank happens, we can maybe rotate over. But that's what I'm a little worried about looking at this. Why I was confused, like, oh, you're going to fight. It looks like they're diving, so I could understand this rotation. So we're going to see it in a second. But let's pretend that's not happening. What I would focus on for you is to shove out mid as fast as you can and then fall back to these camps. This is extremely common. And you will even see mid laners put an observer here. Rather than this one, although you'll also see mid laners take both. Okay, that was a very short-lived cat cam. Hopefully he comes back later. Because your plan is to just shove out mid as quickly as possible, you don't really need to see stuff here, though it's still nice to put down for a little bit of safety when you are in the mid lane, but also to know, like, what is Ember doing? You know, teammates, be careful. And then they'll put a ward here to make it easier to stack these camps, especially from behind the tree. Like, walk over here, hit the camp so it, like, walks out, and you can jungle it from here, which is closer to the lane and to the runes, but also just works out for the stack timing because you can hit it from here rather than having to, like, walk all the way over here and drag it out. Some mids who can do Ancients will also come over here, but many mids that can't do Ancients will fall back to this jungle or this jungle rather than the triangle. Especially because so many offlaners now actually can farm the triangle and the Ancients. Now, will you see that in your pub game? You know, maybe not. But those are some good considerations for the mid laners and support players who hate the mid laners who are looking to, like, do something about it. That's a little hint into the mindset. Which is why I actually thought that's what you were about to do. I thought you were going to walk over here and start jungling, which I would say is generally quite good. As you notice, Ember Spirit ganking, a possible opportunity could be to come mid and pressure the tower, but you're a Storm Spirit, you're not very good at that, so I would say getting your own levels to catch back up and jungling is more important. If the creep wave worked out where, like, the creeps are under tower and you're like, oh, it's too scared to do that, I'm gonna go leave, and then you see Ember top, I'd be okay if you, like, came in, killed that creep wave, and then went back to jungling. This kind of looks like maybe we can do something about, but it's also kind of a weak safe lane, so I worry you'll rotate and get nothing out of this. You, as a mid player for Storm Spirit or whoever you're playing, if you think I'm pretty sure I can get a kill here and recover, I am all for it, because kills would go a long way to help you out, especially versus the mid laner who is the one beating you. If you think you can do it, go for it. If you don't think you can do it, don't feel pressured by, like, oh, they're going to flame me for not rotating. Got to recognize what you need. Ping him that he's missing. You know, that's your job. Like, ping that he's missing. And if he ganks, sorry, guys, you know, I did what I needed to. They may get mad at you, but, like, you're not going to make a difference if you don't think you can make a difference. If you're not sure, take your best bet. I would say do it. Learn from it. You came, it doesn't work. Oops. Next time, now you know. That's just part of the learning curve. But let's see if you actually, let's see what happens. So you did come up here. Forget this guy. We gotta get Storm or Ember. I think you got a little sidetracked there. You might not have made it to the Ember anyways. But notice, because of that, we come up here. Okay, we farmed a small camp. You know who really wants that small camp? Spectre. So yes, you get farm, but we kind of griefed our carry, who just got ganked and now can't even farm the small camp. So that's the risk of coming up here as a mid laner if you don't think it's going to work out. It's like, well, I'll farm my way back. You're going to screw over your carry. So it would have been better to not go and then, like, jungle this stuff. Like, farm one camp, stack another. Like, farm this camp, stack this on the way to the power rune, and you're hoping this guy's, like, late to the power rune if the timing works out. Just, you know, as an example of something that might happen. But if it did work out, jungling your way back is good. Or you come here, you jungle your way up, and you think you can gank, you could do that too. Kind of depends on what mid you're playing. Ember's gone. Your job, ping. I saw him walk across. He's missing. He's missing. You might do it. We just can't see it, so that's fine. But that's your job. Ping it. You don't need to respond. That's not strictly your job, because I really need you to hit 6. Now, while he was gone there for a moment, you could try to nuke in the wave. Get him! Sag. Be a little careful of how much mana you have. The tower does a lot at this point of the game. So you threw out a static remnant, But the chain stun vortex is required to kill him. And then hopefully the tower is aggroed to him as well. Well, I say it's required to kill him. That's not fully true. Again, it goes back to your own experience. If you're like, I can kill him with this, do it. But I would say always respect the extra stun under a tower. Granted, Ember's really good at doing damage without drawing tower aggro, but many mids will draw tower aggro. And then they may kill you in a one-on-one because he's like super ahead or whatever, but level 7 Ember is not that far ahead of a tower that's going to hit him for 90 damage. All right, a little bit of efficiency, right? Okay, back to the level 6. So we've gotten to 6 now off this creep wave. Can finally arrive at your question of like, should I gank? Yes, as a mid laner who's behind, the value of being able to pick Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Puck, all these heroes early is that you really don't need a lot. You can be dirt poor, and as long as you have mana and level 6, you can make plays. So you do want to keep your eyes open for it, but we're going to have to be more nitpicky with which ones we go for because we're behind. And anytime we're not ganking, we're just going to jungle the same areas I talked about. Buy your clarities, buy all the stuff. I haven't really gone over it, but you have skipped some items, by the way. You can buy like extra branches, stuff like that to help you out. Your laning stage would go a little smoother with that. I'm not going to let it be the focus right now because it would change with the mid heroes anyways. So like once you kill that last creep, right here, no waiting, right? As part of being behind, do this as quickly as you can. Auto attack non-stop without missing CS. And if you can use spells, do so to speed you up. If you can't, because you're like, oh, I won't have enough to jungle, whatever, then that's fine. Don't do it, just auto attack. But we need to shove this out as quickly as possible. And while you're doing this, you would look around the map to see if you're going to gank. You don't have enough mana, so what I am waiting for you, buy clarities, go jungle, get runes. And we're waiting for that. You see how you like start walking forward? Nah. Immediately as you finish that, go to the jungle. Like, head straight over. Don't waste any time on it. This is why the mid laners are so efficient at high ranks. They're super fast about this stuff.
That was regrettable.
You do make your way here eventually, but there was just that little dilly-dally of a few extra seconds, which does add up the more it happens. So for example, okay, we got the robe. This is where you also get the clarity, and then you have enough mana to walk over here and potentially get the power rune and back off. Best case, you'd get a regen rune. I think Ember actually got on the last one, but you know, in other games, regen rune, arcane rune, whatever. Refills your bottle, helps you fight if you need to, helps you jungle faster, without having to go back, which is what we're gonna have to do if we don't get a bottle here. And because we don't have a clarity, we also have very little to work with here. Oh, he didn't get the regen. Bless. Thank you, Gabe. Okay, but we're still behind. Oh, God. Get him, get him. Get him. Massive. Regen rune balanced. Okay. So we want one of those kills. You got it. Fantastic. Really good. Mana, pretty low. Probably not going to do a future gank. So if you want to clear out the waves, again, go back to jungling, claritying, stuff like that. That's fine. If you lost enough health, you might have to walk back. At that point, we could reevaluate ganking. But anytime you're behind, we do want to think about ganks because it is a really good way to get back into the game. The fact that mid went too hard is actually really good for us. All right, maybe I'm walking home now. Lost a lot of health now. Otherwise, you would just shove out mid and then go home. Okay, as we go home, let's look at the side lanes. Timber with the Spectre. Super hard to kill Timber, and also wouldn't make use of Shadow Step being able to show anywhere else on the map. So top lane, I'm ruling out. I have no interest in going there. Mid lane, maybe. Ember is a great follow-up kill. We just killed him once. He probably TP'd out here. If he didn't already have a Remnant down, I didn't see if he did or not. He'd be a great follow-up kill, but he is, of course, difficult to kill. So if you think you have the heroes for it, great. Bottom lane could also work, especially as I look at this Doom being 5 and 3/4 help, right? I just need to zip Vortex into a Doom. That's a kill. Shadow Step, if she wants. I don't care. So bottom lane looks very tempting once he is 6, which this creep wave should give him. Otherwise, just start walking to a camp while you're not sure. Oh, I didn't realize it was a Medusa here, actually. Ooh. Medusa does not care very much about Doom. But it's pretty early into the game with 3 heroes. I think you guys could still do it, especially as I just saw them make a play on Spectre. So I'm down for it. It's a Silencer. Okay, we can do that too.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
We're getting casked. All right, probably time to get out of here soon. Especially as Timber shows up, we're gone. We got what we came for. We killed 2 heroes. You got 2 galvanized stacks. You guys used Doom, Timber. It's gonna be very hard to kill. Maybe, you know, maybe with Spectre respawning, we could think of a play, but I'd say it's pretty tough. You guys are running out of mana, spells, all that. I would just leave. Leave and go jungle, and then possibly go top. Like, if we left bottom sooner, you might actually make it here as this gets close to spawning. And Ember, in this case, chose bottom, so we might get pushed off. Maybe he chose to go top, and then you get this one. Eat a creep before I go. Nice. Okay, that worked out a little better than I thought, actually. There's no Doom now and no Shadow Step. So I don't think you actually want to get involved in full 5-on-5 fights. You want the smaller stuff with the Shadow Step in there. They have no global, so I guess that's something too. Do we have a good spell? Mystic Snake's okay, actually. But yeah. That's about what I'd expect to happen. Overcommitted. So in the end, we kind of see why this one's a little iffier. It's hard to force something, and we didn't have the abilities, right? Like, Doom is now 10 seconds up. So instead, you want to jungle at that point and wait for this stuff to be up. And that way you'd show up to the fight with a little bit more strength, as long as you're careful with your mana. But, you know, maybe you finish, I don't know. Kaya's actually kind of far. So maybe we just get money. We don't actually finish an item. But you'd get a little bit more money towards it. Zip out all the way here for a rune. I don't think it's going to be worth it. And now we have it. We have a haste, but you live or die off of mana. I'd say if you know the last rune spawn is a regen rune, maybe that's worth doing. Otherwise, I don't think that's worth it. Because you can't push lanes, you can't jungle, you can't fight. Like, you need the mana to do anything on this hero. Some level of zip, if you zip to get the rune and then go home, that's one thing. Zipping out of the fountain to get the rune to then have to walk back again is like, see, we're gonna show up to this, but we're not gonna have enough mana. Well, I guess enough mana. I'll eat my words. I'll eat like one of the words, I guess. Because it looks like I'm still kind of right. Couldn't zip out of there. And in the end, it's not the greatest fight. So I think for you, your earlier plays were actually pretty good. But I think you felt the pressure to keep that up. Because now you keep looking for fights. But honestly, once you're losing, you really just need one good fight. And then you're kind of back off of that. You just need to, like, at that point, start to figure out, okay, what is a good fight? Having Doom makes it a good fight. Having Shadow Step is a good fight. I see she's going Radiant, so actually her earlier impact is actually quite low, so maybe we're okay not getting big kills. Just give her like small support stuff to speed her up to a Radiance. Maybe they use big abilities, low on mana. Those invite good ganks. Otherwise, just jungle and go for runes. Because in this particular game, you have a Spectre. And although you kind of want to get kills with Shadow Step as much as it's up, at the same time, it's a pub game where it's gonna drag late, and you want her to have. It's gonna drag real late. So you just need her to have a good start. And it's okay if the game is a little bit slower to begin to get to this item.
What's happening to Dire?
Okay. I want to see this entire game analyzed. No, we don't have time. Other people have donated. We got to get to their games. I do try to read chat. Sometimes I get focused on the replay, and then I'm not reading as much. But I usually try to scroll back quickly. If you ever have like a critical question to ask me, I would ping me because it usually highlights my name. Then I'll be more likely to read it. But I've somehow developed the skill to zone those out as well, so it's not a guarantee. Okay. This is just a random raffle system. So for free, you just submit match IDs when we're ready for the next one, and we take a look and we move on. There is an option to donate $5. Where is it? $5, and I'll do it guaranteed, which a couple people have done, so we now have to get to theirs. But otherwise, if no one has donated, which is totally fine, no pressure to, it's optional, supports the stream. Very grateful for. Allows me to keep doing this. But even if you don't, there is a chance you get one for free. Or if you're willing to stick around, you'll probably still hear good advice for your own games, even if it's someone else's stuff. This is this is an important one. We gotta help you out. Okay. We can download this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, before I jump straight into the next one, even though we do have a couple to make our way through now, thank you so much for the support, guys. Let me see what you guys were saying to answer any other people's questions. I'm not trying to just like ignore anyone who didn't donate. So let me just do this timestamp real quick and all that. Oh, let me not do the timestamp until we're actually ready to go into this. We can try to answer real quick questions here. Spectre Radiance, is that still a good build? If Spectre is having a good start, I think it's fine to get the Radiance. I don't like seeing Spectres have a tough lane, tough game, and then they still go for Radiance, because then your impact's coming at like 20 minutes plus, which is a bit too late for my liking. I think smaller builds are better. I personally am actually a big fan of the Orchid Manta type build. Sometimes Diffusal Manta, depending on the game, whatever. I actually think those are really good, and I would love to see it more. But if you've been given a good time, I think it's fine to go for the Radiance. And then, of course, if it's actually a good Radiance game, you know, even more so. Way too many people just default to the Radiance build, though, and don't even try the other stuff. Is Arc Warden still a hero in Dota 2? Funny enough, here he is in another game. Pub games, yes. Pro Dota, he is not considered very good at all right now. I can't say I am very good at Arc Warden to know the nuances of why that is or not. I think his build, it seems like there's not a clear build for him right now amongst the high-level players. My predictions, in the first one, I managed to get 8. I can apparently identify teams that will struggle. I'm not so good at identifying teams that will do well, which I think surprised a lot of people. I'm not too surprised. Like, I actually knew Extreme Gaming would come in on as either they were going to clean sweep the group stages or they were going to kind of like really suffer and look clueless. I knew it would be, that sounds obvious. I knew it would be one of those extremes, and I knew it was like well within their capabilities, but I didn't believe it would happen. But they freaking did it. They smashed everybody. I did not think Spirit was going to drop the ball so much because they were looking so good with the stand-in on Fissure with Morel, but I guess something happened to just throw them off their pace, which could have been Laurel. He had health issues leading up to it. They still wanted to play with him, which I totally respect. But, you know, maybe that inability to practice with him more threw them off because they looked real shaky. Well, some series they looked really good, and then the next they looked real shaky, which, you know, is the consistency that comes with practicing a lot. So yeah, maybe they got unlucky with that. My fantasy did relatively well for the first one. If I had slightly better bonuses, I think it would have looked even better. We have anonymous mode on, which actually makes it even easier. Hot milk in our guild. Freaking in the top 100. Crazy shit. I didn't think I would have anyone, you know, in here. But they're in our Discord as well. So that was crazy. Small world. We'll see. We'll see if they manage it for this one too. What role and hero should I focus on to get better at Dota 2? Doesn't fully matter. The most important thing, you need to be willing to put in the effort to improve. And every role is going to have different things that are better at him. Like, there's more payoff. You know, if you're like a support player who's insane at CSing, you know, maybe a core career is in your future, you know? So the skill sets for each role are a little bit different, but the ultimate, I have to be good at those fundamentals, and then I have to learn Dota as a whole. That is kind of the same. So really, find the role and the types of heroes that resonate with you the most. I really like roaming. I like getting in these early plays. You're probably a position 4 that is a ganking type hero, a strong laner, or you're like a mid hero who gets active early, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit players. I like farming, and like I really like thinking about items. You know, you're more of a carry player. I like not doing anything. You know, you're a carry player. I should have made that joke first. Damn. You know, so whatever resonates with you is what you have to aim for. And once you've picked that, you just need to focus on improving the base fundamentals to a point where you can kind of autopilot it, so you can focus on the game as a whole. Because if you're way too focused about like, oh, what button is like ice path, what button is like, oh shit, like, oh, what's the like Kez combo, you know, like you're so focused on that. You're so focused on like, is this an item for BKB? Oh, should I be building like SNY first? Is this a Manta game? That is stuff that is important to do, but is not Dota concepts. You need to reach the point. You play Jakir and you're like, this is a Greaves game. This is a Vlad's game. This is Force Staff Glimmer. Like whatever the itemization, it comes real quick. You barely have to think about it. You can think about it in hindsight, like after the game, like, this is probably better, right? But it's real fast in the game. You don't worry about your spell casting, your items. All that is good. And then you start thinking about like, what is my purpose in Dota? What am I doing? Like, why am I here? Right? You can't think about that if you're so caught up in managing your inventory and about like, I'm out of cast range. I'm like dead all the time. I don't know what I can do. You need that down. And then you can think about like, my mid lane matters a lot this game. I should adapt my play to help mid. It's like, oh, my carry will win us the game. How do I help them? I need to get a kill for them. Oh, wait, they're bad at that. I should stack for them, right? Those are the bigger Dota concepts that are really hard to get to until you're good at a few heroes and like one basic role. So I recommend starting with a role and only a few heroes to improve on those Dota concepts. Once you have those Dota concepts down, you can now go to whatever role. And now you have to learn the specifics of that stuff. But the big overarching picture, like if I don't know, I have not played Luna in a year. How about beyond that? 2 years, all the way back here. 2019 is at the end, right? I have 20 Luna games starting from 2019. So I'm not an experienced Luna player. I'm not a good carry player, but my Dota fundamentals are pretty strong at this point. So if I suddenly got thrown in a carry game and played Luna, I would struggle with the Luna specifics, but I would know like I should be pushing this lane for my team. I should be like, I'm the tower hitter in this game. I am like the frontline baiter. I don't actually need to do that much damage, but I need to go in and bait stuff to happen and then satanic heal up and buy as much time for other people like a sniper on my team to do damage, right? Like I can identify that even though I'm not specifically a Luna player because I had time to think about Dota concepts as a whole over my longer Dota career not worrying about like specific individual hero stuff. And then if I want to keep playing Luna, I got to keep working on Luna specific stuff. But that would be my advice. You start with a very small level thing so you can think of the big picture. Once you get the big picture, you go back to the very individual specific stuff, and then you just kind of like bounce back and forth between that. That was kind of long. Rambled on that a little bit. Okay, we do need to get to the replays. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna butcher name, Beknazar. Veno hard support. I keep losing, but I love playing Veno. Should I abandon all hope? So I absolutely have to help you out here because I too love Venomancer, and I can't have you giving up on our boy here. I'm gonna give you all my Venomancer knowledge. Let's keep the Veno dream alive. Yeah, one more peek at the Dota predictions while it's loading. It's not really a science. A lot of it's by vibe and feel, but this is what I have for now. If you want to like pause or screenshot, it'll be in the VOD too if you want to like jump here. And then fantasy, which probably doesn't really matter as much. It really is a bit luck based on what you get for this. And then whatever teams you think are going to do well, like you put those players in, right? Like if you don't think Falcon's going to do well, don't pick Falcons players. You can maybe, like, because I have Virtuoso, I was more willing to put in Malrine. And then because I got stuns, I'm like, oh, Malrine's been playing a bunch of Sand King, you know, like stick him in. More than like the other mid players who would also reasonably make it quite far in this tournament. That's part of it. But mostly just pick a player. You never know. Who could have predicted like, oh yeah, Falcons was only going to play 90-minute games. Like you got no idea for that stuff. So yeah, just take your best guess. All right, Veno gameplay. Focuses a lot on the early game. So I'm going to focus on your lane and then your post-lane movements. That'll be our focus because that's where Venomancer is usually the strongest. And maybe a mid to late game fight to see how you're using Plague Wards. Those are some of the most important things for Venomancer. And then we'll move on to the next people who have been donating. And we must make sure we cover everybody.
Everybody get set.
Do I have any insider news on new heroes? I swear I won't tell anyone else. Well, that seems pretty trustworthy. Let me tell you. Now, I would love to have that info because I am very trustworthy. I would not leak it, but it would allow me to prep as a content creator of like, okay, we're going to make this kind of video. We're going to make this kind of plan. You don't even need to tell me the hero. I would just love to know release date so I could plan my life a little bit better. It sucks working on a big video and then like the patch comes out the next day and you're like, well, that sucks. You know, it's like, it's useless. I would just love to know a little bit more info on that stuff. But they don't share it. I don't blame them. It is what it is. That's the life.
30 seconds to go.
Okay. So we got first blood. I like this kind of movements. It's pretty solid. You guys got this early enough that if you want to sweep over to your own jungle, it's a very natural reaction. Like they split up. They see you guys kill here and they go, oh, we should go take theirs. You know, walk up here. Now, if you guys killed them at 5 seconds, then yeah, they're going to make it here. You're never going to make it in time. But you guys got this so quickly that you could move over and kill someone. If you want to wait here, this will work sometimes, but I'd say the odds are a little less likely to succeed. I think it's perfectly fine to get first blood and then just go for a 2-2 rune split. Can't complain about getting first blood, right? But if you want to push it for more, also okay. You don't need to feel like we got first blood. We also need to try to get 3 bounty runes, right? This is getting a little crazy, guys. You don't need that much to start off well. First blood alone is good enough. Even just a good trade is good enough.
Someone's having technical difficulties.
You guys actually got 4 bounty runes. That's insane. What are they doing? Wait, we gotta go back. What the heck were they doing? You guys scared the shit out of them. All right. They're all in the base, I guess. What is going on here? 30 seconds in, they're all in the fountain besides one guy. Well, I guess the Skywrath got killed, so that's why he's in the base, but what the heck? Were they all in the base? And then they ran back? No, they're all just here. Disaster. Disaster. This is why if you just blindly walk forward, it tends to work out in your favor more than it backfires. I'm not saying it's good to do strictly to like always blindly run out, but if you just gambled on pub player habits, it would work out more in your favor. I've been mindlessly running forward for the last 3 years of my career as a content creator, and it works out more than it doesn't. I am sometimes the feeder of first bloods, but many times I am the securer. All right, anyways, okay, we go to lane. Slightly late here. If you do get the first bloods and you start bottom, don't be afraid to TP top to just start the lane. Venomancer's early levels are pretty iffy depending on the matchups, and especially with a weaker carry like Spectre. So you really want to pick up early levels on Venomancer. It makes you much stronger. So we want to minimize missing XP, and we are a slow, fragile snake. We don't like having to walk around to pull camps very much. We really want to just sit and whittle people down with Poison Sting. That means, 1, we need to get to Poison Sting, and then 2, I can't have the lane bouncing back and forth and like pull here, this guy is doing that, all over the place. So the sooner you're in lane, the better timing you're going to have with Poison Sting, but also the better control you have to help out with Creep Equilibrium to make sure they didn't do any wacky business. So this applies to many supports, but I really recommend it for someone like Venomancer to be in the lane as soon as you can, and don't be afraid to TP in. Though if you TP in, just make sure you don't go over aggressive, die, and then have to waddle on back. That's of course going to be the worst. So right now, for example, I'm scared to go up. Let's go back. So let's say you got here a little sooner, TP'd. How can I start helping right away? Potentially body block the back 3 creeps, but look at this. I could hit Earthshaker, start whittling him down even though I don't have Poison Sting. You're still a ranged hero with 52 damage. So start here, attack, walk in, actually attack, no creep aggro drawn. But look, our creep is dropping below 50. This creep's also getting low. Spectre wants the last hit, you focus on the deny. By hitting this creep early, you can also just make sure that right now it's about even. So who knows what's going to happen? Maybe creep aggro brings us under tower, who knows? But if you start hitting your creep and your creeps die first, then it's more likely the lane continues to stay here. And that's something we miss, right? By the time we get here, we've already missed 2 creeps being killed, and we could have been hitting this already as well. I know this sounds quite minor, but this is how you get the first wave to consistently work out in your favor, is by being here on time to do this kind of small stuff. And also we have our sentry, which if we were here sooner, you maybe could have already blocked. At this point, you can now save it to put it in at the last second. That's fine with me. But we do eventually want to swap that out for like a stat item or something. Looks like a magic stick. All right, so even though we've been up here and you did block this, I would say this block is the main thing you've succeeded in doing. I haven't really seen you attack all that much. And that was the first wave, second wave, currently under tower. So this is where you're missing out on some auto attacks. Now, granted, Jakiro also hasn't done that, and there was a little bit of like zoning, like, oh, you doing this or me doing this? Like, so kind of contributed there as well. But I can't help but notice this Earthshaker full health while Spectre has taken a beating. And that usually means we've missed the mark as a support a little bit. And we need to be here hitting. Some of it, I think you're scared. You're like, oh, well, what if I get fissured here and then like Jakiro gets me? So you're in the wrong spot. You need to be like over here. Which side depends on the draft, but like you just need to pick a safe spot to be in. Look at that, boom, we're kicking ass. But it's not like you were waiting. You needed level 2. You started doing this as soon as you like started doing this, right? You walked in, galed. I'd actually say you're a little bit too close. Further away, either back here because you know Jakiro was on the left side, or in this case, I was mentioning like just do it from the top side. That would also be good and safer if Jakiro is here, and even if Jakiro is here. Anyways, we get into the fight, and we just start whacking him. Whacking him, look at that. Half his health, gone. Whacking, spitting away. Pit, pit, pit. I spit on you too. Pit, pit. You just did like 10 auto attacks, but for whatever reason, you chose to wait till 1 minute and 20 seconds to start doing that. You started kicking their ass 1 minute into the lane. But I'm going to hit you with this. Why not do it at the start? Pretty good. You know, just do it right away. And that way you can start getting the mana going. And, you know, because he's low, he's a little bit more cautious about approaching some of these early creeps, which means the bracer that he's waiting to finish, right? Maybe you delay it a little longer. Slow down his progression. Yeah, you might be... I would, yeah, throw the blood grenade. You can kill him. Easy peasy. Main thing, main critique, some inventory management here. Swap this in. But your actual fights have been pretty good. I think you were just really timid level 1. Now it's much better. Remember, Venomancer in a direct fight, Venomancer will almost always lose because you are the epitome of damage over time. That's one of the reasons I like Venomancer. I love damage over time concepts. That's your thing. So Poison Sting, if you look at the numbers, this ability seems insane. Like, you attack once and you get 48 magic damage. That's crazy. And you go higher up, it's like the numbers are absurd, but it takes time to do it. And it's not like it's 48 magic damage every attack. It's over 6 seconds, which means if we actually stand and hit someone multiple times in a row, it's like, okay, 8 bonus damage, and then I refresh to 6 seconds. So it's not really 48 damage. It's like, oh, 54, because I attacked twice so close together, and that starts being less impressive. Which is why heroes that can just stand and fight, they tend to do better against Venomancer because their damage comes out sooner. So let's say Jakiro, not only is he tankier, he also has damage over time abilities, but they're much faster. They're like 5 seconds of damage over time. Your Poison Sting level 1 is 6 seconds, goes up to 15 at max level. Venomous Gale is 15 seconds, right? So we need 15 seconds for our damage to go through. So if they can kill us in anything less than 15 seconds, their ability is better. In fact, in the time it takes for Venomous Gale to use its 1 spell worth of value, this guy can dual breath a second time, which is why in any direct fight, Venomancer is unfavored. And this is a really common mistake, myself included. You get in too big of a fight and they just kill you and then you die because you are a little banana snake. But over time, and I'm talking a long time, right? 15 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. That's where Venomancer really shines because of your crazy numbers. So as Venomancer, the thing you need to look for in the lane is that you need to build a health advantage to the point where they can't commit to the fight because you will kill them. Even though your damage is slower, the fact that they are at half health while you are at 100%, they can use multiple sets of spells, but you still kill them first because you kept them low. That is the hardest part of Venomancer. You must find the health advantage, and then once you have it, it becomes so much easier to play Venomancer. So to start, the stats are great, what you built, and I also like that you bought tangos and a salve. You had the blood grenade, you got the magic stick, right? Don't be afraid to buy more if you need to, but a lot of times you just need to do it first. You can take a bad trade, let's say 50-50, not even that bad trade. Maybe it is bad. You do 30%, they do 60%. You salve, we have to pay an upfront cost, but until they also buy a salve, they are now below you, and it becomes so much easier for a damage over time hero like Venomancer to maintain that, because all you have to do is attack once every 6 seconds. A little more than that, you know, if you want to also get an auto attack damage. But as long as you're attacking like every now and then, Poison Sting is doing work, and they maybe can't return fire with the spells and the auto attacks because they're also slowed. So that's a lot of laning with Venomancer, is like being really careful on the, like, we're all here, we're all healthy. How do I get this slight health advantage and grow that to the point where now they just cannot be here anymore? It's very hard to get there, and then it's super easy. So you now need to do it again, because like you killed him. So he's back to full health. In theory, you have golden XP to now make this easier. She is low health though, but because you are low, you need to be really careful right now. Heal up, get the advantage again, and then you're good to go. So you are maybe doing that through like, oh, let me do a pull and heal. Your lane equilibrium was actually in an okay spot. This should have been a half pull, because otherwise this is happening. He's free to tower dive like that because there's no creeps helping to defend, and now your lane's actually going to push out because you did a full pull. So next time, look for a half pull there. That just goes back to knowing creep equilibrium. Otherwise, you individually are good now. You're full health during that, but your Spectre got her ass kicked. So that's why you have to be really careful of that. So that's why the half pull would have been perfect. And now we got to start poking again. We got to get back in there. I would actually go QWW for most laning stages. Level 1 Plague Ward is a lot better now, thanks to the way they changed it, but it's still pretty... It's a lot of mana for you to use both Plague Wards and Venomous Gale. One Plague Ward is not that meaningful, so you need multiple Plague Wards all the time, and that's a lot to maintain along with Venomous Gale. So usually QWW is a better build. And I would say when you have to make space for your weak Spectre, you do want to do something like that. And then if you think she's going to get kicked out and you're going to have to hold the lane, that's when you can go like QWW and then max E. Oh, it kind of... So this isn't a true 2-on-2 because she's so low. It's kind of what I'm talking about. Like once you're low, you can't fight anymore because you always die first. So you always have to retreat, which always makes it easier for them to do more damage. That's what we're trying to get to on Venomancer, and why you may have to buy extra regen to start to get to that point. Here, they're focusing Spectre, so you're getting a good trade in. And then there's some pathing issues here. You should keep walking to the right and auto-attack this Earthshaker as you go. Look to... So if you do take early points in Plague Wards, one of the best things you can do is block people's paths with it. Block camp spawns. You actually put a sentry, but if you're going to take Plague Ward, you could just drop the Plague Ward to block the camp. Plague Ward right here. You'll body block him here, and the tower will kill him. You want to try to be really next level? Wait for him to walk a little further out. Plague Ward here, because then there's a little pocket like right here. And then the creeps might walk in the back and body block him, like actually trap him in here, unless he has tangos, which he actually does, so he'll be able to cut trees, but you'll force him to use them inefficiently. This is a really good way to use Plague Wards. Their early damage is actually really bad. Like a single Plague Ward is not impressive at all. So you need to use single Plague Wards for vision or for body blocking, stuff like this. Otherwise, you need multiple Plague Wards for it to have significant damage, which is why it's so tough on mana, because you have to cast so many Plague Wards while also having this, and we have no items. You could probably get, like, really close to a kill if you had body blocked him with the Plague Ward there. Okay, so in the end, that was kind of a rough trade, but when you come back, you're going to be really strong because they're low. And unless they keep buying regen, now it's really easy to maintain the health difference I was talking about. This guy's got no more regen. This guy has like a little. Okay, so we do get the kill. Notice though, notice in the time it took you to take out a half health Jakiro, they got you down to like 2/3 of your health is gone. That's kind of what I mean why like Venomancer does not like the direct fights. Because if Jakiro was a little healthier, even though he started at 60% HP, he still would have killed you first because your damage just takes so long to come out in value. And why you need to go for slower trades until like they just cannot fight back because they're too low. Also, Venge is here now. Hey, Venge, what's up? You could maybe rotate off of getting a double kill, but it'd be okay if you stuck around. You salve the Spectre, but it's not as efficient anymore. Earn also gets canceled by damage, so make sure you wait for damage over time stuff from Jakiro to fade before using it on Spectre. But you are not healthy enough, so this is the downside of both using Earn and salve on Spectre. I would actually prefer, now the carry players may not like hearing this, but you should actually salve yourself, in my opinion, and then put your body in front of Spectre. And if they have to get through you, who is going to hit them with so many slows and whittle them down, they're not going to be able to focus on Spectre. So it's not going to matter that she's low health, and let her passively regen up. It'll be better value on the South. You're so low that you're gonna die trying to do that, and then after you die, then they'll go for Spectre. So it'd be better for you to be full health and body for her. See, because now look, you're behind her, and she's like, oh, he's behind me, so I also have to be careful. So despite salving her, she's still not farming. Apparently willing to die for the Lotus, though. Look how low this guy is. It takes you so long, you still die. If you want this, you guys have to set up earlier. That's not your fault. I don't know why the Spectre went in so hard on that. Oops. Pay no mind. Okay, as Spectre gets close to 6, you could look to make your way to another lane. But this is why maxing Plague Wards too soon can backfire. You need multiple Plague Wards down. I know I've been saying that a lot. But now let's talk about scenarios you can actually get multiple Plague Wards down. You either need to... They can't just be down, right? You can't just have a zoning Plague Ward here. It's just not worth it. They'll just avoid you and play left side. So you need to also be able to farm. If you do go for this build, it's okay to let this spawn after the first couple minutes. So you can put a bunch of Plague Wards here and farm this camp. And if they walk in, then you can fight them because you have like 4 Plague Wards down. And if they avoid you, then you're just going to farm up a bunch. And you guys can fight from this side. And if they are trying to chase you in, this is your safety zone. Or you leave the lane and you're using them aggressively. Potentially just like setting them in the front, but setting them up like somewhere here so you can farm this camp also works. Or like setting them up over here so your team feels confident from pushing from the low end, but you can also jungle the Ancients while it's happening. This is how you get value out of Plague Wards. If you're mostly just sitting on them and there's only like 1 or 2 Plague Wards out at a time, then it should absolutely be like a 1-4-1 build. Maxing Plague Wards means there should be 5 Plague Wards down at any given moment. I'm not going to worry too much about missing Venomous Gale because I think you know, obviously you're supposed to hit it, and I miss Venomous Gales too. Just like a classic. Oh, yeah, could be, okay. So this lane could have gone a lot better if you factor in some of the stuff we talked about, so we'll probably move on from that. And now that you do have Plague Wards max and this lane's going rough, Spectre would just jungle. And that sucks because Spectre's not a good jungler, but that's kind of what you would want to happen. The other thing you can try to do is force action somewhere else. So you come bottom. You're actually very good versus Ursa. So this could work out. You come bottom, play here, play Pugna. He's also good at taking towers. You're good at zone control, but taking towers is actually bad. Pugna solves that. So you two play together, set up bottom, and Spectre shadow steps in. And if they focus Spectre, you guys are going to take towers way faster than they can kill Spectre and take your tower. So you could start coming and playing here. If you had a carry who was a better jungler, they could go jungle, and you just put a bunch of Plague Wards around here. I would do like 2 behind the tower, 1 by the side of the tower, 1 in the back, and then 1 for vision somewhere like out here, or seeing this kind of wrap around. And then you just keep placing Plague Wards to recycle that. No one can take the tower, you farm it, and your carry's jungling, and you're wasting 2 heroes' time. If it starts becoming just a one-on-one, then you leave and let Spectre take the lane again. This is making plays kind of working with the Pugna, but we are doing it near the Spectre, so she's not getting solo time, and it also means Ursa is getting the solo time, so a little bit of a downside. Plague Ward right here to body block him. Save me, Pugna. All right, so this is where, like, with a bunch of heroes coming up here, if Spectre just leaves, they waste their time, right? This is the core Earthshaker, position 4 Jakiro. Any other heroes that come up here, there's a position 5 Veno just putting a bunch of Plague Wards down, killing creep waves really quickly. And it's just not efficient for them. You're getting the same farm as 3+ heroes. And if they try to dive you,
This is where all your slows come into play. You throw the ult, throw the Venomous Gale, people TP in, and otherwise they would just walk away. But now it's super slow because of Venomancer, and they're also taking a bunch of damage because you have like so many Plague Wards set up. So that's the defensive Plague Ward ideal. This is the aggressive version, but done with our super weak carry, which makes it suboptimal. And as you see, it's 3v2 and she still dies, which is why, yeah, not the best. And this ends up being a bit of an overcommitment. Technically not the worst because we take the tower and all that, but if we just change where we did it, you would be taking a tower in another lane. It would be Ursa suffering, and it would be Spectre free farming, and that would be a lot better. Plus, Spectre could then just ult in bottom and then go back. She ain't gonna shadow step from here to here, you know? And that's not gonna, like, that doesn't enable Spectre. The shadow step, this is for all people playing with Spectre, not just like Venomancers. The value of shadow step is the global nature. So like, not just in the fact that she can show up anywhere, like that's good. Don't get me wrong, but it's also the farm potential she is exposed to. So for example, she is farming top, farming this lane for free, and that's easy for any hero to do. Jungling, she's not that good at, of all the heroes out there, right? She's not that good at jungling. Lane creeps are easy though. When you let her shadow step to another lane, she could just show up, get the kill, and then go back, right? That's fine. But potentially, she can leave this lane after farming it efficiently and easily, show up here, get the kill, and then take over this area and farm this set of lane creeps in a way that's very easy for her, whereas jungling is bad. So that's why the more you make plays away from Spectre, it works out. And it might also, like, an extra value is that you leave the Spectre alone and they go, oh, we can't have Spectre farming, let's go mess with her. They rotate up a bunch of heroes to get Spectre, who then, because you guys start action somewhere else, she just shadow steps away. You've wasted their time, you've sped up your Spectre. It's like the perfect scenario, you know? And that's why we need to not play near Spectre. Anytime we're near Spectre, none of that works. Like, she's never gonna shadow step right in front of her. I'll say never. I mean, she actually will to get the kill, but it misses out on the rotation values of this kind of stuff.
What for? Dire's top tower. You know the drill.
Yeah, so we're kind of like back here, you know, and then she leaves and like, oh, well, I'm not with her. So if you have to do this once and you like place a ward and then like, okay, I'm going to leave this area now and leave Spectre top, that's fine. At some point, you just got to commit to it. Real minor critique though, right back here. All right, you see how you like slip through here? So these creeps are actually going to see you. And from the enemy's perspective, what's Venomancer support doing heading into like my triangle? You know, like they're going to be real suspicious of this. So you should either take a bigger loop around or wait for your carry to finish farming the lane so then they don't see you moving down. This observer itself is fine, but what if a hero had been farming here? One, they might just kill you. Two, they see you, place that ward, and then you see them and you go, ah, shit. You know, it doesn't work. I would recommend stepping onto the high ground, which can be really dangerous to do. So you could scan it, step on the high ground to see no one is here, or the scan hits, you don't even need to do it. If you're a hero who can safely step up, like you're a Weaver support, you can do this and then just scooch you away if they're not here. But by like whatever reason, if you stand on high ground, you know it's safe, then you can place your observer. This one is good. There's a spot like above this tree right here. It's a little finicky. Slowly move your mouse from this tree up and a little bit to the left. There's a spot you can put here. It will see a little bit worse vision, but it's still pretty good. And the sentry that will almost for sure come right around here. This is a really common sentry spots, like right here. They always get this stuff, but will sometimes miss this corner. So you're gonna drastically improve your observers living if you stick them here, which is what you want. Because I, as Venomancer, want to sit somewhere. If I am gonna play top, then this observer can be a more dangerous spot because I'm gonna have a bunch of Plague Wards protecting it. But if the Plague Ward's there, I don't really need an observer there.
So this type of observer is because I am not going to be top anymore. I'm going to go play mid and bottom, so I really want this to survive. So that's why these little tricks help a lot. Venomancer, you can just Plague Ward the high ground to see if anybody's up here, and then walk up and place your observer. Pros and cons. Pros, saves your life, super safe. Cons, if they walk by here later and there's a stray Venomancer ward, why was that here? You know, that means Venomancer's been in the area. I'm going to be suspicious. So if you don't think anyone's going to be here for like 40 seconds, you can do that. You can also kill the Plague Ward by aggroing a creep camp to it. So Plague Ward, check the high ground, walk up, drop your observer as like hit the camp, draw it back, put your observer, snake away. The creep camp will kill the Plague Ward, and then you'll have your observer in your sneaky spot. You've kept yourself safe. It all works out. After this, now we go through the Twin Gate. Go through the Twin Gate, go play bottom. Bring your Pugna down here. 3 to 4 of you. Set up a bunch of Plague Wards, blast this tower. They can't stop you. Or none of your team wants to show mid. You come mid, bunch of Plague Wards to protect this. They're kind of taking it for free. As much as possible as Venomancer, try to never give a tower for free. If no one on your team wants it, then you need to identify ahead of time to go there and put a bunch of Plague Wards down. Since one will not save you. You know, you need like 5. So like, you do a lot of damage, you know, you see it drop. But again, going back to the time, like how long that took. Okay, I think that covers a lot of the early game and the early movements. May jump ahead to just see like one fight of how are you using Plague Wards to talk about that. This is good. You know, Spectre shows up, plays happen. If Spectre does not want to be in this play anymore, she leaves, right? She was efficiently farming, gets a kill, goes back to efficiently farming. Ursa, kind of farming while the whole teams were set up. Now a fight's breaking out, can no longer efficiently farm, needs to spend time running away to go efficiently farm, which is then going to open up the tower. So this is overall a very good movement from you guys. All right, you're getting too close. This is not a late game fight, but same principles apply. So Venomancer can contribute a lot with Plague Wards due to the vision and the slow. So you almost get your ass handed to you by this guy jumping in trying to get you. It's a bait. That's pretty good. Like, you're alive, you're healing. You don't need to do anything else besides keep yourself alive and keep using Plague Wards to give vision to your team, to land hooks, to figure out what's good to do. So you see how you're like moving in to go auto attack? You really don't need to. In this case, you have like Venomous Gale, so you could do that. I'd be fine. And admittedly, if you died to secure these 2 kills, super worth it. So if that's the case, that's fine. But it's also okay to just like put a Plague Ward in this tree and stay back here, especially if you didn't have a salve and we're sitting at like 100 health, you know, or like this guy starts running. So you also run far enough away that you're not going to die, but then you put the Plague Ward on the cliff to know like, where's he going? This is why you don't really risk yourself. Like, see here, I mean, Jakir was about to die, so it's totally understandable why you came out. But let's say he was healthier and you're just doing like one more auto attack. You wouldn't need to take that risk. Yeah, this one wasn't the best example. You actually got a lot done. But those principles do apply to mid to late game fights where you're just a squishy support who's going to die real easy to these like farmed cores. All right, this is a good situation where this is kind of what I wanted you guys to get to. I want to set up on this tower, and I want to make it safe for Pugna to keep blasting it. You are actually a bad tower taker. You're a really good creep killer and zone controller, but the creeps have piercing damage, which is bad versus buildings. So pick your side on the towers. For this tower, if you want to set up bottom, that works out because this camp is here. But you can also set up top because this camp is here. I don't really care where. None of your wards really need to go under the tower. First, we need vision of the wraparounds. So put a Plague Ward somewhere here. Up here can also work. Like a Plague Ward right here, which see people coming this way, see some of the river going in this way. So one of those Plague Wards would help give control. If you're scared to walk in, because stuff like this can happen, start progressively, right? From over here, which feels safe, you can put one here. As that feels safe, you can move a little closer, put the next one further up. or like put it here, then like come around here, put it here, you know, that kind of thing. Progressively inch forward. You want to do it from the bottom side? That's fine too. From here, I'm scared of breaking this tree line point blank into an Ursa waiting here, so I put the Plague Ward here. Okay, safe. Hide behind this tree. Wait. Okay. I see from high ground to low ground. I move a little further. I put my Plague Ward on the cliff. Okay, great. Wait behind this tree. Okay, it's ready. Move up. Place the next Plague Ward like here, or place it like here to see the wraparounds this way. Wait again a little bit. Okay, now I place the next one up here. And this is how I'm like inching my way forward in a very safe manner with Plague Ward. And once I have that vision down, I now want to set up for this tower. So I need to make this area very dangerous because that will help kill the creep waves quickly, but also make it difficult for the enemy to fight into us and to like chase us through here. So I'm going to put a bunch of Plague Wards in this general area. I'm going to aggro the creeps through here to kill the creep wave. And then our team will position bottom where these Plague Wards are defending us. And then when there are no creeps, I'm going to aggro this camp in and farm that. So I'm accomplishing 3 things with the Plague Ward set up here. And then I don't need all 8 Plague Wards here. I need like 4 in this general area doing that. So the others are scouting things like here to see people come in. Is like in this tree line to see them coming in, to TP in, you know, putting it over here in case there's like a smoke wraparound as it breaks. I've already got stuff hit in the back line. That's what the other ones are for. And you take turns. You can't put 4 and then like 4 because they're all gonna die at the same time. You need the majority here. You put like 3 and then 1 over here and then the 4th and the 5th and then the 6th one like here. And then, okay, refresh the 7th. And then the sneaky one, like, I don't know, here to, like, aggro the camp over, something like that. I don't know. There's, like, a rotating cycle to it. Okay, let's jump ahead. Let's go find a late-game fight for you. Okay, you guys are smoked, so I understand not wanting to reveal your position too much. With Plague Wards along the way. Otherwise, I would recommend using them in like, not in the lane, but in the trees as you go. This one is good, and look at that. Catches you sight of the Jakiro. This kind of D-Ward is kind of scary, though. What if you get echoed here? Right, he moved up. I don't know who else could be here. So you put the sentry, and you come up to kill it yourself, but you could just put Plague Wards to deal with this stuff. So drop the Plague Wards, let them kill this stuff safely until you have more information. And you just like hide behind the tree. They'll know you're there, but they can't actually see you. So this guy can't just like, does he have a blink? This guy has some stuff, you know, but like they can't use point and click spells on you when you're behind the tree, just putting Plague Wards here to kill this stuff. If it's an actual race to kill it, then like, yeah, you could take a little bit more risk to come out here. But yours is just a sentry. Theirs is the observer. So if they kill your sentry, you just put another one later. Okay, so here, this actually does go back to the, we got baited in. We have separate things going on here. You guys need to be really careful of Earthshaker. He's the big team fight ultimate. What you guys are really good at is hooking people out of position, venge swap, setting up zone control, and forcing a static fight with Plague Wards and Nether Ward. If you don't find the right fight, then you just back out and like wait for the opportunity. But in a like full 5-on-5, you have to respect Echo the most. That's what doesn't happen here. This is technically a good pickoff, but you don't know where the Earthshaker is. So then as you all clump up trying to kill him, here comes the big Echo, and it deletes you guys. And your positioning heroes are down here, out of the fight with you guys. So you guys shouldn't engage in this. What you should actually do, let's take away this haunt. We just got their observer, so you keep setting up vision around here. Move back this way. You guys just siege forward a little bit on the top half, because this is where I just removed their ward, and I'm going to set up my own Plague Wards. And you just let Pugna blast the tower, knowing you can swap and hook him out. And they can't echo a solo Pugna. They also can't really commit on him because the saves are coming. But if they do, then if they don't, then they're going to lose the tower. So they have to jump into all the saves, into the nether wards, into the plague wards, and it's going to feel bad for them. This is a little bit of a forced fight. Notice we have one plague ward down, nether ward is back here. We've moved away from our static power into a fight that is happening without full vision, and that's kind of what goes against us. Venomancer very much wants stationary fights where you have dictated, not jumping at an opportunity that they presented. I'm not going to say it's not possible, but it's not in your favor typically.
Dyer's mid tower is
I said one example, but we love Venomancer. Let's do one more. Okay, I jump ahead, and I can't help but notice there's only 2 plague wards down. So in the late game, as you pick up items and you have enough mana, you pretty much want... It doesn't have to be the full 8, but you should have like 4 plague wards down at any given moment, because the vision is the strong part of that stuff. So let's actually go back in time a little bit and see what you were doing. How come we don't have more plague wards down? So setting up for high ground defense. Further back is usually better. This one's in a good spot. Pick your side. You don't need to protect the whole thing. Your team should not try to fight on the whole thing. You pick one side. So if it wants to be top, sentry down, this one's good, because we want to draw the creeps in this way and clear them out. This one's actually too close, where Arc Warden will be able to kill this Plague Ward easily. Creeps will be able to get this easily. We want to build up more Plague Wards in the back to draw the creeps into, and then set up more in the front. The spread of vision's kind of okay, but if the fight breaks out here, we have 1 Plague Ward. If the fight breaks out here, we have 1 Plague Ward. So 3 wards. They're only good in this direct area, which they really should not try to fight directly in the middle. So we want to concentrate one side and play that side. So we're using Plague Wards to D-Ward. This is good. Kind of scary. You guys could keep using wards to just check this out. Actually, let's do this without speeding forward so we can... Okay. We're just gonna talk about Plague Ward. Okay, back off. Vision, this is good. You know, we're scared, okay. Plague Ward's about to be available again. I want to kill this without risking my life, so I put another Plague Ward down, like right around here, so it can focus the creeps. I don't risk my life. It's in the cast range, like right here. It'll hit. And my team does not have to move forward into this. Jakiro has to get to my sentry back here, which is too dangerous. Otherwise, he can just keep trying to kill my Plague Wards, but the Plague Ward's pretty tanky, and it's going to take him a while. And you can always just put another Plague Ward down the line. So you can do this very safely. Your team actually didn't even need to push up like this. If you want to, though, it's kind of okay. Put the Plague Ward back here, then. Make sure any heroes coming this way are spotted, if that's happening. I don't think they're there. I think they're all here. We jumped ahead. I don't really know where they are. Okay, that's okay. Put the Plague Ward here so that you start getting vision of this area, of people coming in looking to blink echo this, because you guys are under a ward, right? The next one should be about available right now. Okay, put it right here in this choke point. I will see everyone coming through here. Up here also works. That's fine. Next Plague Ward cooldown right now. Okay, put another one back here. Or I think the fight seems to be breaking out over here. Okay, so put it in this tree line as you're walking through to catch people. Oh, I want to help Ursa. I don't want to be directly straight forward. Yeah, maybe they could come from the bottom side, but I can't get there. So I'm going to cover the fact that maybe the supports are on this top half, keeping in the area looking for Ursa. So I'm going to put a Plague Ward right here to scout for this kind of stuff. And Ursa's retreat might go this way as well, so then I'll also hit him with a Plague Ward. Ursa has been swapped to kill me, alas. Probably didn't need that. Plague Wards are not affected by Echo. How do I play against Veno that starts putting 20 Plague Wards in front of our towers with their whole team there? You have to play somewhere else. Plague Ward is not actually good at taking towers. It's good at sieging up. If you can take the fight, you can take the fight. Many times, you can't take the fight if you have allowed Venomancer 5 seconds, 40-second duration. Actually, it's 4 seconds now because he has the talent. It takes Venomancer like 30 seconds to properly set up in a tower. So in the time you see Venomancer making his way down here to set up Plague Wards at this tower, whatever, right? You should have had over a minute of warning that you see Venomancer on the lower half making his way here. He gets here. He then needs an additional 30 seconds to set up the Plague Wards I've been talking about to make it a real panic issue to get to him. A pain. I don't know why I said panic. So you either need to preempt that, jump him before the Plague Wards are set up, come over here early, kill him, or, okay, he's going bottom. He doesn't want to go anywhere else. So we have to start shoving out the other lanes. And when he TPs in here and places one Plague Ward, I don't give a shit about one Plague Ward. I care if there's 20, like you said, you know, a ton of Plague Wards. But if he has already established all the Plague Wars, it's very difficult to fight into it. That's the point. That's the strength of the hero. So you need to not play into that. You need to force him to go to other locations. You need to trade towers. If it's actually like the full setup, 5 heroes here, all the Plague Wards set up, it's super inefficient. You guys should be able to avoid this. One hero pushing mid balances all the farm that they're getting on 5 heroes if they're playing that way that you're mentioning. Another hero going top, you've got double the amount of farm. Hero jungling, another hero jungling, you have 4 times the amount of gold income that they have. And there's nothing saying, because I saw Venomancer coming down, I'm pushing in the lanes. So when they're setting up on this tower, you can be hitting this tower and another hero hitting another tower. So you're also doubling up on towers. And if they go, oh shit, okay, go defend, TP out, Venomancer does not have the ward set up. And now you can fight him in a much better way. So the trick with dealing with that setup is you need to see it coming and not deal with it. You need to make him wish he was somewhere else. If you let him go and set up, then you've kind of made a mistake already. Kind of like this, right? Where Venomancer is going to come into this fight and there's no ward set up and it's going to feel bad. Actually, I'm probably going to let that one keep playing. We have to go do another one. Okay, Chungo Bopper. I see your second one. And like you said, we will have time to get to yours, but let's start. You have one other one from Rohan. So let's do this. Let's do Rohan's first, and then we'll go back to yours. And if you have to leave or we don't make it to it, well, we can just do it down the line. Let me download this one. Okay. Puck. Oh, Puck is fun. Puck is a hard hero. It is a ever learning process. And I will give you what feedback I can. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to give you the best info on the laning stage because that's not my strong point. We can talk more about the rotations you can make on Puck later, but I potentially will have some feedback for you. If you're a returning Puck player, you may not be using Curveball properly in the lane, which I've seen a lot at Pro Dota now because it's so popular. And so maybe we can give more feedback than usual and make this worth it for you. Give me 1 second, though. I'm drinking this tea. It's going through me. And I'm going to make more tea anyways, though, because we're also talking a bunch. Undying creeps also don't count for Echo. let's do this. Sorry, I was waiting for water to boil so I could have my my tea again. Oh, I should have put honey. Oh. I messed up, guys. I should have put honey in it while I was waiting. Fool. Amateur hour. Oh, another Venomancer, guys. See if this one, see the ward setups on this one. Okay, so for Puck, how do I snowball faster? Am I using Puck to the full potential? Yeah, I gotta remember that. Taking a break from Dota, deranked a lot. The match seems so difficult. So I don't know how long of a break that is to you, but Dota certainly is a game of habits. I am terrible. I feel like if I stop playing Dota for a week, like I play a lot worse. It depends on the person, but it is one thing. Even if I never play Dota again, years down the lane, I will have really high level concepts of what high tier playing is, but boy, will my habits be terrible. And that'll make me look like a bad player, even though I know a bunch. So anytime you take a break, certainly expect to play worse, especially because the Dota crowd is always improving. So especially if your break is, you know, even 6 months to a year, other people have been improving at a patch that you haven't been playing, and it's going to suddenly feel a lot worse. I wouldn't feel too stressed about it. I don't know how much rank matters to you, but the thing is, take a break, right? No worries. If you lost MMR, get back to your old habits. You've clearly proved you can be good and improve, right? You're going to do it again. So I would never be too stressed about it, but just recognize it's going to happen. That way it won't stress you out too much. You mentioned I never play curveball. It's a bit of a hassle. Completely understand that. It does mean you're going to miss out on why Puck is super good right now. It's the fact that you can be so consistent in the mid lane. We'll just speed forward and look for some examples of it. But for a pub game, it's probably okay. You can get away with it, but you will miss out on a strong laning stage and other stuff you can do. What's up?
No more bets.
No, I didn't even touch it. Here you go. Mainly curveball. In the past, you had to choose between aggressive curveballs that damaged while getting CS or utility curveballs that potentially damaged and went towards runes. And due to Puckish, you also then had to choose, like, if I do an aggressive curveball, I cannot also move aggressively unless I am actually looking for the kill. You know, because if I move up after curveballing forward, like, I'm gonna get punished hard because I have no escape backwards. Curveball lets you do literally everything. So, like, let's say this range creep gets low in a moment. I can curveball forward and have it come backwards. I don't want to hit these creeps. Okay, that's fine. Come to the side, curveball like this way, curveball back this way. I, as Puck, can also move forward to trade with Phoenix. Depending where you're positioned, I can go walk under the tower and still come back to the curveball in my own high ground. As opposed to the past, and when you take Jostling Rift and it just goes forward, if you curveball forward, you cannot also move forward potentially, depending on the matchup, because if you have to panic jaunt to Illusory Orb to dodge attacks, you're going to end up over here. You know, you're going to end up like over here or something, and you're going to have to spend forever walking around. So that's why curveball is insane for the laning stage, and why there's very few counter picks that really shut down Puck now, is because you no longer have to make that choice of like, oh, this way, that way, this way, I miss out on this. Like, you can get it all, and you can do it every time this thing is up. It's ridiculous. So I understand if it's a hassle, and to be real, it's probably getting nerfed right after TI in some degree. So if you just want to like deal with it and not have to worry about learning it, feel free, but it is why Puck is good. Like, if you took away curveball, the pros would not be playing Puck right now. If we're worried about snowballing, it's less about the laning stage itself, so I might kind of speed up through this. Phoenix is a weird mid laner where you're going to have a tough time dealing with the attack slow, and you also mentioned taking a break, so I'm not that worried about, like, I missed this, lasted, and that, and have to coach you through that, because, I mean, you probably know it and you're just on a break or coming back, so you're rusty. So I think I don't want to worry too much about the lane itself after having talked through curveball, because that's the main thing I would share. It's like this, right? Where you curveball forward, and if you have to come to the curveball, or I call it curveball now. I don't even call it illusory orb. If you have to jaunt to this, you're in an awful position. And that's why you can't trade with Phoenix right now and then just like come back to illusory orb. Like, oh, Zach, I have phase shift. That's true, but I could have twice the value by disjointing an attack with illusory orb and then disjointing one with phase shift, which would give me double the puckish value. Okay, I will stop glazing curveball. We will speed up through the lane and just see how you do roughly, because that'll affect what we decide to do. Curveball? One more glaze, guys. Curveball? Damage every creep, beat Phoenix to the water rune. Maybe, depending when you cast it. You know, these angles are nuts. You don't even have to, like, step forward. You will see, okay, let's say Phoenix walk this way. You will see mid-pucks. You're like, oh, I want the rune. I want to beat this. I want to hit the creep wave with my illusory orb. They'll walk here. They'll curveball this way. They'll stand under the tower and then jump over. And they've now activated puckish, hit every creep, you know, cleared it out, get the creeps. It's like, the angles are nuts. It's a super hassle to have to learn. I get that. But that's why it's so good. Okay, enough. As it pertains to the laning stage, if I see value to curveball later on in the game, such as scouting, we'll talk about it then, but I will now stop with curveball laning puckish. Okay, but actually, curveball right here. It let you, you know, aggressively shoot and aim it backwards, and like you can go for the dive, and if it works, great. If it doesn't work, boom, you're back out here, not over here. Okay, seriously, moving on from curveball. Moving on. We won't repeat anymore. I mentioned it earlier, which I don't know if you caught it or not, but just in case you didn't, and I don't know how long your break from Dota was, but pretty meta for mids right now. If you have a good lane, probably similar to what you did in the past, play the lane, gank with power runes, especially with something like Puck, I'd say that's a good default. If you are struggling in the lane, or if your gank sides are just not that good and you just want to farm up, very common to put a rune ward here yourself and then stack this easily with Puck. You can clear it all. I will curveball, but you know, clear it up even without curveball. Very efficient jungling over here. Same thing over here. Very common, which depending how long the break was, that was not an option as much in the past, but it is very common to see now. Now, if you can activate puckish more, for example, I mentioned like the walking under tower, even without curveball, you can walk under tower, walk back out, phase shift it anytime the mid laner is not there. Even if the mid laner is there potentially, that's curveball. You can consider that. That will help you avoid having to head to lane or like head to the bounty runes. I'm not gonna say it, guys, but there was curveball value right there. That'll help you not have to go to like bounty runes and stuff, so that you can stay in the lane more, do the jungling more, and still be super topped up through puckish spam. Haste is pretty good, so if you shove this out, we could definitely consider hasting over to a side lane and ganking. Activate it mid. This is a... I I don't mind if you're just activating it for mana, like that will happen, but I certainly wouldn't stand in the low ground while doing it because you have no idea if someone's like heading over. Definitely be careful about that. Do it from your own side of the map. Do it while you're walking somewhere. You can use the backpack, all that as you move in a safer location. Haste rune, side lane ganks are really good. Puck is pretty good at stealing a wisdom shrine safely if you want to do that, because there's so many escape paths with, even without curveball, you know, just shooting illusory orb up, down, you know, back out here, this way, whatever. A lot of different escape paths for a Puck, especially if you've got the haste. So I think you could have considered that after clearing it out, you know, cut through this way, come here. Depends how the game's going, if you're scared or not. But since your question was, like, how do I accelerate faster? If you're not literally farming to accelerate faster, then these are the types of plays that will set up, maybe not you specifically, but your team as a whole. You know, the fact that you come up here and get Medusa a kill helps to get her online sooner. Or, you know, come bottom to get your Mars towards a faster blink, although Falcon Blade is actually kind of strange, whatever. You know, he needs his Falcon Blade to then get to the blink. Sure, okay, I gotta help him with that, you know, so you gank him for here. You steal the Wisdom Shrine with a team or by yourself, and that gets your supports online sooner, right? These are the things that will accelerate your team's game, which accelerates your own game, because the people you can work with are online faster. The creep bounty, it actually used to be even higher. But they, as part of Helm Dom was dead, they buffed it to reduce the amount of bounty gold it gave. That might be one that goes back up. Though actually, I think that one's fine. Someone mentioned earlier if it's like Lone Druid Bear, that like the creep is taking damage, you can't just Helm Dom another creep. I don't really want that, but if they do it, while also simultaneously buffing the gold bounty, that could be an interesting way to allow the current Helm Dom meta, but also punish you harder for, you know, feeding away gold, and you can't just shove it down a lane, and then before they kill it, they waste their time on it, you summon a new one. It's like, oh, they started hitting it, it's too late, I can't summon a new one, they're gonna get it, and they're gonna get a bunch of gold. But if we still want to play Pokemon, we can play Pokemon. That could be a good nerf to it if they want to go that route. I think a 25 mana cost would be pretty good to already reduce it a lot, and then maybe more. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm not gonna worry too much about it because I think, damn, yeah. That's classic Phoenix, which if you've taken a break and you're not as on top of like exactly how much you can do, then you get caught out by stuff like that. So I won't worry about that particular death. I think the bigger issue, as we see, is that partly due to Fire Spirits, maybe from the break, we are just missing some CS. We're not being as efficient with some extra like jungling that we could do. So the lane is going okay, but we don't really have a lead. Probably don't need to coil there. You can probably just finish the job with these two abilities. I'd rather you use coil than not. So in that sense, I think you're in the right direction. But of course, the more you can min-max and recognize, like, I don't need to use this here, I can use this here, then you're more likely to get another kill because you still have Dream Coil available. Curveball! Here, okay, this one's not even curveball related. I know I'm gonna jump to this. Walk under the tower. Walk under the tower. Tank 2 shots. Don't actually tank them. Before they hit, walk away, jaunt to the orb. Boom. Math. However much regen that is. I don't know. But boom, you just got more. That was a free illusory orb, for example, you know, with how much it costs and how much you regen. It's not actually gonna be free, but that is what makes Puck crazy. And the tower is actually the easiest way to activate Puckish. How much GPM does Dom generate? So I actually have a spreadsheet. I was thinking about making a video on this, and then I decided not to.
But I can tell you the values if you're interested. Flashbang myself. Not only did the spreadsheet open, it opened on my 4K monitor and maximized for whatever reason. Just whole screen. Oh, let me pause this here. How do I have Excel ready to show you guys? I'm gonna flashbang you guys. This is a warning. Okay, now some of you are watching at night. Hang on, I'll change it to a black cell background with white font. 1 second. Okay, only a minor flashbang incoming. Okay, so for those that are curious, this is Helm Dominator compared to Midas. If you were to use it off cooldown and on these given creeps. Helm Dom gives you 100% gold and XP of the creeps. Midas gives you a flat 160 no matter what you use it on, and then 2.1. Yeah, 2.1 times the amount of XP. So technically the math changes a little bit. Like if you just want straight up money, you could Midas the lowest value creep, like a Mud Golem baby, you know, get way more gold than you're supposed to from that Mud Golem, but you would not make use of the XP at all from the Midas, which is why it's most common to Midas big creeps. Even though you get less net money, it's still more money and you get way more XP. So the main comparison is versus the large camp creeps. But sometimes, you know, you might grab an Alpha Wolf because that aura is good, though uncommon in the early game since you're not that strong. You don't have that much value at the start. So you can see like GPM, XPM compared to Midas is actually quite good, assuming you use it off cooldown, which is easier said than done. Midas builds up charges, so it's very easy to get full max value out of Midas compared to the Helm of the Dominator, which literally as the 45-second cooldown is ending, you have to be like at another big creep, you know, using it immediately, which you may not want to do because a lot of the value of the Helm of the Dominator is actually the second creep value and what it is doing that is not near you. Because the Midas makes the farm you have access to a little bit more valuable, and maybe you make it to another farming camp because you have some attack speed from it, right? So you maybe make it to a little bit more farm, but it's mostly about making the farm that's available to you worth more. Helm of the Dominator is about giving you access to farm you should not have had before, either because the Helm Dom creep is running next to you, helping you farm faster, not just the hard camp itself. Midas killed the creep instantly, that's fast. Helm Dom killed it instantly, technically. It helps you kill the remaining creeps even faster. So the Helm of the Dominator, attack speed is good, but honestly at the start of the game, is it that much faster than a Helm Dom creep smashing the remaining two? Probably not. So Helm Dom is faster even when you just keep it next to you and farm the same stuff. So you would make it to more camps naturally, but you could also be farming the same stuff you usually are, while the Helm Dom creep is in another lane completely, doing something else, something you never would have had access to before. Now you do. So it is very difficult to compare that value of the Helm of the Dominator in terms of just like straight up numbers. But that's the true value of it, more than just using it off cooldown. But if you do, then these are your numbers. I'm a professional here. I've got the data.
Yeah. The thing is, the Helm Dom has been in this state for a while. It just took a bit of time to discover. I can't verify if it's real. I saw a Reddit comment saying that part of the reason Yatoro even tried it is because of like spirit content. A fan submitted like Helm Dom faceless, and that's the first time he tried it, and then maybe he liked it. I can't verify if that's true or not. But I kind of like the idea of the story because I do think that element is true in that Dota is so complicated that sometimes it takes a while to discover this stuff. Now, some people might say, oh, it's also because other stuff got nerfed, which I do think is kind of true, but Helm Dom still would have been good. Like, in its current state, everyone is talking about it being the most broken item in the game, which means even if Blade Mail was marginally better before, it still would have been a really good item on carries and whatever. So I do think it's the nice thing about Dota is that we get these kind of surprises, which is fun, which for better or for worse, if we go back to the Dota 2 API change that prevented us from seeing the top tier players, I know that sucked for a lot of reasons, but the theoretical pros were that in the tournament, the pro players will bring out new stuff that we haven't seen. Like, this is a connected result to that. Otherwise, maybe the Helm Dom build becomes meta sooner, or we all know it's happening and it's not going to be as exciting. Imagine the next tournament. Let's say there's not a patch. Let's say there's not a patch for a little bit and we're still on the same meta. The next one's not going to be as fun. As we see Helm Doms running everywhere, 60-minute games, let's say that happens, it'll be like, yeah, well, I've seen it before, you know? Part of the reason this is so hype is that it's the first time we're all seeing this and it's TI, you know, it's like a combination. So I will give credit to the change that Valve did. I do think it is creating this scenario as part of the reason, which I think was the theoretical, this is the best reason this is happening. Okay, I am gonna, one more glaze for the road. What you will see Pucks do here sometimes, if you need to, I'm not saying you always have to do this. You can determine how safe you feel it is able to do so. What Pucks will do with Curveball is they will walk in, Curveball forward, and have it go backwards so that the jaunt is to safety, and they will harass the Underlord the entire time, or they will like be under the tower to aggro the shots to activate Puckish and then jump back. So there is no downtime compared to this, which is, okay, launch the orb. I'm going to kill all these creeps and I got to walk this way. But the Puck with Curveball will do the exact same value, but also hit Underlord 4 times or step under the tower and then activate Puckish twice. You know, I'm not saying you have to do it in every single scenario, but it is available to you due to the Curveball. All right. I will say that's my final glaze, but is it really? I'm sure we'll see another moment for it. Okay, let's get back to like speeding up the puck, looking for accelerations. Arcane Rune and Coil coming up, so if you just want to farm this out, Curveball. I'm like what was his character? What was his name from the Fairly Odd Parents? The teacher that was paranoid. Every time I see a case, Curveball. Curveball value's real. I'm telling you. Crocker, yeah. Crocker ball. All right, you guys got a kill without Coil. It did use Arena, but you can maybe look for another play right away. Minor tip of improvement for you, and this, you know, maybe it's because you took a break, but a lot of people could hear this for the rank. Attacking this tower doesn't actually require you to look at it all that much. If you're worried about a fight breaking out, you know, maybe. But this is a great time as a hero like Puck that we're talking about. How do we speed up? How do we play faster? After this, right? All right, kill Phoenix mid. Didn't do anything. You know, chase this Crystal Maiden maybe a little. Okay, are they gonna fight us? Probably not. No Phoenix. Trees are gone. Can't be surprised. Got a lot of teammates here. I'm probably good to go. So I'm gonna help my team take this tower. Great. Should I get top? What's happening here? Oh, Crystal Maiden's here. What's she got? What items do I need? Does she have a glimmer? Do I need detection? No. Oh, Spirit Breaker here. You know, like, how's the bottom lane looking? Like, what if we go? Oh, is Underlord low? Right? Like, this is where you click around. Now, I mean, it wouldn't be that much. I literally didn't even look at Puck that entire time, but you can click snap back to your hero, right? Like, oh, what's here? Snap back. And this is how you're deciding ahead of time where you're gonna go. Maybe Underlord is half health and he's the great target for a kill off of this. I don't know unless I look. And from your perspective, I just see you looking at this tower that is static and cannot move and is not gonna surprise, you know, stun you, and then everyone rotates in. You're like, ah, damn, if only I've been looking at my screen for 10 seconds in a row, you know? We don't need it. So you can look around and figure out, where is my next play? What do I want to do next? You can look at the time. Oh, Wisdom Shrine, you know, off of this play, maybe I should be heading to the Wisdom Shrine next, try to steal that away, which is still a great thing. As I look at this and I don't really see you guys fighting more, I see you hanging around like, oh, maybe there's something I can do, but you could have just been walking to the Wisdom Shrine right now, steal that away, you lose a support, but your support still gets an XP advantage over them because you steal that shrine. And then you're top, so then you can see if anyone goes on Medusa. She doesn't. Okay, we go somewhere else. Twin Gate, TP home, something like that. Who knows? If you kill Phoenix, you need Coil. Which, now it's up, but as you see, it gave them too much time to react. Invis Rune, as much as we're talking about playing fast, it's also important to know when to slow down. So Invis Rune will last you a while, 8 seconds away from Dream Coil. So here is a moment where you guys just get too excited and you guys kind of go too soon. Oh, Zach, what if Phoenix just backs away and I miss my chance? That is fair, but we see what happens when we forced it. We didn't get the kill anyways, and we died. So risk reward, maybe we get a Phoenix kill and we don't need Coil, sure, but the downside is I don't even kill Phoenix and then I get killed and I don't get to surprise anyone with the Invis Rune, right? So maybe Phoenix backs away, that's okay. We can just keep looking with the Invis Rune, find something else. We can break it, farm, and then smoke somewhere else, right? Like, we'll have other opportunities, even if we don't take this one. Now, if you have to limit test to know what you can and can't do without the Dream Coil, right? Like, oh, I thought we could do it. That's fine. That's the learning process. But a lot of times, it's actually quite good to be patient, if not for your own abilities. Sometimes you gotta wait for something from the enemy. For example, follow Phoenix around until Phoenix uses dive to farm a camp, and then you jump Phoenix. Slark is another good example. Watch Slark, Faceless Void, Weaver, watch them farm until they use Dark Pact, Time Walk, Shikuchi, and then jump them. A little bit of patience goes a long way, since many heroes, many players will not be patient in the best ways. They'll be focusing a lot more on just farming quickly. That's the #1 focus for most core players, like, is farming as fast as they can, and they're gonna take a lot of risks to do it. And so if you let the Slark, like if I had to gamble on a Slark player using Dark Pact on a creep wave, first knowing he should wait to Dark Pact because there's heroes missing, right? You're gonna have to get to Immortal Plus before you find a Slark who does that consistently. I'm not saying there aren't some Slarks who will be patient, but you know, it's like 1 out of 100 Slarks who will just Dark Pact the creep wave. It's you guys like blinking into the creep wave. Like sometimes we see that on replays, you know, like people just blink into the creep wave to farm and then they get killed because they don't have the blink to get out, and they just reveal themselves to the enemy team in a late game scenario. They'll like blink into the low ground of river to farm the mid wave, and then the guy like waiting here will kill them.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Okay, I think that might have answered some puck acceleration questions. Half of it was about curveball, but I mean, getting free mana is how you get one more spell to farm faster. So, it's what you would do, and I think puck without curveball is at minimum 20% less of a hero right now for how much you get out of it. I think when they nerf curveball into the ground, if puck does not get some other kind of buff, we're not going to see very much puck. You're only gonna see like real last game, last pick pucks at the pro level at least. Right now, the reason you can pick puck is because it's like, okay, if they don't pick Void Ember, like whatever, puck's probably gonna win the lane. You only lose versus Voids and Embers really, and then you go even with everybody else because of curveball. Oh, that's a good one. I saw you go under tower and jaunt or phase shift. Is Armlet not good right now? I never see it on DK or Wraith Game anymore. For pub games, I would say it's okay. For pro matches, why buy Armlet when you can buy Helm Dom? But you'll sometimes see it. I remember seeing, I forget who, Dragon Knight. It might have been Ghost. There was a Dragon Knight with Armlet playing very fast. So it's not that you never see it, but it is rare. There's just not that many strength heroes right now either who even want Armlet. And then the ones that do also want other items, potentially including Helm of the Dominator. So it's tough to justify the Armlet. All right, Coil. So this guy can't dive. You can use egg while coiled, but is he going to egg right now? Or is he going to wait till he gets lower and then egg, right? That's the time to use the egg. So when you immediately use silence, this might have been a gap closing silence, I'm not sure, but it might have also been like, oh, I don't want him to egg, let me hit him with a silence. This is too soon because you're overlapping on preventing the dive with the coil. And I'm also predicting that he won't use the egg until he gets closer to dying. Now, what if we're wrong? You know, it's like, oh, well, he actually did a really early egg because he recognized I might silence. Props to him. Because if you do what you do when you silence too soon, there's a very good chance the coil ends, he walks away, you get close to killing him, then he just eggs anyways. So you kind of have to take the risk that he does an early egg. And if he does an early egg, what have we really committed? Coil, I guess, but the cooldown on Coil is shorter than Supernova. So then you just back out. You both use ults, but you will have nearly a minute with which to find a fight, and he still won't have egg available, which is still good, you know? Back out, do Roche, for example. Go do Roche on, no egg. I guess it's 20 minutes. Might be hard to get our team to do Roche. Tormentor and Roche could be potential objectives. Otherwise, just like farming and map control. It'd be a little bit more standard for pubs. Okay, Chongo Bopper did another donation actually, so we have a second game to take a look at for him, and we're caught up on the donation ones, so we can do this.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Looks like it'd be more laning focused on that one. Okay, you guys look to be in a good spot at this point. I think you mentioned you did win. Oh, I guess I never opened the battle pass or the battle report. Let's clear out this notification. What's his battle report here? Oh yeah, Pugna games. Easy MMR, guys, I'm telling you. Ridiculous. What a hero. Average D wards. This is, oh, it's gold, nice. Plus 2.4 versus players of similar skill. That's right, guys. Watch my warding videos. This is the place for warding content. Can I share something, guys? This is absolutely just an ego boost, but it was just, I just didn't expect to hear it. When I worked Raleigh, I didn't really expect most people to know me, right? At least like a lot of the other like talented players, right? Like what do they care about who I am? But a couple of people, like people did know roughly of who I was and stuff, which was nice. When I met Fly, I like was, you know, saying hi, introducing. He's like, oh yeah, I've seen like some of your warding videos. It's useful. I learned a couple. That's such an ego boost, guys. I did not expect any player of like my rank or higher to ever bother like watching these videos, but that was nice. So there you go. Pro approved warding guides. What was I just doing? Oh yeah, I was just pulling in chungo boppers. I really was. I was very happy about it. He was a really nice guy talking to him. I certainly hope, I'm sure there's going to be a TI shuffle. Avalis had its moments. I don't expect them to hang around without making some level of changes. I definitely hope he ends up on a nice team. Oh, I'm glad you like the stream, Rohan. We usually do this most Wednesdays. Granted, next week I will not actually be able to do this one, so don't expect it next week. But a lot of Wednesdays we do this replay stream. So feel free to come back. Be happy to have you guys. Okay, let's do this Morphling one. And then we'll see. We still have a good chunk of time, but I am getting a bit tired. So we'll see. We may switch to variety. Maybe we just stop. Let's decide after we do at least chungo boppers and probably a couple more. Although actually, I guess I started earlier than usual. I guess we'll be at like 5+ hours by the time we finish this next one. Okay, Morphling, tough hero. Props to you if you're doing a solid Morphling job here in Guardian. Okay, and your main question was about the laning with Crystal Maiden. You guys ultimately won, but had a rough time there. Okay. Couldn't make up our minds what to do with the lane. Okay, okay. Should I have joined my team less until I had more items? Here is the really rough... what is this? Well, that was weird. That's a weird bug. Okay, before even getting into Morphling, here's your... This is the pro level Morphling game plan, and then adapt to your own games. Your timing is very likely to be 2 to 3 items. Manta Butterfly is the most common, but there may be some adjustment here. This is when Morphling gets really strong. It tends to line up with around level... You'll be a little bit before level 18, most likely. But off of hitting that power spike, you usually win a big fight, and then boom, you're level 18. And then you destroy the entire enemy base off of a good fight, because when you're on high agi with those 2 items, you decimate the entire base on your own. So if you don't join your team until you have... Okay, boots... If you want to get Vlad's or Falcon Blade, that is a little bit player dependent. I'd say it's fine. You know, as part of learning Morphling, make your life easier, buy some early items. That's fine. One of those. Manta is probably your go-to. Sometimes you'll see like Dragonlance first into Manta, Hurricane Pike into Manta if you really need it. But Manta is almost always the item. And then, again, if you need the Dragonlance, you can pivot to that. The Butterfly is the default. If you think there's a different item, you can go for that. But Butterfly is like the best value for Morphling. Aim for that triple timing. The boot small item, Manta +1, whatever you think is best. Then always think about like, should I be joining with my team now? It's still okay if you farm, if you think there's more you need. But at that point, you are strong enough that if you win a fight, you can destroy buildings so quickly, so you should always be looking for opportunities to win a fight and then go destroy buildings really quickly. Or Roche and Torment or stuff like that too, you know, but I recognize it's a pub game. Your laning stage itself is a little bit tricky in the early levels because you're, you know, there's a balance to be played here. Low health, high damage. So this is where it takes the most practice on Morphling. I would, well, there's 2 points of practice. Pushing the limits in the laning stage, and then all the button pressing you got to do later on. A little easier nowadays, the way they changed Morph, but it's still tricky. So
Radiant on one side.
the easy mode version of this is take some damage. As you take damage, you morph strength. As you take too much damage, back out, go full agi, go back to some strength, right? And you'll always have a baseline amount of health to work with by doing this trick. Undying might make that a little trickier, but it's still roughly what you want to go for. And as you pick up more levels and you can stay relatively high agi, you should have an attack damage and attack speed advantage over the enemy. As you start learning Morphling, I would emphasize just focus on last hits and denies. Eventually, you will learn how to then balance also in the auto attacks with the enemy heroes. But the laning stage for Morphling, you don't care about kills. You don't care about fighting that much, because usually if you ignore the enemies and they harass you, at some point they'll kill you, right? That's the issue with just letting them do whatever, and why we have to fight back. So like, okay, I'm low, but you're low, so you can't stop me. Morphling's like, yeah, go ahead, use man on me, kill me. Okay, watch this trick. Go around the tree, switch. Hey guys, check it out. I still got 400 health. And they go, oh shit, how'd he do that? Oh, let's try again. Get him again. Throw the spells. And he goes, whoa guys, check this out. You go around the tree. Whoop, whoop. Hey guys, check it out. I got 400 health. And so they just constantly waste their time hitting and harassing you, eventually burn themselves out on mana, and they never get close to killing you, so long as you have enough mana to attribute shift and waveform away. So that's your management. But that's why you can focus on last hitting more than others. And why, as you learn to trade with enemy heroes, if they can't finish the job, you will eventually whittle them down. That is a lot about the laning with Morphling. And once you reach a point where you're okay on your own, usually around level 4 to 5, that's when you break into like, okay, now I just need to get to that item timing, the Manta Butterfly default. Support, get out of here. Go play with the other lanes, do whatever, and you just maximize your farming efficiency, push out lanes when you can, keep an eye, if you can TP join something, feel free to, but otherwise just default to farming. If a Morphling in my game is farming instead of joining fights, it's fine with me. For you, you'll probably get some flack because, it's just how pub games go. They may not recognize your true timing as later. Yeah, look at you. You even use the stick, but even without the stick, boom, look where you're at. You're perfectly fine, And as you take a little bit more damage, you'll switch to a little bit more strength. So learning that limit is the hard part for Morphling. And I see you playing a little timid, you're like, ooh, am I in trouble? Am I not? You're going to have to really push the limits to learn this at the start. And that involves feeding, but eventually you'll get the hang of it and you'll be like, oh, I was so scared, but actually it's way harder to die than I thought. Of course, wait till level 2, so you have a combination of waveform and attribute shift. But essentially, as long as you can waveform away, you will then shift your stuff around and you'll be okay. That's why you'll even see Morphlings not even buy tangos. If you want to buy some tangos, that's fine to start. But you will see some pros just skip tangos or have their supports give it to them. I am not going to TI this year. We have a lot of other stuff we have to deal with. That makes it sound so rough, have to deal with. We have a friend's wedding. We are fortunate to get to go to, So we're doing that shortly after TI ends. Oh, you got surprised by that blood grenade. So in that case where you're getting low, right? You had room to shift to strength. You don't even have to waveform yet, I don't think. If you do, you could. But I think just shifting to strength as you see stuff come in, pop the stick. They have used spells. You would live. You would finish the creep wave, back off. Shoop, shoop. Good to go. Crystal Maiden makes this super easy for you thanks to Arcane Aura. If she's going to go Frostbite, let's say you're playing together a lot. You're doing Morphling Crystal Maiden. One weakness to Morphling is that securing the range creep can be scary because waveform is a repositioning spell. So you would have to walk up to the range creep and then waveform back, which is, I know I just said you have like kind of infinite health, but every time you use it, you're going to run out of mana over time if you have to do it too often, even with Arcane Aura. So if you don't think you're going to go QW because, oh, Zach said we don't need to get kills that much, that's fine. Go QE so that, one, you have the mana early to keep using this trick, but she, on Crystal Maiden with the Crystal Nova, just Crystal Nova every range creep. And it's fine that you may not secure them. If it's safe, you can have it. But if she just queues every single one, just about, thanks to the extra mana from Arcane Aura, that'll get you through those early levels. Neither of you will have to go out too far to risk yourselves. So you'll just be cruising through the laning stage, waiting for the timing, where around, I say level 5, because at that point, well, even level 3 with 2 points in attribute shift, it speeds it up. It doubles the value, right? From 4 to 8. And then if you do take the third point in at 12, I'm actually not super up to date right now if people max this first, or if they prefer waveform or in these other stuff first. But 2 points is usually enough to be good to go. Yeah, I see you using the stick, but you don't even have to. This is a little complicated to explain on stream. Attribute shift is very favorable to you. Usually you try to min-max this stuff, like the drop items, use the stick. I think that's where this habit is coming in from you. But when you go down to minimum health and you're at 1 out of 120, I think... Wait, did I not? I may not have done a video on this. I may have done... Hang on. Let me find this real quick. This may have been a question on the Discord, and it may not have been an actual video. Can I copy paste this? How does this work? Copy link. Is this? I don't actually use. Okay, I will share this on both. Spam message my own stuff. This is a link to my Discord server to a question thread that happened about Morphling, and I kind of described some of this stuff here if you need to refer back to it. If you're already in the server, then just go to the Z questions tab and scroll down to like the bottom, because it was one of the earlier ones since making that one. Morphling will go to 1 out of 120, and when you morph, and that's like 1% health, you know? So most other backpack mechanics, if you gained health, you would stay at the 1%. So maybe you're 1 out of 120, you jump up, you would still be like, you know, 10 out of 12,000, you know, something like that. And that's not very impressive for gaining, you know, like nearly 1,000 health, and you've got 9 more HP to work with. But attribute shift does not work that way. It will not go like that. 1 out of 120, 119 is what is missing. So as you shift to strength, you will get to like 400 out of like 520-ish, something like that. That's why you don't even need to bother using the stick for health. Only use the stick for mana in most cases, unless of course you're dying and then, you know, you need to use the stick for health. That's totally okay. But the difference between, you know, going to 1 out of 120, sticking so that you're now 500 out of 500, versus I don't bother to use the magic stick and I go to 400 out of 520 and I take damage, I redo it again, I'm 400 out of 500 again. You know, who cares? As long as you have the mana to keep doing that, then you can. And that's why it's so good, and why you don't need to stick when you attribute shift unless you need the mana. You don't need to do it for the health efficiency of it. And that should help you sustain through the lane a little bit more through this. Like, I bet you're going to do it again here because you've been kind of consistent with it. which is a good habit to build for every other hero, but not one you actually need for Morphling. Played a game where Pudge blinked into Marci to dismember, but accidentally channeled teleport instead of dismember. Surreal experience. That's a Dota classic. If you haven't done that at least once, have you truly played Dota? Sucks for you, sorry. I mean, like, you know, real talk, does suck when that happens. You can certainly lose a fight and maybe the game off of that kind of stuff. But boy, that is a classic misclick. Or the other misclick, you know, getting dove under tower, start TPing here while being killed here. You know, back when TPs were a little bit more vague, not strictly because they were supposed to be, but just, you know, buggy games sometimes. Sometimes that worked, you know, it panicked them. They're like, oh shit, people are, you know, he's TPing out and other people are TPing in, I gotta go. They didn't even realize you were TPing like right next to yourself. That's insane that you can just flip from min and go all the way. Yeah, it's unique to Morphling, and it's why his laning stage is so stable unless they have near instant burst. Because obviously, in those cases, it's a lot scarier. But then you just do what you just saw Morphling do. You like go into the trees where they can't get you. This is why, if you have a really long range spell, by the way, guys, versus Morphling players, going into the trees is absolutely the safest way to do it, and arguably you should if you're going all the way to minimum. Many people will be lazy, and they'll just do it behind the tower when the lane is, like, pushed up. So, if you are someone like Skywrath Mage with the W, you can put an observer somewhere in front, and when Morphlings, like, come back here to do this trick, they think they're safe, like, I'm out of sight, you know, like, blast them. Get them, guys. Get them. Anyone with a really long range nuke that is fairly fast, because technically if he sees it coming, he can maybe waveform dodge it, immediately start shifting to strength, use the stick if necessary, you know, he might live. So if you have something that'll really surprise him, especially if it's like, depending where he's positioned, you know, if he's over here, he'll see it cross over and he can react. If he's standing on this top side, you're much more likely to get him with something like Skywrath's concussive shot, which is like a slower travel, but you can pick up a free kill from a Morphling player sometimes off of that. Chongo Bopper, be careful of that. I suggest you keep going into the trees if they have a long range spell. If they don't, then you're fine. You know, something like Spirit Breaker, right? If he sees you back here and he has to charge through, not that big of a deal if you know, react in time. Something like Clockwork Rocket Flare, get in those trees. With that said, he might still do it. I will take the shot sometimes. If I think it's kind of obvious, you know, if you leave the lane, you might be going for it. So if they have some very long range nuke, just be aware, maybe do it a little slowly, throw them off. They're like, I think it would be like right around now, you know, like wait an extra second or two or go to a weird spot. A lot of people don't think of it, but you know, they only have to get you once for it to be worth it. Snapfire is a good one, yeah. Really long range on that. Sometimes I TP from base to base and I have no clue how it happens. This is actually a good thing if you know about it. If you self-cast teleport, it instantly sends you to fountain. So if you are like in the fountain and you're accidentally holding alt, if you use alt, tab, alt whatever, for me teleport's on tab, but whatever your button is, let's say T, but at the same time you're like pressing alt to like do something. I don't know what you might have been doing. You may be self-casting and then teleporting to your own, I guess it'd be here, teleporting to your own fountain. So that's obviously bad. If you're in the fountain, that's a misclick. But this is good when you're in the middle of a fight, for example, and you need to like instantly teleport home. The small amount of time it takes to like move your cursor over here might get you, as opposed to just being able to self-cast teleport like as soon as you turn around a tree, may be better. Though, I built that habit, it then backfires where sometimes in the laning stage, instead of TPing all the way home, you should actually just TP back to your tower to live, lose health, but be in the laning stage right away. You'll see pros do this all the time. But if you build the habit too much of like always auto TPing home, that can be bad. But that's pretty less cases of that happening than needing to instantly teleport home faster. Around here, it should be really hard to kill you. Outside of being surprised by a nuke at low health, or getting chain stunned, which would be tough, it's just Lion and Jakiro, you really shouldn't die. So here is where the support ward for Morphling to give him some extra warning time, and then just GTFO. Morphling, you are in max farm mode. So don't sit here waiting for creeps, you know, like, oh, I'm getting denies, I'm last hitting. I don't care. Shove this shit out, you know, come to the jungle. You know, Morphling gets real fast. Just attack nonstop. Attack these creeps, move over, jungle up, jungle this. Oh, what if I take damage? Zoop, zoop. You're good to go. So you don't have to worry about taking damage from creeps. You don't have to be worried about, oh, will I have the sustain to jungle? Nah. All you need is mana, which is why this is so helpful. Don't be afraid to buy a Clarity. But if you do go for the Vlads, like I see you doing, you'll see people buy the Sage's Mask first sometimes. Sage's Mask into Bassi and then the Morbid Mask. Or if you don't want to have to do this attribute shifting, then yeah, you just do the Morbid Mask. And your armor effective HP is so great. Like, you can sit at 200 health while jungling, as long as they don't use spells, while jungling, and the creeps do so little damage to you because of your high armor, and then your one auto attack heals like 50 health that it's pretty self-sustainable. You want to play careful? Sit at more than 200 health. You know, sit at like 400 where you can't get nuked. But you'll see a lot of pros farm very low health in the jungle if they have a Morbid's Mask because of that. All good little efficiency things. And at this point, you're just endless farm mode until you hit... at least the Manta. You can start joining stuff a little bit more with the Manta, but still emphasize farming until you hit that second major item. That doesn't mean just sit in the jungle, though. You know, when it's safe to push lanes, that's always good to do for your team, especially with the Manta. Yeah, like here, you know, where you're scared, this is where I would say, just attack this in his face. And they try to punish you, they try to decay, stun, whatever. Just make sure you can't be killed in one stun. Kill these creeps. Okay, bye, guys. Zoop, zoop. Jungle. Shoo, 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 shoo. And come back. These guys are trying to shove it in. Show up. Leave. And then you just repeat this cycle. And that's why Crystal Maiden doesn't need to be here. So long as you can't be killed before you waveform and attribute shift, you can't be put too low to jungle and to farm. All you have to make sure is that I can't be killed. And once you can't be killed, you're good to go. So that'll help you with the laning stage, which I think was the main question you had. There's actually also the teleport home does not always send you to the center, I believe. Or maybe it's respawning. Respawning follows a cycle that most people do not know because it's so minor. I believe teleporting home follows a similar random pattern where it's not always the center. I feel like if it was always the same spot, you'd see way more pro Sunstrikes in the fountain. There is a level of guessing, I think. I could be wrong on that. But Invoker players will still give it a go with the Sunstrikes, like you said. Isn't it circling? It is, but it also depends on like how many deaths have happened and like whose spawn you are in to determine like where exactly in the fountain you spawn. Something like that. So you TP to the positioning where you spawned at the start of the game. Oh, maybe that too. See, like, I don't know. This is one of those things. It's like such a niche mechanic that rarely matters. I don't actually know it. Okay, I'm gonna let this play for a bit, guys. I think we do have time to do at least one more, so I'm gonna pop that up. So feel free to submit a game.
Right now.
I'm gonna be right back. Oh, sorry. Smash that mic. I'll be right back.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill. Radiant's bottom tower is pretty saturated.
Dominating.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
All right, how's he doing?
Tower could use a little help.
Is our boy farming well? What's going on? Okay, rarity. I didn't see anyone else put something in, so maybe we can keep going on this one. Or I saved one to potentially look through for a whose fault is it anyways. Maybe we could start skimming through that one. Hold on, this is important. I'm gonna finish my pretzel in my mouth first, though. Okay. So as part of being a farmer, you, at least the responsibility to your team is that you farm as fast and efficiently as possible. I don't blame carries who like, I'm not joining fights because I need to get an item time. Totally fair. But you got to have good farming patterns. So when you're farming this, look at the mini map, right? We're planning ahead. Now, I admit I just jumped in here. Let me actually go back a little further to gather a bit more information before I roast you and look like a fool. All right. Top looks relatively safe to me. I'm happy to have you farm there. And while you watch the minimap, that's kind of what you should be thinking. Where should I farm? How does this help my team? In the same way I want you to be farming and them to be active, that also means, like, I need you to cover the stuff so that they don't feel they need to go back to it. But also, when they do get to farm, they're not being stopped by you. So, you farm this camp. I see Axe TP here. I see Legion. I see Pudge. I see Crystal Maiden. So, to me, the bottom half is about to become the active half of the map. These guys are going to do shit down here. And whatever farm is down here for them, they split amongst them. So the top half is all for you. So when you finish this camp, and then it seems you were a little undecided on what to do, you come out here, and then you end up coming to the triangle. To me, now I'm like, what the hell are you doing over here? Like, if I would never be this Pudge. I'm this Crystal Maiden. I'm like waiting for these guys to finish farming for smoke. Then I look at Morphling, I'm like, what are you doing? This whole top half is empty. Go over there. Because what's going to happen is, this camp, maybe you're going to come farm this. Axe is going to go, what the fuck? You know, he's going to be pissed, and he's going to want to finish his blade mail, and so then he's going to TP up here if he could and farm this. Or Legion's going to look back and she's going to be like, wait, I need farm. She's going to TP up here. And now suddenly it's swapped. We had 4 active heroes here and the passive farmer hero here, and then suddenly the active hero is here, some heroes here. It's like, oh, is Morphling joining the smoke? It's getting real weird. So you got to be real careful. It's like, look at this, right? Like, you come in here and you farm, I'm happy for you, but then, you know, the worst case, this is where the carry players are like, I'm farmed, where's my team's farm? They're so bad. It's like, dude, you're farming the camp right in front of, he was working on it. You literally took his farm, and you could have farmed this camp for the same value. So this is where you gotta really watch the map and think about where you should be. Now, if you were scared, if you thought, I think they're ganking me top, that's fine. If you come over here in those situations, like, I think they're chasing behind me, guys, like, help, I need an adult, I'm being chased, that's okay, you can come over here. But if you do think top is safe, then you should keep farming it. Now, a middle ground approach is for you to, maybe you're scared, you sit under the tower, or maybe even come to your base, because, like, okay, I want to farm this stuff, but rather than cut through here, which is maybe where they're ganking me because I'm scared, no one's on the map right now, lanes are pushing in, I think they're smoked on me. Okay, fall back, safely, you know, move this way if you don't want to go bottom for farm. Go this way. Very unlikely they jump you in the base, and kind of wait here for a second, keep looking at the map for something to happen. Because at some point, someone will deal with this, someone will deal with this. And if they don't, I'm staying in the base. That's very suspicious. Someone is doing something if they're not dealing with 2 lanes hitting their towers. And in that time, while we are being very safe, maybe back here, or maybe you had been farming this camp when you start getting scared and you just like wait in the tree line in the tier 2, I'm just looking at the minimap. And hopefully my 4 heroes are starting to push some other objective, trying to find information for me, or maybe they're also scared, they're also waiting under a tower. That's okay, because the waves have been pushed in. And eventually someone on the enemy team will give up. They will lose the game of patience. They'll be like, we ain't found shit out here. And they'll TP home. And they'll farm this. And then you'll know you can go back out to jungling. Because you came here, let's see what your team does, right? You guys are going to start fighting for farm. And then they're going to end up going somewhere else, most likely. Okay, never mind. A fight's breaking out, which we have some active heroes here I'm happy with. But notice you're also in the fight. And I don't really want you in the fight. I want you to farm up the Manta. I have made the predictions. I can show it to you in a second here. Let's see how this fight turns out. You got killed. I looked away. Did you get the... Was it the finger? The classic. The classic.
But in this time, right, you could have been jungling top, and then as you see this fight break out, you can take a look and decide, do I want to show up to this fight? If you think it's good, feel free. But if not, rather than say, let's say you had been playing it safe, you were jungling back here, which is a relatively safe place to do so. I don't want to see you go like further back here or like, oh, I finished this camp, I'm going to move to the jungle, I'm going to move this stuff, right? That's where you got to like head to the lane. My team taking a fight against their team, it's drawing attention. I need to split push lanes because farming is still efficient. It may be not as perfect as jungling along the way, but I will make things happen for my team where the map is empty. I'm being super safe and getting most farm. You know, I'm ranging between like 80 to 100% farming efficiency, which is still really good. But instead of choosing a 100% AFK farm, I am choosing a little bit less farm efficiency, 80%, but also taking a tier 1 tower. And also, you know, forcing someone to then TP home to deal and protect with a tier 2 tower. The thing with Morphling is that if no one teleports to deal with this stuff, even though you're level 11 and you barely have any items, you know, full Agi, you have 140 damage with pretty good attack speed. Like, you actually do pretty significant damage to tier 2 buildings, which is why when you split push, it's really meaningful to make them come over.
Killing spree.
Okay, sorry. Let me show the predictions that someone asked about. I'm going to believe in China Dota. I'm going to hope they win. I think that would be the healthiest for the scene. Because I think it would inspire more Chinese players, Chinese teams to return to serious efforts. I feel like right now there's despair mode, and a lot of them, like, we have a couple teams that still play at like the top level, you know, but it's in phases. I think a Chinese win would re-inspire, like, we can do it. We should all play, like, you know, really seriously. And that could be another region with its own unique play style getting back in, which is a lot of fun. Amar, I mean, he also deserves a TI. That's always the tough thing about, like, the players, like, who deserves TI. I would actually love for Crit to win a TI. I think he's another player who really deserves it. Look, Amar is still so young, guys. If he doesn't win this TI, he's got many ahead. But Crit has been on the grind for so long. I think he's such a great player. With that said, you could argue that for a lot of the Chinese players too. You know, like Ame is another one that many people favor. That's why they call him the uncrowned king. X Nova has made deep runs into TI many times. I think he's also really deserving. Nothing to say, you know, was on one of those rosters that made it really far. There's a lot of players who are very cool and could deserve the Aegis. Though there's nothing that, at the end of the day, you just have to win it. That's the only thing that determines who deserves it or not, is if you actually win. Hey, welcome to the channel. Thank you for dropping by. I usually play support. We're not playing today. Today we're doing replay analyses for people for free. Kind of like some mini coaching. But I usually play support. I am currently playing on US East, US West servers. But later next year, I plan to move to the East Coast of the US. And I think when we do that, I'm gonna give another whirl to Europe. I liked doing it last time I was in North Carolina for Christmas for a month. We stayed between Thanksgiving and Christmas since we both worked remote, and I just played EU while I was there. I might do that again, and then maybe we'll end up playing EU servers. We'll see. Truly NA dead. Is Snaking really an underdog, though? He's like a past TI winner. Falcons is a favorite. Are you really an underdog at that point? I would say of the remaining teams, actually Falcons is probably favored, you know, for like the historic teams that do well. They fit the region that has been really strong. They won a tournament right before coming here. They've been looking fairly good, though they did struggle versus the two Chinese teams at the
the road to the international. But it's more like the Chinese teams were the underdogs that surprised Falcons. Which, by the way, guys, I cannot get over FLCN. I know it makes complete sense to initialize Falcons like that, but every time I see it, I want to say Flackens instead of Falcons. I cannot get over it. How do you maximize fantasy? I can try, but honestly, if you are a Reddit user, there is... excuse me. Someone every year, it's a little different this year, but someone always makes a guide on how to min-max this stuff based on stats, and I mostly just follow that. My advice, try to get banners that are good, which again goes back to the stats, so you can just see like which ones are good for the cores and historically score the most points. I did not do that perfectly, especially for my mid laner on these red banners. Most of the others are pretty good. Like blue for runes grabbed on mid is like the only one that's any good. Team fight is really good for all the roles. Stuns is decent. Try to get the banners you want. Then try to get like the tiers up a little bit. Titles, there are some that are good. Of the Octopus is the most consistent because there's so many active items in Dota now and a lot of games go late. This is the most consistent scoring bonus. So if you can find a title like that, just try to find like a decent title and then go back to like tiers and emblems and stuff like that. So priority is getting the right banners, or like banners you're happy with, buffing them up a little bit, getting the title, and then going back to buffing up. That's my approach. But at the end of the day, fantasy is a bit random. Not only what players you choose and how they perform, but also what you get on your rerolls are a bit random. So just have fun with it, and don't sweat it too much, because you'll never get the perfect whatever. Every year I do fantasy, since they do this, and I'm always like, it could have been a little bit, it could have been... It's always going to be like that. It's very rare, the few people that will get like the perfect rolls. Yeah, Molly, we can look at your match. I was planning to do at least one more. And then no one had put one in for a bit, so I thought, oh, you know, what a surprise. Maybe we'll do something else for a little. But we can do yours. Looks like Disruptor. Ancient rank. I don't know if position 4 or 5. We'll find out in a second once we load into the game. Should be within a week. This happened earlier today, actually, where the replay didn't quite go through, even though it should. Second try made it work. Hopefully it happens here again. Wasted 15 rolls thinking the banner and title rolls were different. Ah, rip, yeah. Yeah, I'll make a video for it next year. Every year I don't do it, and then I'm like, whatever, you know, it's like too close to the end. But and then towards the end of the lock-ins, I'm always like, I probably should have just made a video on it. Next year, as soon as this stuff comes out, if it's the same, I will make a video on it. All right, let's take a look at the Disruptor game. Maybe this will be the last one.
Better get ready.
It is in the bag. This one's in the bag.
Who are we with? Anti-Mage? And we're against... Who knows? Disruptor is a relatively weak laner, so I would be careful about greeting out on something like the Sage's Mask. I think usually Iron Branches go a long way to help you out. so that your right clicks can at least mean a little bit. Otherwise, I don't mind what you have. And you could even argue, you know, if you just sell your Tango, you could probably buy the 2 branches and then keep the Sage's Mask to be a little greedy. Which is okay with me. Oh my god, I cannot believe you caught sight of Monkey King like that, actually. I was gonna say, I would usually recommend you just run straight through the lane and drop it like this way would be better than like cutting in this way, because you're more likely to accidentally run into someone going here, the path you took. It's kind of a minor thing. Monkey King running this way is very uncommon, and there's nothing up here at the start of the game, you know? To me, that is almost 100%. This guy is going to put an observer back here and try to courier snipe, which, now that you caught a glimpse of him, you can check him. That is exactly what he's going to do. So be super careful with your couriers once the laning stage begins. Don't even, 1, you could not even call them. But 2, if you do, make sure you queue them through the river or like through up here in a very roundabout way. Maybe even go meet them, something like that. But if you, Monkey King is the best hero for it. But if you catch any hero moving up here and they don't observer like right here, which disruptors do, so you can glimpse people back. There's very few heroes that bother doing this kind of thing. Otherwise, they're doing some, you know, freak stuff out here, killing couriers level 1. That's this guy. That's how I know. Freaks recognize freaks. I'm out here sitting on trees killing couriers. I can see a guy who doesn't want to play the lane. Pick him out of a crowd easily.
And they're off.
Who is he? That's me. Why the ward there? For Disruptor, this ward might be... you don't usually have to use this kind of laning ward, but against some heroes it's useful. Like, for example, Pudge support, so you can see him in the trees looking to hook you. Monkey King support, I don't know if you knew it was a Monkey King support, but to catch sight of where Monkey King is in the trees can also be useful to have an observer like this. If you are a certain hero with really long-ranged abilities, you can also use it. So, for example, I just talked about using it defensively versus heroes with long-range abilities. But if I was the Pudge, I might also want an observer kind of like this. I would put it more here, so I could see the support like sitting behind the trees and then just hook them out. Someone like Skywrath Mage with the concussive shot. If you use an observer back here, when someone falls back to like Tango Clarity over here, you can concussive shot them from back here and break their stuff real easily. Now, it gives away your observer, but it's usually worth it. Disruptor might do something like this aggressively. So this one's a defensive one, I think, for Pudge. If Disruptor wanted to be mean, an observer somewhere up here, or if you are positioned for Disruptor, the same kind of observer like this. So when you get a kill, or after the bounty runes, they TP the lane, you stand there with glimpse, and then you glimpse them back right away. For most situations, I would say you don't need to put an observer like this. It would be better for one ward to go mid, and then to use it for the early bounty rune fights that happen a lot. But many games, you'll have people who don't even go for bounty runes. In that case, you know, put it over here. You put your sentry here. I guess you were looking for a Monkey King's courier, or Monkey King as observer, since you did scout him. Dude, I didn't even notice you took transference. You're God.
First blood.
And you deserve first blood like one too. Hell yeah. Dude, that's sick. Now, maybe if they had a support, that would have been... maybe they could have done something about that. You're just going to have to wait for items. If he wants to sit here, you guys can't really do much about it until your couriers can fly. You potentially actually could do something about it if you want, but it's not worth your time. You could take Thunderstrike and Glimpse when you hit that, and if you end up back in base for whatever reason, if one hero joins you, you can kill him because he's not going to be able to get away from
glimpse. But generally, as long as this guy doesn't kill the courier, this is a waste of time. Because you'll probably get to level 4 and then just bring him out. I say it's a waste of time. I literally have a video on channel on why this kind of is good, but this has been nerfed a lot. It's not as good as it was in the past to do something like that.
Something bad's happened to the Radiant's courier.
The irony. Are you kidding me? Did Monkey King just call his courier straight down the lane?
So much for the Radiant's.
Dude. Just pick it up right here. That's karmic justice right there.
Didn't make it.
Okay, you came over to deal with him. This is not actually worth your time. We'll see if you kill him. Yeah, you need at least level 2 to even consider that. However, I would just focus on playing your lane and doing pulls. It's really hard to make his strategy work out. Granted, this is unranked. So there was a chance this is like a party game and, you know, they're open to it. Most pubs are very, very unhappy to see a Monkey King on their own team do this kind of thing. It's very high level to make this work. So as long as your team is aware and waits for their items at level 4, I would say just ignore the Monkey King, play the lane, min-max like the stacks and pulls, and just let them ticking time bomb, especially this offlaner. You know, the guy being screwed over with the Monkey King 4, he is not a good hero, Pudge, to deal with this kind of shenanigans. You need a different, you need Tide, you need Centaur type heroes. So just ignore the Monkey King, beat this guy 2v1 and let him like rage out and explode. That's probably your best bet at dealing with this kind of stuff. Once this kind of stuff happens, like you left, you came back, he left, he came back, he built for this. Monkey King has tree dance, he has boots, he's built for like moving around the map like this. You're not. So you're gonna play into his game that he's better at if you try to chase him around too much. And that's kind of what's working here. If you haven't seen it, I do have an old video on this. I would check it out to see like how it works and how you stop it from working.
No breaking down the Radiant structures like this.
Alas, this is why transference isn't actually that good. I really want transference to be good, but it's not. I would typically recommend you just do the normal static storm. Right now, arcane boots, maybe one small item into blink ags is very common. And for the Aghanims to really pay off, you need to trap them in it. It doesn't make any sense if you don't have the kinetic field. Or for them to buff the triangle, or buff the kinetic fence to be have 3 charges so you can make a triangle. Valkyrex. So when we're done with this replay, I will literally do it to show you guys. But to talk through it, a full pull without stacking the small camp can be perfectly fine to do.
Double kill.
You just need to know what you're doing. Because pulling, no matter what, half pull, full pull, stacked pull, all sorts of mixes, take the nomenclature aside, at the end of the day, what we are doing is manipulating the number and the timing of the creeps. So with no interference, it's 4 creeps versus 4 creeps, so the number's the same. Always meeting here.
That's the timing of it, what it takes to walk through lane and meet the enemy wave. If we shift it over here, 4 creeps versus 4 creeps is the same, but the timing is different because the next set of creeps that are coming in, the Radiants would meet a lot sooner here than the original destination here. This is where they both meet at the same time. This is even timing. This is where it's different. So if you take the naming aside of like stacking and pulling, full pulls, half pulls, small pull, hard pull, whatever, all it is I am manipulating how many creeps show up to lane, that's like half pulls, or I'm manipulating how long it takes for them to get to the lane. For example, I do a small pull, but then I nuke the wave. I may have delayed them 1 or 2 seconds, or I don't touch the creeps at all. They take forever to kill the camp. I've delayed the timing by a lot, and the creep number took damage. So it's no longer 4 healthy creeps. It's like 3.5 creeps. It is 2 creeps, whatever. For a pull to be good, you are looking to accomplish something. And the hard part is that I don't know what that is until we're in the game, you know? So rather than strictly think of it as like, this is a small pull, this is a half pull, what you're actually doing is looking at the creep wave and thinking like, how do I get the equilibrium here if that's my goal? Oh, I need to manipulate how many creeps are entering the lane, or I need to delay them showing up to the lane by about 10 seconds. Most people don't really think of pulling this way, but that's essentially what it is, which I think the thought exercise is useful, even if at the end of the day you also don't think of it this way. I barely think of it this way, to be honest. It's mostly a teaching concept. A lot of it ends up being by feeling. But that's why a small pull with the full camp alive can be good, because the goal isn't to kill the amount of creeps. You know, even a kobold camp versus 4 creeps. The goal may not be to kill off 4 creeps or even 1 creep. The goal is to delay their entering the lane by 10 seconds. And if you know that's all you need to do, then that's when a small pull can be perfectly fine. So an example of that would be like, your creep wave has shoved up. You have 3 healthy creeps here fighting 4 healthy creeps here. My goal is not to kill the entire creep wave, but to damage it while also delaying it as long as possible. Die, Pudge, die. That's a classic. Glad it worked out. Classic, everybody chase the hero, even though you're Disruptor. You're like, guys, just wait back there.
Dyer's courier has made its final.
What was the original question? Actually, I got a little sidetracked. What else are we thinking about? This is a very unique game where there had some weird creep courier killing, not creep killing. Some weird courier killing, stuff like that. It ended up fine the way things went out. End of the day, you guys are winning your lane, and you're kind of good to go. So for you on the Disruptor, what I would recommend, get an Observer down if you didn't already have one. Because I am about to leave Anti-Mage alone, so I just don't want him to be ganked and killed too much. What you have is pretty good. This also helps you with the glimpses. Downside, fairly common, especially versus Disruptor. So if you wanted to put a sneakier Observer that is more likely to live, I would consider that. Mainly because I don't want to have to come back up here. And if this gets killed, I am more likely to have to come back here. So something a little further out, like back here. Something like further in here is good. If you're only worried about Pudge hooks, you could even put it like here to catch at this site, and this is really out of the way. Something more in the lane could be potential. If you're worried about the mid laner walking over off the rune, then like something in this area or even this area, all these are possible. But you have one, so let's move on. We look for an opportunity to leave. I need to know Anti-Mage is going to be okay. Which Anti-Mage versus Pudge is good. Like, Anti-Mage won't die. May not kill Pudge on his own, but shouldn't die.
Monkey King is dead, so in case of the 2v1, I'd be worried about that. No longer worried. So this is a really great time to walk away. Walk either to the mid lane or twin gate over to the side lane. I don't strictly care what you do. It depends on the game, but I would love to see something like that. If no one on your team can do anything and you're really waiting for like 20 minutes, we are good. 30 minutes. Like late game is so hours. There's no doubt about it. Instead of roaming, you could stack. But as you can see, if you stacked for Anti-Mage before Battle Fury, it wouldn't really matter when Battle Fury probably isn't finished for at least another 5 minutes. You don't really need to have all the stacks right now. You have time to do them later. Plus, these stacks are the best stacks, so if you do come over to this lane, you can mess with him and then come over here and do the double stacks for him. But I'd say you have heroes who can do stuff a little earlier, so you don't have to just become a stack bot. All right. If killing Monkey King was enough, then Pudge, even more so. It's time for you to be a man, Anti-Mage. I'm going to leave you alone. You take care of the house. You're no longer a baby for me to take care of. I'm out. Now, I'm going to watch you do a pull, but post 5 minutes, this is a rough rule of thumb. A lot of pub games, the laning stage goes way too long. After the 5 minutes, pulling doesn't matter nearly as much. So look at Anti-Mage's build now. The danger of pushing up too far is like, oh, what if he dies? What if he takes a lot of damage? He's not going to be able to play the lane anymore. Oh, what if he can't play the lane? He's not going to be able to jungle. That's no longer true completely, right? He has blink and counterspell. So he shouldn't be killed by like a single target stun. He should be able to blink away. In short-term trades, he should be burning a lot of mana so that they can't hurt him later. So laning should be okay. If he does take harass, he's got the cornucopia, he's got extra armor from the stats, the levels he has. His regen's pretty good. If he has to jungle for a little bit, it's not super efficient yet because no Battle Fury, but this is pretty good, So when you do these types of pulls, they help a little bit. I'm not going to say they're useless, but the relative value compared to we are all level 1 heroes with no items, no regen, no nothing. Now, 8 minutes later, and I would say even sooner, depending on the game, right? The relative value of maintaining the equilibrium here is no longer the same. So this is what a lot of supports end up falling to, is like, I'm in the lane, pull. That is okay sometimes, especially if you are really close to 6. You're not quite there, but let's say you needed like a little bit more XP. It's something you could do. But most of the time, people should actually just be rotating, and they end up doing more pulls that don't actually matter that much, which is what this is. Right? Like, if Anti-Mage tanked this creep wave, he would be perfectly fine. If he killed this creep wave, pushed in the creep that you pulled, he pushed that in, and then came here to jungle on his own, he'd be able to do it. I think you guys knew Monkey King was here, actually. Anti-Mage doesn't want to take that long a fight, by the way. Well, I mean, you're not the Anti-Mage player, but Anti-Mage actually just wants to, like, burn mana and then go back to farming. Anti-Mage just wants to speed up his own farm, which is mostly kill the creep wave ASAP and then go jungle with these items. Which, if you stay up here, you're going to bait him into fighting more. Like, if he doesn't know his own hero and his own job, and you're up here, he's more likely to look for fights rather than just think about farming. For example, if we were in another lane, this is a lot less likely to happen. It might still happen, but that wouldn't be your fault. That would be his fault for going under a tower versus a Monkey King and a Pudge and getting stunned out of sight and hooked back. Oh, great glimpse. I can't believe you reached that, actually. That's so far. I didn't think you'd be able to do it.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
You're sticking around thinking about the next glimpse, but a couple things against that. One, Queen of Pain's relatively fast, so even if she got glimpsed back, it's annoying, but it wouldn't be the end of the world compared to like level 1, no boots, no mobility type glimpse backs, right? Way bigger pain. Second of all, she could have a ward in the mid lane. Like, you didn't actually sentry, so she might have seen you set up. 3, she might just know disruptors like to do this, so she TPs way in the back in the trees. She TPs in the tree line and waits the correct amount of time, you know? Or she TPs somewhere else like this. Now we're waiting for nothing. So this isn't, I would say, if you have nothing else to do and your team is pushing, this is okay. But if there's other things to do, you should do that. For example, 12 minutes is approaching, so after that kill, you could have come here to double stack, which would be guaranteed value for your team. You could do a single stack into being at the rune right on time. You're here, Ven just top. That guarantees the rune for you guys. If Queen of Pain does show going for it, you could just glimpse her away at that point. Maybe the timing doesn't work out. You could spend the time walking here. She TP's mid, we don't glimpse her back, dang, but that means she can't help bottom, and then maybe we can go for a play. This guy expects a time walk to safety. We glimpse him backwards. Admittedly, you don't have Static Storm, so it'd be harder to get the kill without more teammates here, but just a couple of reasons why I maybe wouldn't sit there too long. Look how much stuff keeps happening top. Even though Anti-Mage is top net worth, look who's just behind him. And it's because we keep bringing heroes here. Faceless Void is free farming bottom because Earthshaker can't stop him. Your Anti-Mage had a really good start and had a good gold lead, but he keeps getting pulled into fights, and every now and then he dies. So even though he's 5-3 and 3, which we would typically say is pretty good, it does mean he has deaths, and that means someone else farming down here. 0-0 and 2, right? Oh, he doesn't have kills. He doesn't have a lot, but he's been farming, and so he's the same as the Anti-Mage. And if any of the kills go worse, then suddenly you're a lot further behind the Faceless Void. All right, 14 minutes. Same double stack potential here. But you're thinking about the rune, I can tell, so that's good. Okay, deny to be safe. That's good too. See, you guys keep wanting to come top. This time it's not just you. Other teammates are coming up here. But it means you're really leaving that Faceless Void alone. Probably a little bit overkill. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Faceless Void. Let's just wash Faceless Void. That last fight actually worked out quite well for you guys, but I'm eating a pretzel, and we're gonna look at Faceless Void. Quietly farming away. Being left alone down here. Also, I want to point out, as much as people ask for patches and like, oh, Dota's boring, I want new stuff. And then people will complain on Reddit of like, this item's insane, absolutely broken, ridiculous. We covered 6 games at least today, I think. Granted, several were in the Guardian rank, which is lower. No offense, guys. But you are the, slower to get to the meta updates. I have not seen a single person in any of these replays build Helm of the Dominator. As much as people are talking like it's the most broken item, it's ridiculous. I want new patch, I want new things. Here's some crazy shit going on, and everyone's building the same stuff. So this is why a lot of times, this sounds negative, and to a degree it is. But the positive of this is that when people worry about, oh, is my hero meta? Zach, what's the best hero to climb? Is this good enough? That's why it doesn't really matter. Like, people play what they want to play in ranked and unranked. They don't always follow the meta, and rarely do, actually, if what's actually good.
Otherwise, we'd see at least 3 Helm Doms this game. So feel free to play what you want, and the important thing is to play well more than, like, is this what the pros are picking? Is this what Zach said's good? It's like, as long as you play your hero well, that will help you improve. Fortunately, Anti-Mage did pick up quite a few kills. And Faceless Void has been a little bit slow with some of these chrono potentials. He's AFK farming a little bit too much for this rank. But I think we get to see the idea of how much Faceless Void is left alone while Anti-Mage is involved in so much up here. And although it worked out in this case, there are many times where the carry just dies 1-2 more times than he has this time, and suddenly he's down here, Faceless Void up top, and we'll be sad. Okay, I want to try to show... Let me think about how we can do this. Trying to think about how we can demonstrate some of these pulling things we were just talking about. It's kind of tough to just orchestrate out of the blue. I kind of had to plan it ahead of time when I did the video. No problem. Happy to help out. Let's see. Hopefully this is helpful to anyone playing in the side lanes. Core players should know this stuff too. I'll let you attack.
Very well.
Is it easier to just find replays or try to create them? And what do we need to show here?
Forward. Agreed.
How about we start by showing that a small pull can work out, even if people say it's like really bad to do. Never do a small pull without stacking, right? Let me show that it can be fine. The issue is some of these sequences. Here's another thing that makes pulling tricky, especially at high level Dota. Some of these sequences you have to think of much further than one creep wave. You actually have to plan ahead for like 2, 3, 4 creep waves. At least 2 creep waves. Thinking ahead of 2 creep waves is quite useful for most pub games.
That was my thought.
So for example, some pros will do a single pull. Equilibrium will be here. They'll do a single pull. And you'll be like, Zach, that shoves. It does. It shoves the lane. They attack. And then because the lane is shoved, and their carry is a relatively safe carry, it frees up the pull camp again. Support comes, does a second pull, which then balances out the first pull. I think we should be able to show that relatively easily, but that is quite a bit of time between that. We'll have to wait for the next wave. That is multiple pulls happening in preparation of that, you know? But why it can be good, even though it does push equilibrium.
Silent.
That's not really what I'd recommend for most pubs. Oh, this one's not gonna... Okay, we have to wait 1 more minute to show this. Because if I pull here, it won't respawn in time for the next one. You're more likely to see what I'm about to show you if you pull first at the 17.
My sentiments as well.
Okay, here's Drow. Lane's not perfect. It's pushing in a little bit.
To battle.
And then the support does a pull. Let's pretend it held out a lane a little longer because there's actually 2 heroes here. Hopefully this also works out and I'm not just talking about my ass and I can't show it properly. Because sometimes it's hard to create these situations. Then we go, oh no, the pull, it's gonna shove the lane, you know? And it is. So, you know, we bring this back, bring it here. This is what a lot of carries won't even do, which would help them if you at least reconnected it back here. Granted, sometimes you can't because the enemy's there. So maybe I shouldn't have done this because this isn't as good as of a typical pub experience. Okay, I got this big ass wave that I can't control now. I don't think the next wave should have also walked under tower, but let's just go with it. I'm not worried about, you know, the carry just shoved stuff out. I attacked more than maybe I should have for a typical experience. And this is where you'd say, okay, the small pull was bad. But this is a big creep wave that you could push up. Aw, man. Okay, it should have respawned. It's just bugged because of demo mode. So this frees up the second pull, and the carry is okay here because there was such a big creep wave that there's really not much the enemy can do about it. And depending what your carry does, for example, let's just attack a lot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's now kind of worked out to some degree. This wave is supposed to fight this wave, so this one's actually still pushing. I don't know if I did it the best. I think maybe if I hadn't attacked, maybe that would have been better. But this is still a okay, it's not the principle I was trying to show, but it's still a principle we can talk about, which is that because there's so many creeps, the enemies can't stop you. Like, they can't fight into this amount of creeps if it's a close lane. If it's not a close lane, maybe they can. But because we shoved this one in, and then this one's coming, then someone can do another small pull, which also did not spawn here. Do I have this bugged? Do I need a setting on? Or is it just because it's demo? I don't think there's a setting for it. I think it's just because I don't have... It's a demo mode, they don't spawn. Okay, I feel like that was messy and that was not the exact example I was hoping to show anyways. Let's try to create a situation where a small pull is good, rather than doing small pulls that rubber band the lane.
Prepare for battle.
How are we gonna do this? The medium camp pull is way easier on Dire offlane than on Radiant. Oh, the hard camp? Way easier on the Dire offlane, this one, than the Radiant. I would kind of agree with that, actually, yeah. They changed it to be a little bit more symmetrical, but there are still some differences. Okay, let's get this lane pushed out, actually. Let's do something like this. Okay, because the tower is hitting things, the lane is shoving. All right. Okay. This is actually a case where I would probably say a half pull looks better. We're going to try to do a full pull just to demonstrate, but this creep wave is actually a little bit too damaged. What pull camps do I have? Kobolds. Okay, so this will actually work. I'm going to do a full pull here. I still have that showing. I'm going to do a full pull here, and then I'm going to kill this creep wave, or this creep camp, as fast as I can. I'll adjust as we see what happens. Essentially, though, this creep camp needs to be dead when these last creeps die here. And depending on what you think, if you have enough time to do that, how many creeps have pushed up, that determines if you can do the full pull or not. So kobolds aren't that strong, so we're going to attack nonstop. But notice this is pushing, so we're not quite there yet. You may have to use a spell if it wasn't fast enough. But this is where the support maybe waiting out here, or the core waiting here, delays for 1 second, and then it ended up pretty good. You know, like it's right out here. Unfortunately, it was the kobolds, so they're like the weakest one. But now if me and a support are both working on creeps when they get low, we can kind of manage this to some degree. Oh, that was not supposed to attack there. Because I'm by myself, I'm not really able to manage this, but if you had another support only helping you deny, you could help trim this down and it would have worked out. Let me spawn another one. Because actually, now that this lane's pushing, we can do it again. Okay, so this lane's pushing. Let me do a full pull here. And same deal. When that camp dies, I need my camp to be dead so that the creeps start moving again at the same time. So this one's kind of working out. So this is where if you'd focused your own creeps, because you can let it delay as long as possible, it may have worked out. I accidentally just hit the enemy camp twice, so actually that's not the best. But if you had damaged your own creeps a little longer, ours would have been delayed a little bit more coming into the lane, which means maybe it is just 2 creeps showing up, and they would have showed up a little bit later. So maybe the equilibrium's a little further back. In the end, this is actually not that bad. This will push a little bit. Though again, if you imagine having another hero here, let me just give myself like some attack speed so we can simulate doing it on our own, perhaps. Get like one more glove, right? If you had a support helping you out, and as soon as this falls behind, you both hit it for like 100 damage, then boom, we're back to equilibrium pretty quickly, even though that was a little messy and not really the greatest full pull. And then as the support focuses on like another hit on your own creeps, now the lane is pushing into us a little bit. So like, you don't need to get it perfect equilibrium. You just need to get it close that a little bit of auto attacking would fix it. Now, technically, the high level players will also, you know, do that in their favor. So it's not that easy. But for a lot of pub games, it goes pretty ignored in terms of like, oh, you should have done that. You should have hit your own creeps a little bit. So then you're fine. This will now push into us, force it under tower, and then our lane's going to be pushing again. I'm going to do a half pull this time without doing that much to showcase it. Actually, this will be a very mild push. Okay, under tower, this lane is going to shove. The half pull is nice because you don't have to think as hard. The downside is that you have to come back to the camp one more time to deal with it. But if you have other things to do, you can do them while the half pull manages itself. Did I miss it up? That'd be really embarrassing. Okay, I only pulled the range creep, which is not the best, but you'll still see why it works out even if you mess it up like this. Range creep dead, denied from the enemy, great. Downside, this is now a partial camp. Nothing's actually dead here, but they're a little low. Which means if I do need to do a full pull next time, I can't because this thing is partially dead. Depending on how the half pull went and what camp it is, you may need to kill this yourself to get a camp to spawn. Or you might need to come back at 5 minutes to stack it to have something usable. But even though I did nothing to manage like denying the creep faster to kill this, equilibrium wise, it is panning out where 3 creeps went forward. Should have been 2. But as I return to lane, if I like give it a little bit of help doing some auto attacks, it would have fixed itself, especially if it had only been 2 creeps moving forward. 6 creeps, attack these 2 creeps so they die a little bit faster than these 4 creeps coming in. This equilibrium is not the best, right? It's further up, but because 2 range creeps are alive, over time it will push in. And now I just need to do a little bit of trimming as the drow. So if I attack their creeps a little bit, I can help fix this a bit more. I'm not going to worry about denies. As you see, I am missing them. And now I'm right in front of my tower. I'm in a pretty happy spot. The range creeps are going to destroy it, though. So this is where you can focus your range creeps a little, or the enemy range creeps a little bit more to start fixing the equilibrium. You can even use spells if you like really had to. But now we're like right in front of my tower. It's messy because his range creep's alive. I don't think I finished the thought, but the camps are asymmetrical in terms of how they're set up between the different sides of the map. So this one is easier to pull the way it has access to it. That's part of balancing Radiant versus Dire. This one is a little harder, but they improved it. It actually used to be a lot worse. Actually, it was a lot better. Then they nerfed it, made it a lot worse, and then they fixed it a little bit. I think it's in a decent spot now. How do you manage thinking of everything? I feel like if I really focus on my warding, I can ward really well, but everything else terribly. So that's actually part of the process. I actually recommend you do it that way. Pick something to work on for any chunk of game. So like next 10, 20 games, I'm only going to think about warding. I'm going to do the best spots. I'm going to check enemy heroes for their inventories. I'm going to be like super focused on laning. And now, or on warding. And now my laning sucks. My map movement sucks. My map awareness is maybe okay because I keep checking for wards. You know, that's okay. You're going to bump up your warding. And the things that aren't habit, the goal is to make it a habit so you can start to automate it without having to think about it. So before, I have to like really think about like, is this a good ward spot? Why do I want this ward? Because I have this hero and I think they want to play here. You know, I'm spending so much time thinking on it. And that's why it's messing up everything else. But you do it enough so that eventually, however many games it takes you, you get to the game. And what took me 40 seconds of thinking, like, where does Queen of Pain want? Now in the game, I go, oh, if she's winning, like, she wants to play aggressive, so I do a deep ward for her. Oh, she's losing? Well, she's probably, like, jungling here, so I'll, like, ward to protect her somewhere there, right? 2 seconds to decide in a game. And now I have those, like, however much time I save to think about something else. And then you pick the next thing. Okay, so that's my warding improved. It's now my best skill. My laning really suffered during that. So now, laning. It's all about laning. I think about pulling. I think about harassing. Maybe you start with one. I only harass. I only pull, right? Whatever you need to do. Now, because you're focused on pulling and laning, your warding kind of drops again a little bit. But it's not going to be as bad as before, where if you had a baseline skill of like, I'm a 5 in everything, you know? And I focused on warding, everything else dropped to like a 3, and warding was a 10. Well, now my warding skill is a 7 and everything else is a 5. So I'm going to focus on laning. Laning is a 10, everything drops to 3 again, but warding is a 4, is a 5, is something like that, right? So we've improved it a little bit because we spent the time hyperfixated on it, automated it to some degree. It will drop when you forget about it, but its baseline is higher than what it was before. And you just keep cycling through the different skills, whatever you think you're worst at or want to improve at, just keep going through it, and eventually it becomes easier to think about. If you're new to the game or to the first time you're like really trying to improve, it does seem like a lot. Like how you think about this and that, how you think about like 10 different players, you know, game plan. But it's just over time, you spent a lot of time on your game plan, and then you spend a lot of time thinking about the carry's game plan. And then like, okay, now I spend it on an off-lane game plan. I've played a lot of games where I'm losing. I've played a lot of games where I'm winning. And like over time, it gets easier to do quickly. What's up? Nothing really. Probably winding down the stream, just rambling. Got to sort out dinner. Which one? You know, that's for tomorrow. I'll do that one tomorrow. That's cooking during TI. Beef stew, maybe. You know, we can figure something out. I'll probably be done in like 30 minutes or something. Okie doke. I have like 5K hours in this game and I still feel like I don't know craft. That's the process. You know a lot more than you think. Can I ask if I'm position 5, when am I allowed to farm? Because I'm really stuck on what to do. So this is the hard question. So what C Rabbit's saying is kind of true, but also I recognize tough as a, like, if you don't know what you can farm, it's really hard to know what you can farm, you know? So starting in the laning stage, your core players may not like it, but anything that is being contested, don't feel too bad about going for. You know, let's say this creep is getting low. We're the dire support. You know, this creep's getting low. I see Drow going for the attack. My offlaner's walking up, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of close. I don't know if he's going to get it. And I'm standing a little closer than him, or I have a faster attack speed. send it, you know? He might be mad at you, like, what are you doing? You're like, oh, Drow was going to deny it, which is true. And the more experience you have with it, and you know, like, Drow is going to beat him to that creep, then that's your creep. If you can beat it before him. Sometimes multiple creeps drop low at the same time, like both of these, for example. That's a good time to use spells, but also a time where, you know, the offlaner might go for one, you go for the other. The most common is the range creep and the banner. Those are the most valuable creeps. So we talk about supports, position 5s in this case. Use your nukes to secure the range creeps. So that gold goes to you, it doesn't get denied, and that's how you pick up some of the small items to help you through the laning stage. You know, you get to your stick faster, your boots faster. It's because if you watch Pro Dota versus maybe one of your own games, look at the replays, right? The pros might have like 3, I guess I can't show it in the demo mode. The pros might have like 3 last hits, but they're all range creeps, so they have an extra 150 gold over the supports who are just standing here, only hitting enemy heroes and not helping secure certain creeps. So the pros can buy, 3 blood grenades. They can buy 2 sentries and a clarity. It starts with that. And because they have the sentry, they get a camp open that they get to do a pull, they get more farm. It's kind of a snowball nature. So in the lane, I promise you, there's quite a lot of creeps that should actually go to you. After that comes the tricky part. If you can tell there is a lane that no one else wants to be in, that is something you can go to if that's what you're supposed to do. Because that's the tricky part. Like, should I be active? Are we waiting? So if you can tell when your team is looking to be active, then you know you're a little bit more responsible to be there potentially, as opposed to like sitting in a lane AFK. That's a little bit harder to tell. That's like a learn and play experience. Sometimes you are pushing the lane. Let's say I'm Radiant, we're pushing this tower. As a support, I maybe don't want to show that I'm here. I don't want to be in the lane with my offlaner contesting the same farm. But we have 3 heroes up here. Well, perhaps the others, depending who you are, let's say you're a ranged hero, you could hit the small camp and drag it over here and farm it. Because if you farm the camp here, you're going to take damage. If you have the camp walking back and forth, you won't take that much damage. It's slow, but between standing here doing nothing, watching my offlaner farm, but just being here because I'm supposed to be here, versus killing one small creep, that is gold. It is, another 20 gold in your pocket here, 30 gold here. Just taking the time to farm a camp while waiting out of sight is another time to do it. Throughout the game, you might have I might want to farm here, but I also see my carry coming in to farm here. So am I allowed to farm this? Probably not. The default is no, but take a look at the time. And let's say it's 6:09. If I farm this camp as my carry is farming this camp, my carry is going to finish the camp, walk over here, and then report me because they see me farming this camp. And they're like, you're stealing my farm. I hate you. You're the worst Dota player I've ever seen. I'm now going to quit the game, and I hope you uninstall, right? Because it's 6:09. But if it's 6:40 and the carry is like farming this camp, walking over here, you probably could farm this camp because by the time the carry gets here and finishes farming this, it will be about to spawn again at 7 minutes. So they'll walk over here. This will be a new camp, and you might still have time to walk over here and stack one of these camps for your carry. So your carry is still farming efficiently. You have even stacked for them, getting yourself some gold and XP for that, helping your carry when they get here. They get 2 camps instead of 1 camp. But in the time, let's say it was like 6:30, I realized I'm standing here. I'm like, I'm not going to make it to anything else. I'm going to walk away and then walk back to stack. So rather than just sit here doing nothing, well, let me farm this camp if I can. Maybe you can't, depending on your hero. Maybe you can't farm the whole camp. Maybe you farm a small creep. Technically, that one might be stealing because it's not going to respawn. But, if you stack another camp, they're not going to feel as bad about that. That one will be, like, kind of okay. Those are a lot of cases. I'm sure there's more, but those are the ones that are, like, coming off the top of my head. What's up, Jupiter? My last battle report, I had a 10% win rate. That's got to be someone. Thank you, Joy K, for your service.
You're right. We're gonna have a cooking during TI stream. That'd be kind of fun. But no, I'll be watching the games, and I have some. I forget what cut of meat I bought, but it's for beef stew. I'm gonna try beef stew. It's not usually something I make, but I made clam chowder the other day, which had like carrots and potatoes. So we just got a big old bag, and then gonna use that in a beef stew and see how it goes. It was also what was on sale at HEB, so that's how I determine half the things I make. I look at the HEB app and I see what's on sale, and I decide what I'm gonna cook out of that. And beef stew is the answer. Oh, split pushing is another way to get gold. I think those cases are maybe a little more clear, which is like literally no one is here, so this is my farm. The cases I talked about are the ones that are like, come here, Jupiter, are the ones that are like, you think you can't farm, but you actually can sometimes farm. Or people think they can farm, but they're actually griefing. That's another one. I would consider myself, my best core role is offlane, so maybe I am. Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you for buying the voice line. I'm glad you're having some fun with it. Let me bring my cat over here. We can keep chit chatting and answering questions. On the average battle report, do you think carry should have more stacked camps on average or supports? Oh, that's an interesting question. I think it should be relatively equal, actually. Because there are some games you should just do a bunch of stacking as a support, but there's also games where you should just be like non-stop action. Whereas carries, as part of their farming, should always have some level of stacks as just general efficiency. So a good carry probably has like 2 to 4 stacks every game, no matter who they are playing. And a support, I mean, a support should probably range from like, there's rarely a game where stacking to some degree is terrible. So you probably have like 2 to 8 stacks as a support for a random given game. So maybe it works out where support should be a little higher, and maybe not. Maybe depends what kind of heroes you play. Hey, Postachini, it's been ages. I hope you are doing well, man. How are ya? Been seeing the voice lines pretty regularly in your games. Nice. I have not seen anyone use them in my game, nor the pro scene, but it's nice to hear they're out there. Is it just me, or is that cat huge? Jupiter is a medium hair cat, so he's pretty fluffy. Hephaestus is a bit overweight. Jupiter is right around a healthy weight, maybe inching towards too much. But he mostly looks large because he's fluffy. Though he's also a fairly like big cat, like just size-wise, not overweight. He's just a big cat. So is Hef. Not like that big, but just like in the range of average cat sizes, he's on the larger, but still mostly average cat size. Oh, thank you. I like it a lot too, this Snorlax shirt. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I gotta have that shirt. I am a Snorlax, disguised as a human. Oh, thank you guys.
Well, to be fair, and I was thinking about this as I tried to come up with voice lines, it gets hard because you come up with an idea and then I was looking back at like, what did other people use for voice lines? And I'm like, oh, I had been thinking of something to this degree. Oh, something to this degree. Like, in theory, every year it gets a little harder to think of a unique voice line that someone else has not done. And for the people who've been casting for a long time, you know, you're trying to come up with your 12th, 14th, 15th, whatever, funniest comment, you know. It's tough. I struggled with just coming up with 2 good ones. No, you're good. They should be shamed a little bit. If you see Hef's full size, he's definitely overweight. It's so hard to get him to do anything. One, he's a little bit more of a baby than Jupiter. So if Jupiter takes an interest in something, Hephaestus would give up on it. So like, even if he is interested in playing, but Jupiter shows up, then he'll stop playing. So it's tough to get him to move first of all, and then especially if Jupiter is there, who is way more active. Team Nemesis had some good voice line usage. They may not have placed as high as they wanted, but at least they get the voice lines. The 12K behavior score one's way better than the courier one. The courier one was pretty last. Honestly, it was a little bit of a throwaway where they put an early deadline for feedback. The 12K behavior score was the only one I was like set on. And then I tried a bunch of others. I didn't like a lot of them, but I needed at least 3 to initially submit. So I was like, okay, we'll put these forward and, you know, we'll get feedback. And then the feedback was accepted. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's how the courier one ended up in there, which I was okay with it. Maybe I would have like re-recorded to change the tone or something a little bit more, but I was okay with it as part of, man, I cannot think of what to do besides this 12K one. Hotkeyed on my left mouse click. There we go. Yeah, who needs to point and click in Dota? Worthless. Take voice lines out of stuff you said in games. The hard part is you would have to record everything you have said, unless you re-record it, which is fine, I guess. I doubt there's many casters. I guess I've never really asked, but I don't think you would typically just record your own casts, which means you would have to take it from a VOD, which means it's going to have like the gameplay sounds and stuff. That's why some of the older voice lines, you can tell the quality is a little iffy because it's being ripped from those old VODs and like all that stuff. Like the editing done to make it as nice as possible, but you can tell it's like from a recording as opposed to recorded on its own. Seb voice. Okay, actually, with that said, the ones like that, when True Sight was being done, they may actually have recorded it as foresight of like, hey, we may take voice clips of the cast and want to cut it individually for True Sight. So the Seb one and others may actually have been recorded as they were happening separately, as opposed to being ripped. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I could see that one. If you knew you wanted to make True Sight, I think you would set that stuff up. How long have voice lines been in the game? Because to be fair, I agree that some of the best ones are from old VODs, but there was also a build-up, right? There was like 8 years of the games to pick the best lines for the voice recordings, and then every year is you have to come up with something or have had something in that year that would be worth doing it. So it's maybe a little bit unfair comparison. Also, I don't know if I've said anything that funny in a cast. or impactful. You know, something as emotional as screaming Seb. I don't know if I've got something like that to rip out for a voice line. But perhaps if I do have one in the next year, hopefully we get hired for TI again next year, you know. We will start keeping track of potential future voice lines. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to figure out my dinner. So, if no one else has any like last second questions, probably wrap up here. Make my dinner. TI round the corner. So I will not be streaming because TI's happening. You know, I'm going to be watching TI too. There'll be some streams next week, but I'm going to have some stuff like the friend's wedding and all that. So there'll be a little bit of a scattered stream and video schedule over this month. It's a real busy month for me. But after that, it'll settle down again. And we'll probably be back to relative normal. See you after that. Yeah, there's also, they do have rules around the voice lines. I don't really remember all of them off the top of my head, but some stuff that would be funny is like, they don't want actually like full on toxic lines or things that could be interpreted that way. So there is some limitation to voice line ideas that, you know, would be funny to have in, but could easily be misconstrued, abused, stuff like that. Why don't I send you guys to Ricky? Any Deadlock players in chat? Twitch people? I'll send you there. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you had a good time. Do these most Wednesday, not next week, but down the line, most Wednesdays are replay analysis streams, which I also usually have a lot of fun just chit-chatting. I'll have to look through that other game that a person submitted, and we might use that for a Whose Fault Is It Anyways. Bring that back. You have to lose your composure a bit for a killer voice line. You're right. I think you do. I think those are some of the hype ones. You got to get really in the moment, which, not to like, oh, I'd be better if it was this, because I think part of being a good caster is making any game fun and exciting, remote or not. But I do think being in LAN adds to the excitement. You can feel the difference having done one LAN, but it is really fun being in person and feeling the energy. I think it's a lot easier to like get in the zone and have a good cast when you're all there, as opposed to doing it remote, which is the downside of remote. But I think that is also what it takes to be a good caster, you know, is that I was talking to Ricky about this. It's like, we can't only be good casters when the situation is right and we get the perfect game. That'd be great. But I think being a good caster means you guys want to tune in no matter what. It's like, oh, who's this dumpster fire games? Like, it'll be fun with Zach and Ricky, you know? And that's what we're working on. So hopefully we'll get there with more practice. Anyways, Twitch people, the raid's about to go. So I'll see you guys later. Probably Monday will be the next stream. I'll see you there. Peace out, guys. Bye. YouTube gang, see you as well.